Good. Good. Should I? You stand here. Just need to get to the Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me welcome all of you for the one-day regional conference, Buddhism and Literature, organized by Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in collaboration with International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, and Indian Council for Cultural Relations. We are honored and privileged to have amongst us the Honourable Governor of Sikkim, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, joining us as the chief guest for the today's conference. We welcome you all. Please grace the dais. We are also honored to have the Honourable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Shri Prem Singh Tamang Gole Ji, as the guest of honor for today's conference. We welcome you, sir. Next, we are also honored to have the presence of Shri Samdup Lepcha Ji. Next, we are also honored to have the presence of Shri Samdup Lepcha Ji, the Honorable Culture Minister, Sikkim and Vice President NIT, as our esteemed guest for the conference. I welcome you, sir, for the conference. To deliver the welcome address, we have Shri Pema Wangyal Rinzing, Director NIT, and also Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya Ji, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation. Venerable is gracing us virtually. In this inaugural ceremony, we are honored to have amongst us the two esteemed speakers, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi. Venerable is also joining us virtually. We also have Professor Amar Jiva Lochan Ji, Chairman, Academic Coordination Team, Advisor Buddhist Project, ICCR. We welcome you for the conference, sir. Let me again welcome all our esteemed guests, honorable dignitaries, special invitees, all the renowned speakers, delegates who are joining us both in person as well as virtually from different parts of the world and different parts of country as well. And as well as the students from different universities and institutions. I welcome you all for the one-day regional conference on Buddhism and Literature organized by Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in collaboration with International Buddhist Confederation and Indian Council for Cultural Relations. This conference is the last of the 8 regional conferences organized by IBC and ICCR in collaboration with different academic institutions in India and abroad, supported by the Ministry of Culture. These 8 regional conferences are a run-up to the Global Buddhist Conference scheduled in January 2022 at Nam Nalanda Mahavihar in Bihar under the theme Buddhism in Literature. The Global Buddhist Conference is a part of the International Buddhist Conclave, which is a flagship event of the Ministry of Tourism. The other 7 regional conferences happen in Dharamshala, Delhi, Hyderabad, Cambodia, Japan, Republic of Korea, and Thailand. Like others, this regional conference is an endeavor to have a closer interaction amongst the academicians from India and abroad working on Buddhist studies to celebrate this rich legacy through literary sources. Now, without taking any more time, let us be blessed. May I request all the honorable dignitaries and each one of you in the audience to stand up in respect for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I I thank all of you. Kindly take your respective seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us be blessed by the light of knowledge and wisdom. And may I request the Honorable Governor of Sikkim and other respected dignitaries to come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. To begin with, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, the Honorable Governor of Sikkim, President NIT. Shri Prem Singh Tamangole Ji, the Honorable Chief Minister Sikkim. Shri Samdup Lepcha Ji, the Honorable Culture Minister Sikkim. Shri Pema Wangel Rinzing, Director NIT. Professor Amar Jiva Lochan Ji, Chairman and Advisor ICCR. I thank all the dignitaries and request you to kindly take your respective seats on the dais. Thank you all. Now, to further invoke the auspiciousness, I request and invite the venerable monks from the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies and SOA by NIT for the Mangalocharan. We thank venerable monks for the auspicious prayer and infusing the environment with positive energy. Now, may I request Shri Pema Wangel Rinzing, Director NIT, to express our gratitude and regard to the honorable dignitaries by presenting them traditional scarf or khatas. To begin with, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, the Honorable Governor of Sikkim. Next, Shri Prem Singh Tamangole Ji, the Honorable Chief Minister Sikkim. Shri Samdup Lepcha Ji, the Honorable Culture Minister Sikkim. The Honorable Culture Minister, Sikkim, and Professor Amarjiva Lochenji, Advisor, Buddhist Projects, ICCR. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Shri Pema Wangyal Rinsing, the Director, NIT, for his welcome speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tashuddilek to everyone. It is an honor to welcome Honorable Governor of Sikkim, who is also the President of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. Also, I am to welcome Honorable Chief Minister, sir, and Honorable Minister of Culture, who is the Vice President of NIT. I am also to welcome Venerable Dr. Dhamma Pia, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdru, Director, Tibet House, Delhi, Professor Amarjiva Lochenji, Chairman, Academic Coordination Team, ICCR, and all the other distinguished guests who are here today with us in person and virtually. In celebrating the regional conference hybrid mode on Buddhism and Literature organized by Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in collaboration with the International Buddhist Confederation and the Indian Council for Cultural Relations. The conference today seeks to explore these unalienable positions of literature and Buddhism. Well, before I end my welcome, I just want to place on record that, well, ladies and gentlemen, the untimely demise of late Shakti Sinhaji, Director General, International Buddhist Confederation and Chairman, Academic Coordination Team for this 8th regional conferences and the GBC on the 4th of October, 2021 is a huge loss to all of us. We could not have conceived this conference without his guidance, enthusiasm, and dedications towards a high quality academic exchange of Buddhism. It was just a few days before of his demise, we had a video conference about today's program. And in fact, he was so much interested to be present physically in this program and advised us to make this program a big success. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the gathering. Now, may I request Venerable Dr. Dhamma Piyaji, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation, to deliver the welcome address. Venerable Dr. Dhamma Piyaji was supposed to join us in person, but due to his important engagements, he is gracing this event virtually. Now, may I request Venerable Dr. Dhamma Piyaji to deliver the welcome address.
Namo Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Saranang Gacchami Dhammang Saranang Gacchami Sanghang Saranang Gacchami. At the outset, may I invoke the triple J, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, to bless all of us today. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, the Honorable Governor of Sikkim and President of NIT, Shri Ram Singh Tamang Ji, the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Minister of Culture, Chamduk Lepcha Ji, Shri Pema Wangyal Ji, Director NIT, Venerable Jeshe Damdul Ji, and Professor Amarji Balochon Ji, all my venerable masters, venerable monks, venerable nuns, lay followers, devotees, friends, brothers and sisters in Dhamma, and all the erudite scholars, speakers who will be deliberating on this subject today, Buddhism and literature. As our MC has already informed, that we are having 8 regional conferences, 4 in India and 4 outside India. And today this conference at Gangtok, Sikkim is the last conference out of 8. The 7 and already we have completed. Before we go for the final conference supposed to be held at Nalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda Vihar, probably in the month of January 2022. We have already discussed many topics during these regional conferences in different places. The important point is the discussion, deliberations, all these are fine. These are part of the Buddhist discourses. But what is more important for a Buddhist or for a practitioner is, if I am to pick up one of the 9 qualities of the Buddha, that is Vijja Charana Sampanno. That means the Buddha was such a person who not only speaks, but he acts whatever he speaks, and whatever he speaks, he acts. It is not like only talking, and we limit the teachings of the Buddha to only academic pursuit, academic discussions. No, we have to implement the thoughts, the teachings of the Buddha in practical life. It is Yathawadi Tathakari. Yathakari Tathawadi. That is the basic principle of Buddhism. The Buddhists not only talk and think, but we also act. And now the point is, when we are to act, how to act? That is how it's a very important thing for Buddha and Buddhists, that we should have the chanda, the intention. The purity of intention is very important. Purity of mind is very important. So let us discuss and find out the ways to create a better world in different perspectives and different dimensions based on the universal, impartial teaching of the Buddha, who has asked his disciples to go forward. First, develop oneself, elevate oneself. After achieving the highest level of purity and development, then go forth and work for the welfare and benefit of all living beings. I hope we can take the teachings of the Buddha forward and not only discuss, but also act for the welfare and benefit of others with the basis of loving kindness and compassion. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Dhammapriyaji, for sharing with us the significance of this conference on Buddhism and literature. Now let us have the privilege of listening to the keynote address by the 2 esteemed speakers. First, we have Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul, Director NIT, Director Tibet House, Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Let me introduce him briefly to our audience. He holds a Geshe Larampa degree from Drepung Losling Monastery. He served as the interpreter and translator for His Holiness the Dalai Lama within India and abroad for many years, and is one of the chief editors and co-authors of numerous scientific, philosophical, Buddhist, and secular books with prominent professors in the UK and USA, as well as with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul has himself translated several important Buddhist philosophy texts and given countless well-acclaimed lectures to varied audience across the world. He is also a renowned teacher of Buddhist philosophy, single-handedly anchoring the Nalanda Master courses and numerous batches of the Nalanda Diploma courses at Tibet House, New Delhi, with up to 2,000 and more students for more than 50 countries, as well as holding regular teaching across the globe. Now, may I invite Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul, Director, Tibet House, who is gracing this event virtually, for kindly sharing his insights with us.
Kange toze nyerso ne tawa tamje bambe shir tambe chune dunze bagwadam dala chase lo. And it is with great compassion you taught immaculate dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Respected Shri Ganga Prasadji, the Honourable Governor of Sikkim, and Shri Prem Singh Tamangji, the Honourable Chief Minister, Shri Samdhu Blebjaji, the Honourable Cultural Minister of Sikkim, Shri Pemba Wangir, Director in IT, and my very dear, respected friend, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, and my, again, another very dear friend, Professor Amarji Lojenji. It's a great privilege, it's a great joy for me to be here with all of you. And given that I've only 10 minutes for this, so I like to quite rush through this. The first slide, please. First slide.
I request the host to enable screen sharing to Tibet House IT. Thank you.
Okay, so the world is, okay. Thank you. So the topic here is the Buddhism and literature. And this is a very important topic. So the first, what we need to keep in mind is that the three councils of the Buddhism till 250 BCE, and after that, several councils happened in other places. And the first council that brings to light the literature of Buddhism. All teachings of the Buddha compiled orally under the guidance of Venerable Mahakashyap, the Mahathero, the first heir to the Buddhist Shakyamuni, under the patronage of King Ajatashatru. So the basic, the genre or the literature, how put into the classification of the genre classification is Vinaya, compiled by Venerable Upali, Sutra, compiled by Venerable Ananda, and Abhidhamma, compiled by Venerable Mahakashyap. Next. So if you look at the legacy holder institutions of Buddhist literature, we see that we all know one which was predominantly the Nalanda University, and the Virgamashila, Attandapuri, and several other institutions who were there. And in fact, it is believed that Nalanda University was the first university in the world. And Bologna University is considered as the living university, which is the first, which is still surviving. That is the Bologna University in Italy, whereas the Nalanda University in date, it is the oldest one. So these are the legacy holders of all this Buddhist literature. The next slide. And the one thing that we need to keep in mind is that unlike the modern education, for the Buddhist traditions, these texts, these literatures, they are given such a respect to this literature, to the extent that even the wrappings are very different, and even the inks they were used, like gold was used as inks in many cases, with beautiful, the paintings on the sides and so forth, giving so much respect to these, and all done through by hands. The next slide. Okay, in fact, recently I was asked to do an interview about the Nalanda. In what way the Nalanda tradition, Nalanda Monastic University, in what way that is something very special. And one thing that for sure we can see the difference between the Buddhist teachings and the Buddhist literatures and versus the modern literature that you find is that the Buddhist literature, 4 points are considered very important. Whenever a master composes a text, it should have the 4 things. One, the content matter. This is very common to all the other literature works. And then the immediate purpose, the long-term purpose, and the links. Immediate purpose as well is something common to all the traditions across the world. Is for the readers to understand the meaning of what is being conveyed. And the long-term purpose, this is something very different. And given that the Buddhist teachings, and in Asia, almost all the classical Indian traditions like, say, Samkhya, Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, and so forth, Indian Jainism, Buddhism. So there's a tremendous emphasis on the long-term purpose. And the long-term purpose is not just for the individual to know something out of this text, and also not only to gain a livelihood out of this, but for a soteriological purpose, a greater purpose of moksha, enlightenment, and Buddhahood. So that makes the whole difference. Generally speaking, our habits, the behaviors in the community, they're all driven by your thought processes, cognitive thought processes. And if the cognitive thought processes, they're shaped by these treatises, by these texts, which have the deeper intent of the long-term purpose, and even the lifestyle of the person can change. Person can become more compassionate, more sensible, deeper understanding, less selfish. This is something so special. And in fact, today, the COVID-19 taught us that we are all interdependent. There's no one institution, there's no one individual, single person who's independent. We are all dependent on each other. So where only the love and affection, where compassion works to bring us all together from the state of misery to the state of happiness. So this is where the difference lies between the Buddhist traditions and the modern day literature. The deeper the purpose, long-term purpose, soteriological intent is there, and whereas in the other case, it's more like the mundane purpose. The next slide, please. Okay, for the soteriological intent, we see that all these teachings given by the Buddha, and then later on, then the many scholars, practitioners, they came into being, and they came out with their own contributions. And all these, we see that they are intended with the deeper meaning. And as we can see here, I'm not too sure if you can see this clearly. I'll read it for you. What the Buddha said is that all the teachings that are available now of the Buddhas in the Tibetan tradition, and also in the Chinese tradition, and in the Theravada tradition, we have the Tripitaka, which is so precious. All the genre of the teachings of the Buddha, the Buddha indicated this profound, peaceful, elaboration-free, clear-eyed, and non-composite. Such as the Nectar Dharma I've discovered, finding no one can fathom this teaching in silence or return with words. So there, the indication is that it is not just for a livelihood, it's not just for the immediate healing, but for a long-term benefit of getting rid of your miseries altogether and to embrace the maximum happiness. And this topic, which alone has the capacity to get rid of all our fears, irrespective of what your gender, the specification is, your the ethnicity, your religion. Nobody wants the fear. For example, COVID-19 tells us that we are all same human being. It doesn't matter whether you're Buddhist or non-Buddhist, whether you're male or female, whether you're high or low. The COVID-19 does not know these things. It only knows that you should be all together. So to get rid of these problems, the Buddha taught the teaching, accepted teachings, which has a deeper meaning there, which is indicated in the second verse, which said, beyond our trends, thought and expression is the professional wisdom, which is unborn, unseized, and has the nature space, is an object of apprehension of self-realized wisdom. To you, the mother of the Buddhas, the 3 times of the obeisance. Okay, so there, all these cognitive evolution, cognitive facilities were provided by the Buddha, indicating that this cognitive evolution is extremely profound. At the same time, this cognitive evolution must be for the purpose of enhancing your compassion, to let yourself expand with your compassion to embrace the world. So this is indicated in the next, the passage which reads the Dharma Sangiti Sutra, where the Buddha said, the Bhagavan Bodhisattva does not need to train in many practices. Bhagavan, if a Bodhisattva firmly grasps one practice and understands it well, he or she has all the qualities of Buddhahood in the palm of his or her hand. If you ask what the soul practice is, it is great compassion. So the purpose of this is to expand our love and affection towards all beings. And in the modern education, unfortunately, what you see from the kindergarten level to the university level, what we see is that this is purely designed to enhance, to enrich, to heighten your cognitive ability, and not really for the effective quality of your the heart. Where in a modern education, this is the greatest limitation. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, wherever he travels, and to address the public, these scholars and experts, they always come up with one question, that while the modern education is meant to bring about greater harmony, peace in the world, happiness in the world, on the contrary, the world is going downturn. Where are we going wrong? This is a question asked by the experts, wherever he travels, within India, outside India. And His Holiness, without any second thought, the answer comes that it is all because of the limitation of our modern education system. And what he said is extremely true, that the modern education is designed on the basis of the Industrial Revolution, where everywhere there is a material development, the person, the country can conquer the world. So Britishers, they become so powerful at that point for that reason. It's for this reason that the modern education only inculcates, only endeavors to bring about, say, development in your cognitive, the flourishing. So for that matter, believe it or not, in the modern education system, or in a kindergarten, be it in the university level, if a student asks, what is 2 plus 10? If the student says 12, then everybody claps, you pass. Whereas if the student says 2 plus 10 equals,
जैसे जरा कड़ा रहता है ना, छोटे बच्चे
12-ish,
खाने को खिलता
no matter what potential that you have, you might have the capacity to become the second Mahatma Gandhi, second Mother Teresa. You will not become somebody knowledgeable. This is a very sad situation for modern education. His Holiness the Dalai Lama says that we need to include in the modern education what is known as the universal ethics, not only to develop your brain, but also to develop your heart. So this says what is intended. In this connection, this is so important that the Buddhist literature and today's modern day literature, what's the difference? The difference again, as I indicated earlier, this is the thing, that finally we should not forget that all these knowledge that we are sharing, they are for the purpose of the humanity to grow in its happiness, harmony, and peace. Where that is missing, then the purpose is defeated. For that matter, the next slide, please. For that matter, the Buddhist teachings, all the Buddhist teachings, very sophisticated, particularly what is developed in Nalanda University and the Virgamana Shield and so forth. All these teachings, what there's a tremendous sophistication there to the extent that we can do comparative studies between the philosophy taught by the Buddha, later interpreted by Nagarjuna, with that of the quantum mechanics, quantum physics, likewise with the relativity theory of Einstein. So this is what we can do. And we can see the great parallels between the two systems, and also with the neuroscience and the Buddhist psychology. There are so many areas where the two systems can work together to enrich each other. So while this is happening there, the Buddha is well aware of the need to keep in mind the purpose, the deeper purpose. So here it says the philosophy and the corresponding mindset. Whether the person's happy, deeply happy, unhappy, maybe somebody is holding such a, they say, triple PhD and so forth, but person may be very unhappy, or person may be the richest, recognized as a Nobel laureate in physics and so forth, but the person remains essentially so unhappy. Where are we going wrong? So this is where the Buddha taught all teachings of the Buddha either point to the ultimate reality to get rid of our ignorance, or to lead to the ultimate reality, or to help to establish the ultimate reality so that your wisdom is going to be inculcated, rendered, and the ignorance is eliminated. So this is where this is missing, then things become very shallow. The sophistication and the intellectual rigor may be there, but the purpose is defeated, where the person who really embodies the heightened state, the highest state of the intellectual rigor, but a person remains very unhappy into depression. This is a clear indication that the modern education needs to be complemented by the features or provisions to develop the heart. Next slide, please. Okay, so now the literary treasures of the world. Of course, in the West, we see that there's so huge amount of the literature, Western philosophy, modern science, and so forth. And also in Christianity, Judaism, the huge amount of literature available. In India, there are different traditions, like Vedanta, the Mimamsaka, Samkhya, and so forth, Jainism, Sikhism, that's huge. Likewise in Buddhism, say Nalanda, huge library was there, huge library, and unfortunately, all these treasures, they have simply been burned. That's very unfortunate, and we all know the story. No need to go into the more explanation. And this is what happened. This is a loss of a huge treasure of the world. It's not the treasure of the Buddhists, it's the treasure of the world. For example, modern science is the treasure of the world. Likewise, the classical Jainism, Vedanta, and so forth, all these treatises and the literary works, they're all the treasures of the world. Unfortunately, this is extremely sad that the people within the world, they destroy our own treasures. Very unfortunate. So if you look at the chronologically speaking, we see that the Buddha taught the Tripitaka, the teachings orally, and then these things. Now what is available here today in the Theravada tradition, we have the Tripitaka. This is still alive there, and luckily it was taken to Sri Lanka, then from there it spread, and now finally the world still has it, is not dead, it's not gone. And the second part about the direct teachings of Buddha translated into Sanskrit. Tripitaka in Theravada, it is in the Pali language, and those from Sanskrit, they still survive, not full, a great part of it, because they were being taken away to Tibet. And in Tibet, they were so well translated. It maintains such a loyalty to the original teachings of the Buddha in the form of 110 volumes. So many of the Sanskritists, they're so happy that while the Sanskrit tradition was almost like ruined to the rambles by the invaders, but we are still happy to know that they are alive in a different language, in Tibetan language, in 110 volumes. And then pertaining to the commentators, we see that in Nalanda, there were these 17 Nalanda Pandits, and whose works, luckily, were being translated into Tibetan, 230 volumes in Tibetan translations. And then in Theravada, we see that Venerable Buddha Ghosh, his text, his treatise, which is Visuddhimagga, is extremely, rich and sophisticated commentary or the work, the treatise pertaining to the Buddha's teachings. And then in Tibet, they say, why there are so many scholars who wrote commentaries of the commentaries, but these are some of the outstanding scholars, practitioners, and enlightened beings. So one is Sakya Pandita in the 12th century AD. Then the next one is Lama Tsongkhapa, the 14th century AD. And then Pudong Chole Namgyal, he is really credited as the one with the greatest number of the compositions, or that the treatise is composed. He composed, like in Tibet House in Delhi. We were assigned by His Holiness the Dalai Lama about like 12 years ago to reproduce his works. So we did that, and the original said to be in like 200 volumes. Now we put them together in 113 volumes. So we distribute them free to all the academic monasteries and so forth. And then we have Jamgun Jumipam, a great scholar in 19th century AD. Next slide, please. Okay, I have a few minutes more. Now the next point is way forward. With this, yes, they are huge. The amount of literature, Buddhist literature there. What's the way forward? Okay, so now today, in the 21st century, what is required is more literatures on collaborative studies between modern science and Buddhist studies, like quantum physics and Shunyata or empiricist concept, and neuroscience and Buddhist psychology. So now this area needs to be expanded. This is my personal aspiration. The next slide, please. Okay, this is what His Holiness has to offer to us. It is his plea, actually. So let me read this for all of us. Since the emergence of modern science, humanity has lived through an engagement between spirituality and science as two important sources of knowledge and well-being. Sometimes the relationship has been a close one, a kind of friendship, while at other times it has been frosty, with many findings the two to become incompatible. Today, in the first decade of the 21st century, science and spirituality have the potential to be closer than ever and to embark upon a collaborative endeavor that has far-reaching potential to help humanity meet the challenges before us. We are all in this together. May each of us, as a member of the human family, respond to the moral obligation to make this collaboration possible. This is my heartfelt plea. So this from Universe in a Single Atom, the book by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The last slide, please. Okay. Okay, there's one part which is missing. That is my personal plea, that in this huge genre of the Buddhist teachings of the Buddha, the commentaries by the great commentators from the different the traditions and the people from different countries, scholars from different countries. At the same time, what I personally feel lacking, the manner in which His Holiness made the plea that we bring together the modern science and the Buddhist teachings together to make a greater contribution to the world. I personally feel that this area, the area on the say brain and the mind, the paradox of the brain and mind, this is the area where we really, literature-wise, this is lacking in the Buddhist literature. This is what is lacking, and I wholeheartedly wish and pray that later scholars who are good in modern science, particularly neuroscience, who knows about the workings of neurons, workings of the neuroscience, plus on the Buddhist psychology, somebody who is really, really expert, Now they should work on this area. This is something which is very lacking. And in the 7th century AD, there was one great Indian master by the name Acharya Dharmagirdi, which I'm sure some of you are all aware of. His book, the Pramanavartika, chapter 2, that is the one which really worked on this part, identifying or working on the areas between these two to see whether these two are the same or these two are different. This is going to be huge work and requires a tremendously profound analysis by the scholars. This is my heartfelt request and wish. Okay, thank you, each and every one of you. And I pray that this conference is going to be a great success where many youngsters can be invoked to see the benefit of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venerable Geshe-la, for sharing your insights on the theme of the conference and showing us this step forward. Now, may I request Professor Amarjiva Lochanji, Chairman, Academic Coordination Team, Advisor Buddhist Projects, ICCR. He's also the Deputy Dean, International Relations, University of Delhi. I request him for his keynote speech. Welcome, sir. So before Professor Amarjiva Lochanji begin, I request again everyone to put on your mobiles on silent mode. Sir, over to you.
Your Excellency, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, Honourable Chief Minister of the States, Shri Prem Singh Tamang Ji, and my very dear Shri Pema Wangyal Ringjing, Director of NIT, our great friend Dr. Dhammapriya Ji in virtual world, and Venerable Geshe-la Doji Dandullah, who has been very much close to us in many ways. And I salute, offer my respect to all Sangha members and devotees and laity here. Your Excellency, I take your permission to dedicate my talk to in holy memory of Sri Shakti Sinha, a person of very high caliber. I used to know him since his days when he was with Prime Minister Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, and I lose him suddenly. It is just not even 1 month today when we have lost him. So I dedicate my entire presentation to him. He was a lighting force for this entire event. And we will look for his Shakti all the time too. We have Global Buddhist Conference happening in Nalanda in coming 2 months' time. Well, I have just heard the very, very important lecture, keynote speech from Venerable Geshe-la, and it talks about how we are going to put more impact on learning more about those literature. I am talking today a little bit away from his line. He is deep into spirituality and deep study of Buddhist philosophy. I want to highlight that these young scholars, students from this Namgyal Institute, I always go very vocal for local scholarship. So I invoke all of you to look into those areas of research and work which requires greater attention from you. In my awareness of Buddhist world, I have found that Buddhist literature is solely understood by all of us to be an area of learning about metaphysics and spirituality and respect and all. But when we talk about Buddhism as a source of literature, we have to know that how important it has been by giving the ideas of several other lives, several other disciplines, which are completely missing among us. It is not only Buddhism, it is not only philosophy, it is much beyond than that. The literature of Buddhism, if you find from Newari collection in Nepal, or Pui collection in Myanmar, or Khmer collection in Cambodia, you would find we do not understand the entire Buddhist philosophy if you do not know about Dhamma Sastra and Manu Sastra. The law has been encoded much beyond the Indian borders. These are Buddhist literature. The way they have talked about how medicine system has grown with the reference of Jivaka in many of these texts, whether it is Mongolia or the countries which are around Mongolia, you will find that they do talk about a worldly connection of Buddhist literature to get benefit of many types. Similarly, when we talk about Buddhist life and society, how it has to be understood, how it has to be administered is also found in Buddhist literature. I have come across some literature in Myanmar where we find a Shastra, how to handle the theft, the cases of the burglary in Buddhist principles. This is very important to learn how we talk about mostly in India about Chanakyas, but there are several Chanakyas in Buddhist literature, and we need to bring them with the help of these young faculty members of this place at Namgyal Institute. I'm very sure that the boys and girls in this hall would take care of that. Similarly, we have also come to know, I am trying to highlight certain points which will be very important for us to see. This will make Buddhism and study of Buddhism in a larger framework and more useful. That's why I want to coin the term Buddhology. It should be as wider as sociology and psychology, covering all aspects of society, human learning of social sciences, which will make us important in contributing that. All Buddhist law inscriptions found in Myanmar. I'm just talking about Myanmar because it is an extension of what we have here today. The Himalayan Buddhism is not complete if we do not study all this literature found on different inscriptions, not only in Myanmar, Cambodia, Thailand, and Laos, but in other countries. Those literary sources which are found, because the inscriptions in India, you might think of, or we always come across, they are not longer than few lines. But when we go to South Asia, especially Nepal and Southeast Asia, you will find these inscriptions are great creation of poetry or prose. They write in a beautiful parameters, beautiful meters and syntax. All of these are very important and joy for any reader to learn and express the knowledge of that. Buddhist law inscription firstly written in the world was in Myanmar in 1249. Similarly, I have come across the literary genre of Buddhism which came in 16th to 19th century, which are very important because you know that after the tragedy in India, which struck Nalanda, Vedantapuri, and Vikramshila, you must have seen in the slides of Venerable Geshe-la that all these three are prey of 11th, 12th century AD. After that, nothing is left. All are gone in different parts of the world in the Himalayan zone. So Himalayan Buddhism is very important for us. If there was no Himalaya, no Buddhism would have survived. I am very sure it is not only Theravada, but it is Mahayana and tenets of Mahayana which has made Buddhism survive and flourish in a big way. And I'm committed to this idea that we should work together to see it goes further beyond than what we talk about. I also want to talk about the Buddhist literature genre called Rajavan and Maharajavan. These are the two great collections of texts in Southeast Asia where they talk about not only genealogy of the kings and kings' families, how much they have contributed to Buddhism, how much they have donated to the monasteries. These are parameters which will make you proud that how our ancestors have been working to protect, promote, and prosper Buddhism. It's a very important event. We have to learn that. And I can tell you as on behalf of Ministry of External Affairs, where I work for advisor for Buddhist projects in all India, I can assure you that if the boys and girls here in Namgyal Institute want to work on certain Buddhist literature and want to visit other countries for literary studies, we are there for you to help and support your every study. Let us see that we do have understanding of the entire Buddhist literature, not only singularly confined to studies of metaphysics and Buddhist philosophy. It is much beyond than that. If we don't know about horoscopes of Buddhism in Mongolia, we are completely illiterate. If we do not know more about the law books and texts, we are not knowing how the Buddhist law has been connected. We have also to understand not only the forces of Indianization in these areas, we have to see vernacularization of the language of India. This is very important. This term I'm coining, vernacularization, is because of that best books in Sanskrit and Pali, they have been all put into the languages of local culture, local people, which has seen in the different scripts found in Nepal and other countries. These are waiting for you and for your attention. Your Excellency, I have taken a long time, but I'm sure I want to instill a great confidence in all of them to learn and develop more. And Buddhism doesn't belong to you only. It belongs to all of us, more than us, more than all the time in the future of the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji, for sharing your insights with us and encouraging all the students and scholars to take up the research forward. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity of inviting our guest of honor, Shri Prem Singh Tamang Goleji, the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim. I request you for your inaugural address, sir. Thank you.
Honourable Governor of Sikkim, Sri Ganga Prasad ji, also the President of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. Honourable Minister, Culture Department, Government of Sikkim, Sri Sandu Blepcha, respected Secretary General of IBC, Venerable Dhanma Priyaji, through video conference. Respected Venerable Geshi Doji Dadul, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi. He is the keynote speaker through video conference. Respected Professor Amarjeeva Lochan, Chairman, Academic Coordinations Team, Advisor Buddhist Project, ICCR, who is present here. Respected Special Director General Police, Government of Sikkim, Sri Akshay Sasdeva ji. Secretary Culture Department, Sri Divi Rao ji. Respected Secretary Simish Office, Dr. S.D. Dhakal ji. Respected Dorji Lopens of major 6 monasteries of Sikkim, Lopen Tempa Gyacho Pemayangchi Monastery, Principal of Seda from Pangthang, Head of Buddhist Faculty of Sikkim University, Teaching Faculty of Seda Pangthang, Tulku of Inche Monastery, respected then Secretary Government of Sikkim, and then Director of NIT. Senior Spiritual Guide, respected Captain Yongdan ji, who is here, distinguished guests and gentlemen, resource persons, students, and management, press and media, namaskar, Khamri Tasidile. It gives me great pleasure to be present in a function presided by the Honourable Governor of Sikkim, Sri Ganga Prasad ji, The conference on Buddhism and Literature, organized by the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in collaboration with the International Buddhist Confederation and the Indian Council of Culture Relations, is sound prosperous as it enrich the spiritual instincts and draw our attention towards the spiritual good and all pervading reality. At the outset, I would like to express my happiness to be an indispensable part of this program. Hence, my heartiest gratitude goes to the organizing committee. I also express my warmest greeting to every one of you present here. I am really proud and always grateful to the Honourable Governor of Sikkim for his benign presence in this auspicious function. I would be incomplete without appreciating you all for organizing this wonderful event. Firmly, I believe that such spiritual oriented event transforms and leads our mind towards kindness, respect, awareness, mutual understanding, coordination, and ultimately the spiritual awakening to the higher level. The wisdom and eternal power that we gain through dedication grant us the generosity, simplicity, ego-less attitude, and righteousness. Our state Sikkim, the most sacred land in the Himalayan, is so rich that every rock, cave, lakes, either air and the landscape deals with some religious evidence and philosophy. Is a prosperous state in terms of devotion and serenity, where Guru Padma Sambhava showed his cherished blessing. The cordial attitude, sweet dealing, and the respect to religious perspectives that our people clearly depict that our state is indeed very rich in this aspect. Sikkim is a unique blend of different customs, religions, and traditions of different communities. Since the ancient time, the brotherhood between Bhotia, Lepcha, and Nepali community living in Sikkim in harmony and mutual understanding is a great example presented before the world. Beside vibrant custom and tradition, religious belief and respect to the religious leaders and the sun, in addition to the learning attitude of our people, is always praiseworthy. As part of Eastern Himalayas, Sikkim is notable for its biodiversity, including alpine and subtropical climates, as well as being a host to Mount Kanchenjunga, the highest peak in India and the third highest peak in the world. My perspective is that we worship Mount Kanchenjunga and other natural elements, hills and lakes, receiving perennial divine vibration. Apart from that, we have an independent department of Sangha, Sangha Assembly Constituency, and an MLA. All the religions in Sikkim are looked after by the department, which is an unprecedented concept that exists only in Sikkim. Coming to the agenda, literature is a fundamental factor in the establishment, propagation, and growth of major religions in the world. We have seen many such instances in Buddhism. As per the record, earlier Buddhist philosophy, art, and culture had taken its rapid pace in the holy land of Indian peninsula and around. Lord Buddha himself taught orally the doctrine of Buddhism, and the Sangha memorized the teaching, making it essentially an oral tradition that continues even today. During the era of Lord Buddha and little later, the teaching of Buddhism was first written down in Pali language in Sri Lanka as per the chronicles, which later on were adapted by other countries in various other languages. Since then, as per the historical record, Buddhist literature has been written in Sanskrit, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Tibetan, Thai, Mongolian, etc., and later in Western languages also. Throughout the advent of time, Buddhist monasteries and scholars have successfully developed and used resourceful ways to record their literature from then palm leaves to modern printing technology. I'm sure this conference will enlighten on how literature in Buddhism has played a pivotal role in making Buddhism the globally prevalent religion of this level. Our country, India, has been a global pioneer and leader in the sphere of spirituality and faith since time immemorial. Thus, it is also known as Punya Bhumi, the land of Sant and the divine incarnation. We must be very delighted to be born in India. I have found in some Sanskrit sloka it was written Durlabhya Bharatya Janma, meaning it is very rare to born in India. So, bowing before our motherland with respect, we should please to spend our precious time in the service of the society with love and compassion in our heart, and dedicate whatever we can for the poor, needy, and helpless people. That will be the first step our spiritual evolution. Buddhism is an outstanding instance of a spiritual belief system that originated on the Indian soil and went on to reach the pinnacle of glory of one of the world's most important religions with a huge follower in a number of countries across the globe. The great concept of Buddhism and literature, after hearing once, start its phases flowing in our mind that enlightens us and shakes the space of flourish ahead, because the term Buddhism and literature itself is indeed very magnificent. This great land has always offered a limitless space for new system of spiritual belief, tradition, and philosophy to take birth, spread far and wide with the encouragement and support of the scholars and pioneers, as well as perceptive followers, and reach out to people living in different parts of the world. The body of Buddhist literature, composed by the disciples of the Buddha and later Buddhist scholar, was transferred from generation to generation through the oral traditions. The entire mass of Indian literature composed before the Buddha, which included a large chunk of Vedic literature, was indeed preserved through oral tradition and was very much applicable to Buddhist literature as well. After all, I feel that all the religious epics and teachings reveal the same clue about birth, life, death, rebirth, suffering, way of living, and life after that, but in different possible ways. I believe this conference will be an honest mediator, giving abundant enthusiasm to move a step ahead and gain higher spiritual prosperity, expand in literature, and propagate in a broader scale. Towards the end, I would like to share my experience as a devotee that the inner bliss which we achieve and feel through meditation is very rare. The one who has attained the level of thoughtless state of mind are always forbearing, forgiving, and very helpful. The person who is always eager to share the suffering of others, the philosophy reveals that he is the most well-off person in the world. In our state, Sikkim, we have put all our effort to grant a favorable atmosphere to all the religious organizations. As an outcome, I can observe happiness and contentment on the fascinating face of all the seekers of truth in our land today. I wish this conference come up with successful outcomes and flying colors. I'm sure the respected dignitaries, scholars, resource persons, mentors, participants, and attendees will further be the source of encouragement for thousands of others. The divine message of love and brotherhood is spread everywhere, and the blissful feeling within the people's mind will indeed initiate cultivating gratification and generosity in the human heart. The cold divine breezes emitted out of such religious congregations may be soothing for several people who are suffering out of unpredicted misfortune. The message and teaching of Lord Buddha are always comforting the human hearts. that grants perpetual peace and security to the people in this world of illusion and uncertainty. Lastly, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude to the distinguished guests, dignitaries, the senior citizens, religious guides, scholars, professors, and students who each line share are equivalent to the invaluable phrases of an ethics. I wish every one of you to share and pursue many fruitful deliberations on the influential topic of Buddhism and literature. I pray to Lord Buddha to have a congenial atmosphere during the whole span of the discourse for today and ahead, with best wishes to all of you and very, very happy Diwali. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Sikkim. Dhanyavad.
We thank you, sir, for your message and sharing the initiatives which the government of Sikkim is taking towards strengthening the Buddhist studies, research, and practice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I take the privilege and honor of requesting and inviting our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Sikkim and President NIT, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, for his guidance and message. I request you to kindly deliver the address to the audience.
आज नमग्याल तिब्बतोलॉजी संस्थान के बौद्ध धर्म और साहित्य पर आधारित क्षेत्रीय सम्मेलन में उपस्थित सिक्किम के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री प्रेम सिंह तमांग जी, माननीय मंत्री श्री सामुदूक लिप्चा जी, बौद्ध धर्म से जुड़ी संस्थान के आदरणीय पदाधिकारीगण, NIT के डायरेक्टर, सिक्किम सरकार के अधिकारीगण, बौद्ध धर्म के धार्मिक गुरु, मीडिया के मित्रों, देवियों और सज्जनों, आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बौद्ध संघ और भारतीय परिषद सांस्कृतिक संबंधी तथा नमग्याल तिब्बतोलॉजी गंगटोक के सहयोग में आयोजित क्षेत्रीय सम्मेलन बौद्ध धर्म और साहित्य कार्यक्रम में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित होकर मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मुझे आज बहुत खुशी है और गर्व भी हो रहा है कि नमग्याल तिब्बतोलॉजी संस्थान के इस सम्मेलन द्वारा प्राचीन भारत की समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत जैसे ज्ञान और साहित्य का संरक्षण करने का महत्वपूर्ण कार्य कर रहा है। इस सम्मेलन का मुख्य उद्देश्य भारत तथा विदेशों में साहित्य गतिविधियों द्वारा बौद्ध अध्ययन के दर्शन और भारत विशेष रूप से बौद्ध साहित्य का केंद्र रहा है, इसलिए इसने कई प्राचीन परंपराओं को सामूहिक ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में अंतर्राष्ट्रीयकरण करने की मांग की है। मैं NIT के अध्यक्ष के रूप में सिक्किम और साथ ही साथ आज यहाँ पर जो भी वरिष्ठ अधिकारी उपस्थित हैं उन्हें मैं बधाई देता हूँ और यहाँ व्यक्तिगत रूप से उपस्थित हूँ, इसका सम्मेलन में भाग लेने वाले हैं उन्हें भी बधाई देता हूँ। जैसा कि हम भारतीय अहिंसा, दया, प्रेम और करुणा जैसे प्राचीन परंपराओं को मनाते हैं, आज के इस संघर्ष भरे जीवन में इन मूल्यों की प्रासंगिकता की आवश्यकता बढ़ गई है। आज राष्ट्र, धर्म, सांस्कृतिक समुदाय, जातियों, समूह के बीच में मूल्य लुप्त हो रहा है। यह मूल्य हमारे व्यक्तिगत जीवन और सामुदायिक जीवन में सकारात्मक परिवर्तन लाने और हमारे दैनिक जीवन में हमारे प्राचीन ज्ञान को पुनः देखने, सीखने, अध्ययन करने और चिंतन करने की, इसे विकसित करने का उचित माध्यम है। 26 अगस्त 2018 को सिक्किम के 16वें राज्यपाल के रूप में शपथ ग्रहण करने के बाद नामग्याल तिब्बतीय विज्ञान संस्थान के ऐतिहासिक संस्थान का अध्यक्ष भी बना, जिसका औपचारिक उद्घाटन 1 अक्टूबर 1958 को तत्कालीन भारत के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा हुआ था। चोग्याल पाल्देन थोडुप नामग्याल ने इस संस्थान की स्थापना की, जिसके अनुरोध पर परम पावन दलाई लामा जी 1957 में इस संस्थान की स्थापना की थी। 1950 के दशक में तिब्बत ने चीन अधिग्रहण करने के बाद बौद्ध धर्म का ज्ञान विरासत फलती फूलती, उसके बावजूद भी फलती फूलती रही। अपनी स्थापना के बाद NIT ने सोवा रिक्पा संकाय को जोड़ा और जो आयुष मंत्रालय और बौद्ध तिब्बत अध्ययन विभाग के तहत मान्यता प्राप्त प्राचीन चिकित्सा का एक तरीका और विरासत है, दोनों सिक्किम विश्वविद्यालय से संबंधित है। इस संस्थान के अध्यक्ष के रूप में NIT का हिस्सा बनना मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। देवियों सज्जनों, नामग्याल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टिबेटोलॉजी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बौद्ध परिसंघ और भारतीय सांस्कृतिक संबंध परिषद NCCR के सहयोग से दोनों न्यू दिल्ली बौद्ध धर्म और साहित्य पर इस क्षेत्रीय सम्मेलन का आयोजन कर रहे हैं। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बौद्ध परिषद IBC एक वैश्विक बौद्ध निकाय और जिसका मुख्यालय दिल्ली में है, सर्वोच्च बौद्ध धर्म पदानुक्रम और संरक्षण वर्तमान में 320 से अधिक संगठनों के 39 देशों की सदस्यता ली है, जिसमें विश्व निकाय, राष्ट्रीय क्षेत्रीय संघ और आदेश मंदिर मठ इत्यादि शामिल है। ग्लोबल और बौद्ध मंडली GBC की प्रस्तावना के रूप में मैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बौद्ध परिसंघ और ICCR के भारत सरकार के और विदेशों में जैसे कंबोडिया और भिन्न जापान, कोरिया, गणराज्य थाईलैंड, नेपाल क्षेत्रीय वर्चुअल मोड में आयोजित किए गए थे। यह सीरीज आज आखिरी सम्मेलन जो हाइब्रिड मोड में होगा। यह सम्मेलन भारत और विदेश में साहित्य श्रोताओं के द्वारा बौद्ध अध्ययन को दर्शाता है और यह बात साबित करती है कि भारत में बौद्ध अध्ययन का केंद्र जगह जगह है। यह बड़े गर्व की बात है कि नामग्याल तिब्बतीय विज्ञान संस्थान भी की IBC और ICCR ने इस सम्मेलन को आयोजित करने के लिए NIT को एक भागीदार संगठन के रूप में चुना है। मैं NIT के निदेशक महोदय और इनके वरिष्ठ सदस्यों को इसकी गरिमा और प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाने के लिए बधाई देता हूं। मैं संस्थान के गौरव और सफलता की कामना करता हूं। जैसा कि हम कह सकते हैं कि बौद्ध धर्म मूल भूमि भारत है, लेकिन इसका ज्ञान विज्ञान साहित्य पूरे विश्व में विकसित हुआ है। इस प्राचीन ज्ञान को वर्तमान समय में समस्याओं और प्रश्नों का उत्तर पाने का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। यह भी इस सम्मेलन का उद्देश्य होना चाहिए। इस सम्मेलन के माध्यम से हम महात्मा बुद्ध के करुणा, त्याग, अहिंसा के संदेश को वर्तमान में हिंसा और तनावग्रस्त मानवता की जो आज स्थिति है उसमें इसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, ताकि आज जो समाज में जिस प्रकार का आज वातावरण फैला हुआ है, आतंकवाद फैला हुआ है, आज मनुष्य आज तरह तरह की विभिन्न अनेकों प्रकार की समस्याओं से जूझ रहे हैं, उसमें यह सम्मेलन उपयोगी हो और इसके द्वारा प्रचार प्रसार हो, ताकि इस रूप में ये कर सके कि जो महात्मा बुद्ध ने जो संदेश दिया था, धर्म, त्याग, करुणा, इन सबों का प्रेम, इन सबों का संदेश दिया था, उसका प्रचार प्रसार हो और साहित्य का अधिक से अधिक जो बौद्ध धर्म के साहित्य है उसका अधिक से प्रचार प्रसार हो, इसका भी दायित्व बनता है। नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय जहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ा इसका केंद्र हुआ, लेकिन बख्तर खिलजी ने उसमें आग लगाकर जलाया। कुछ लोगों ने अपनी जान की बाजी लगा करके वहां से कुछ पुस्तक बचा करके ले गए। तो यह जो आज उसकी उपयोगिता है, तो आज उस प्रकार की आवश्यकता है कि जो हमारे प्राचीन साहित्य रहा, जो गौरव गरिमा का इतिहास रहा, जिसमें अनेकों प्रकार का मानवता के लिए संदेश दिया गया, उसे हम फिर से विकसित करें और विकसित करते हुए पूरे संसार में मानवता का प्रचार प्रसार करें, ताकि मानव के जीवन में एकता, प्रेम भाव, त्याग, करुणा, मानव के अंदर एक यह भावना आए और मानव एक मिलजुल करके मानवता के प्रचार में, संसार में, विज्ञान के प्रचार में, साहित्य के प्रचार में अपने आप को लगाएं, आतंकवाद को समाप्त करें। इसके लिए यह आवश्यक है कि आज इस बौद्ध धर्म के इस रूप में प्रचार प्रसार हो, ताकि आज जो फैल रहा है, जिस प्रकार आज विषाक्त रूप से फैल रहा है, जहाँ इस प्रकार जो प्रदूषण आज अनेकों ढंग से फैल रहा है, ये सब दूर हो, इसके लिए भी आज यह संस्थान कार्य कर रहा है और इसे और बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। तो मैं इस संस्थान के प्रति शुभकामनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि जिस रूप में यह संस्थान कार्य कर रहा है, साहित्य के प्रचार प्रसार करते हुए इस कार्य को और आगे बढ़ाए और इसके लिए भी मैं कामना करता हूं। आज इस अवसर पर मैं यह जो सम्मेलन हुआ, इसकी सफलता की कामना करता हूं। साथ ही साथ सबके जीवन की मंगलमय कामना करता हूं और सभी लोग आनंद पूर्वक, प्रेम पूर्वक रहते हुए अपने अंदर एक करुणा की भावना लाएं और एक प्रेम की भावना पूरे संसार में फैलाएं। इसके लिए आज काम करने की आवश्यकता है और इसलिए मिलजुल करके आज सभी लोग इस कार्य में लगते हुए और साहित्य के प्रचार प्रसार करते हुए बौद्ध की जो विचार, बौद्ध धर्म का जो विचार, गौतम बुद्ध का जो विचार रहा है, उस विचार के प्रसार में लग के कार्य करें, यह मैं इसकी कामना करता हूं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं दीपावली की शुभकामना देते हुए सबों के आनंदमय जीवन की कामना करता हूं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत, जय सिक्किम।
We thank you for your very enriching message and instilling the lot of hope and confidence amongst those working sincerely on and for Buddhist studies, research, and practice. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our inaugural session. And on behalf of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, IBC and ICCR, I wish to thank our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Sikkim, Shri Ganga Prasad Ji, who, despite his busy schedule, has found time to grace this occasion. We also thank from the bottom of our heart the guest of honor, Shri Prem Singh Tamang Bole Ji, the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim. With equal pleasure, we would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Shri Samdup Lepcha Ji, the Honorable Culture Minister Sikkim and Vice President NIT, for his eminent presence. I also thank the Director NIT, Shri Pema Wangyal Rinzing, for his leadership and guidance, and Venerable Dr. Dhammapriya, Secretary General of IBC, for his valuable support. We express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the keynote speakers, Venerable Keshe Dorji Damdul, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi, and Professor Amar Jiva Lochan Ji, Chairman, Academic Coordination Team, Advisor Buddhist Projects, ICCR, for sharing their insights with us. I also thank our special invitees and the audience joining both in person and virtually for their kind attention. So now I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward to take a group picture. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will break for the tea and refreshments. To all the honorable dignitaries and special invitees, we will be serving the tea and refreshments inside the hall, while others are requested to take the tea and refreshment right outside the hall in the banquet hall. After the tea break, we have 2 sessions graced by esteemed speakers from different prestigious institutions from within country and abroad, and also a panel of research scholars and students. They will be presenting their research papers on various themes such as Buddhist philosophical views, literature and significance, Buddhism in narrative, language, art and culture, and so forth. For more details, kindly refer to the program schedule placed at your seats. We will resume for the first panel discussion after 20 minutes after a short break.
Significance. And as a chairperson for the session, we have Professor Hirapol Gangnegiji, Head of the Department, Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, NIT. And for the esteemed speakers, we have Venerable Khenpo Chongla, who's here in person with us. And Professor Ayan Singh and Professor Kaveri Gilji will be joining us virtually. And may I please welcome on stage Professor Hirapol Gangnegiji and Khenpo. May I now please invite Mr. Kungawai Huchasangla, Research Coordinator, NIT, to kindly offer traditional scarves and honor our chairperson, Professor Hirapol Gangnegiji. Thank you, Mr. Kungala. Thank you so much. Now, before I hand over the session to Professor Hirapol Gangnegiji, the chairperson for this session, may I be allowed to speak on his biography? Professor Hirapol Gangnegiji is at present the head of the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. He completed MA, MPhil, and PhD at the University of Delhi. Professor Gangnegiji has many years' work with a range of institutions. He has been the HOD of the Department of Buddhist Studies at the University of Delhi, Provost Mansarovara Hostel, Delhi University, Regional Coordinator for United Religious Initiative, Secretary All India Harijan Sevak Kingsway Camp, Delhi, Principal Investigator, E-Pathshala UGC, Buddhist Studies, DU, and so forth. With this, I hand over the session to the chairperson, Professor Hirapol Gangnegiji. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So this is the first session, academic session of this seminar, International Conference on the Buddhism and its Literature. I have an honor to be here. And our first speaker will be of Khenpo Chewangji, Principal of Gonjang Nyingma Institute, Sikkim. A brief biodata, but I have had is Khenpo Chewang completed a 9 years course of Buddhist studies at the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, now the deemed University of Sarnath, Varanasi, and conferred degree of Shastri BA in 1975 and Acharya MA in 1978. He has been awarded PhD in the year 1990. He has joined Sikkim Government Service as a lecturer in Sikkim Institute of Higher Nyingma Studies, Sheda, in 1985 as a lecturer in the Buddhist philosophy, and retired after 30 years of services as an associate professor in 2016. Now, Khenpo Chewang is the principal of the Gonjang Nyingma Institute. Khenpo has written many books, Social Religious History of Sikkim, and the Choigals with the published in Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in 2003. He participated in many seminars at the state and national level, and he has traveled to the US, Europe in many occasions for talk and the teachings on Buddhism. At present, he is principal of the Ganjang Nyingma University, Ganjang University. This is the brief biodata I have having it. Now I will request, Kepal, are you comfortable with here or you want to present from there? Thank you so much.
Tashidele to everyone. Good morning to all the brothers and sisters. And I would like to request my chairperson to allow me to present my paper. It is better, I think so, not to speak too much of addressing because I have only 20 minutes. And I will try to speak so that you can understand clearly. Although English is not my language, I prefer, as much as I know, I will try to speak for the general understandings. Come to the point. It is better that I start my topic. My topic's name is Buddhism in Literature, its origin, development, and exceptional contribution made by the Nalanda Buddhist tradition. Almost 2,600 years ago, the young Prince Siddhartha of Kapilavastu kingdom renounced all worldly pleasures at the age of 29 and attained the highest enlightenment under the Bodhi tree at the age of 35, Bodh Gaya. Since then, Buddha started his teaching by turning the wheel of Dharma for 3 times during his preaching journey for 45 years after his attained enlightenment. The discourses on the first turning of the wheel of Dharma was based on interdependent origination and non-violence. It refers to the Four Noble Truths and Eightfold Path, teaching given to his 5 disciples at Sarnath, Varanasi. The second turning of the wheel of Dharma took place in Rajgiri, Magadha, on the Vulture's Peak, which was based on the vast and the most profound teaching regarding transcendental knowledge, that is Parakya Paramita, the higher training of the ultimate wisdom and the mind of enlightenment. The third turning of the wheel of the Dharma took place in different places like Vaishali, in different places, which was principally based on the Buddha Garbha, the seed of becoming Buddha, the innate nature of enlightened mind within all sentient beings. Many of these teachings were taught mainly to selected students for over 10 years. The third turning of the wheel of the Dharma. Finally, he proceeded to Kushinagar, where he appointed Arhat Mahakashyapaji as the first regent to lead his Dharma after his Mahaparinirvana. The teaching of Buddha can be classified into 2 main categories. The first being the transmission of oral and recorded teachings, that is Lungitemba. The container refers to the baskets, Vinay Pitak, Sutra Pitak, and Abhidhamma Pitak. The second being the transmission of insight, Tokpe Temba, which relates to the contents, the 3 higher training of moral discipline, Shila, meditative concentration, Dhyana, and the wisdom, Prajna. This came into light only through the literary works recited and presented at the first council, Sankiti, convened at Rajgiri during the summer monsoon retreat, the year of the Buddha's parinirvana, under the patronage of King Ajatashatru. During the council, Arhat Upala compiled the Vinay Pitakas, Arhat Ananda, the Sutra Pitakas, and Arhat Mahakashyapa, the entire Abhidhamma Pitaka. and thus proclaimed Tripitaka as the authentic and original words of Buddha. But indeed, these were not yet inscribed in words or written until the second and the third council. The critical aspect of Buddha Dharma is the language origination, which is needless to say that the Pali and the Sanskrit language were the two most crucial original languages of Buddhism. Initially, the Sutra collection of Tripitakas of Theravada traditions were recorded and written in Pali language, well preserved in India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, and so on, and many other Asian countries. It is also true that the Sutra and Tantra collections of Tripitakas of Mahayana traditions were recorded and written in Sanskrit language and were well preserved in ancient Nalanda University. These were the primary sources and original Buddhist literature for academic purposes in the beginning. Nalanda University came into being almost at the end of 3rd century BC, because Nalanda itself is a very important place where Shariputra and Mangalaputra, they were born. It played an important role to shape the academic section of Buddhism for its preservation and propagation. Nalanda emerged as the prominent place of learning around the 1st century BC. By that time, students from different countries flocked in to study at Nalanda University. Although ordinary students could not study all Tripitakas within one lifetime, many prominent Nalanda scholars indeed wrote varieties of commentaries to the Tripitakas. This made a significant difference to ordinary students to learn Tripitakas more easily. Gradually, due to the immense contribution made by the masters of Nalanda by writing in different subjects, for example, Mahayana Buddhist philosophical texts in poetry form, and then commentaries in Sanskrit. The science of languages, medicines, astrologies, dramas, arts, and biographies of Buddha, etc., had further consolidated and enriched the literature of Buddhism to its fullest. To mention some of these illustrious Nalanda masters, for instance, Nagarjuna, who studied the teaching of Buddha thoroughly to perfection. He was one of the earliest Mahayana masters. Later, he emerged as one of the leading masters of Nalanda University and became the chief abbot of the university. Acharya Nagarjuna, 1st century BC, wrote invaluable commentaries to the second turning of the will of Dharma in poetry form, like Mula Madhyamika Shastra, and there are 6 other Buddhist philosophical texts where all these were written in Sanskrit in poetry form, and then their self-commentaries are also there. He was the founding father of the middle way school of the Mahayana tradition of Buddhism. His principal disciple, Acharya Aryadeva Bhagwala, wrote a commentary to Nagarjuna's Madhyamika Shastra called Chatushataka, Umashichyava, the 400 verses. I don't want to explain detailedly that way, but only thing is that the contributions made by the great masters from Nalanda University, I wanted to give you only the hint. The two brothers, after that, the two brothers, Acharya Asanka and Acharya Basubandhu, both 4th century AD, Acharya Asanka wrote commentaries to the second and the third turning of the will of Dharma, that is Abhisamaya Alankara Shastra and Uttara Tantra, Gyulama, respectively, and 3 other philosophical texts which he received from Bodhisattva Maitreya, Chamju Denga. He was one of the founding fathers of the middle way school. Acharya Basubandhu wrote a complete commentary to the first turning of the will of Dharma, that is Abhidharma Kosh Shastra, which you have one subject here in your institute also, which was based on interdependent origination and 4 noble truths and cosmology of existence. He belongs to the Vaibhashika school of Theravada tradition. Later, he became the master of the mind-only school of Mahayana. Acharya Buddha Palita and Acharya Bhava Viveka studied Nagarjuna's Madhyamika Shastri Madhyamika Shastra so perfectly, and later they wrote commentaries to it separately. Thereby, middle way school is further subdivided into two schools, Swatantrika and Prasankika. Oma Rangyuba, Oma Thangyuba. Acharya Diknak, 5th century AD, a disciple of Master Basubandhu, who also wrote Pramana Samuchaya, and Acharya Dharmakirti, 6th century AD, who wrote Pramana Vadika Samanamde, are the two leading masters of logic and science of method and reasoning. Glorious Chandrakirti Dawatakpa, Pandit Dawatakpa, 6th century AD, follower of Nagarjuna, who wrote Madhyamika Avatara, which became one of the burning topic of Madhyamika philosophy. One of the leading commentaries to the middle way, he was the chief abbot of Nalanda University at that time. Bodhisattva Shanti Deva, Yazechimpu Shivala, 7th century AD, one of the greatest masters of Nalanda University, wrote a complete Mahayana text known as Bodhicharya Avatara and Shiksha Samuchaya, which became the most popular text of the Mahayana tradition. He belonged to the middle way school. Acharya Gunaprabha and Acharya Shakyaprabha wrote commentaries to the Vinaya Pitakas and became the leading masters of Vinaya. Acharya Shanta Rakshita, 7th century and 8th century, popularly known as Kenjin Bodhisattva, became the Nalanda University's chief abbot during that period. He wrote two famous commentaries, one of the middle ways, that is Mate Mak Alankara, and another one to the science of reasoning, that is Pramana Tattva Sangra, Semathekonangi. He was one of the greatest masters of middle way also. He was invited to Tibet. Acharya Kamalashila, 8th century, he was the disciple of Acharya Shantarakshita, chief disciple of Shantarakshita, who was also invited to Tibet, wrote a remarkable treatise like the 3 stages of meditation, Gomrim Parma, which is very popular, burning subject nowadays. His Holy Dalai Lama gave many teachings about this. In this way, many eminent Nalanda masters had made great contributions to these writings to preserve and propagate Buddha Dharma. Then Pali and Sanskrit language, these are the two original language, which is very important. But the third most important language is Chinese. The third most important language of Buddhism is Chinese. Many sutras and tantric treatises of Tripitakas were translated into Chinese and were preserved in China. The Mahayana canons were independently spread throughout China as early as 1st century AD, and later on to Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and other Asian countries. Finally, the fourth and the most important language of Buddhism is Tibetan language. Frankly speaking, Buddhism came to Tibet only 5 to 6 centuries after it spread in China. At that time, Tibet and China already had a good relationship dating from King Sunzin Gampo, reign 617 to 650. Instead of translating the teachings of Buddhism from the Chinese language, the Tibetans started translating almost all the sutras and tantras of Tripitakas into Tibetan language directly from the Indian language Sanskrit, which is the more authentic one. That is very important. Tripitakas with Tibetan language directly from the Indian language Sanskrit, considering it more authentic. This was popularly known as the Kanju, 108 volumes are there. The words of Buddha, almost all those above mentioned invaluable writings and commentaries on the Buddhist teachings on the glorious Nalanda scholars, starting from Nagarjuna up to Shantarakshita and Kamalashila, that is between 1st century BC to 7th or 8th century AD, almost 800, 900 years. During that period, many commentaries were written by Nalanda masters. I just put a few Nalanda important masters, the writings, but there are thousands. Almost all these above glorious Nalanda scholars during from Nagarjuna up to Shantarashita and Kamalashila, that is between 1st century BC to 8th century AD, were translated into Tibetan language in 7th or 8th century. That was almost 200 years between that. Almost Kanjus were all translated, not only Kanjus, but many commentaries written by these great Nalanda philosophers were translated into Tibetan language. This is the fact. All these were made available in Tibetan language in the 7th and 8th century during King Trisung Dezen, who invited Ajahn Shantarakshita and Guru Padma Sambhava to Tibet. The trio image, the great about Shantarakshita, the great master Guru Padma Sambhava, the great king Choje Trisung Dezen. We say Kenlop Shusum. The trio image, these are very popular in Buddhist history. Depicts the meetings of these three remarkable historical personalities. The first significant spread of Buddhism in Tibet began during their lifetime. Later, Shantarakshita's disciple Kamalashila and many Indian masters of Nalanda University followed him to Tibet and significantly contributed to translation works. The foundation of Buddhist philosophical texts written by the illustrious Nalanda masters were laid and established in Tibet. During 10th and 11th century AD, Adisha Dipamkara, one of the great Indian scholars of Vikramashila University, was also invited to Tibet and by Tibetan king and further consolidated Buddha Dharma in Tibet. These are the sources of literatures. Gradually, many great Indian masters emerged. Many great Tibetan masters emerged from 4 schools of Tibetan Buddhism, Nyingma, Saitya, Gelu. Many scholars, they studied those philosophical texts written by Nalanda Pandits were translated into Tibetan language. They studied thoroughly and they wrote commentary to commentary. They are all unanimously in upholding the profound Nalanda Buddhist tradition. Therefore, Kanju and Tenju encompasses more than 330 volumes on Buddhism. These are the literatures, but nowadays I think some more thousands. In fact, the teachings of the Buddha in the Sanskrit language was translated into Chinese and Tibetan, which remain the only 2 languages that preserve the Mahayana canons independently. In brief, the entire teaching of Buddha exists in Tibetan language. The Tibetan version is more complete and is still very much alive. Thus, it further developed and enriched the Buddhist literature to its highest level. Buddhism faced many ups and downs in India due to many circumstances, particularly between the 11th century to 15th century. Many invaders from Central Asia forcibly invade our land. Many damages were done to the temples, monasteries, and manuscripts. Original texts which were found in Sanskrit were almost destroyed. That is between 11th century to 15th century AD. Most of the original sutras and tantras of Tripitakas and invaluable writings of Nalanda masters in Sanskrit were burnt into ashes, due to which Buddha Dharma almost disappeared from its original country, India. It was the worst bad news for all Buddhists. But at the same time, the good news was that Buddhism had already flourished in Sri Lanka, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, and particularly in Tibet in 7th century and 8th century. Almost all the texts which were available in Sanskrit language were translated into Tibetan, that is intact, but destroyed the original texts there in India after 11th century to between these 15th century. Buddhism already flourished in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, China, Thailand, Tibet, and later spread all over Asian countries. No matter how brutally they destroyed the texts of Tripitakas and the writings of Nalanda masters in Sanskrit language, its complete form was found intact in Tibetan language due to those enlightened activities of translation works done in Tibet at 7th and 8th century. Thereby, Buddhism became one of the major religions of the world. Last but not least, minor treatises of Buddhism emphasize that one should study the principle of base, path, and result. Shi, Lam, Debu, we say. Using reasons and logics, examination and analysis are considered very important in minor texts, and therefore the system of valid cognition assumes great significance. The ground is our understanding of the two truths. The path is compassion and the wisdom, tapshini, and the result fruit is the attainment or realization of the state of Buddhahood. The availability of practice born of deep insight into the nature of reality through logic and reason is quality of Buddhism in general and Tibetan Buddhism in particular. All four schools of Tibetan Buddhism follow the same Buddha Shakyamuni and Nalanda Buddhist tradition. Therefore, we are directly and indirectly responsible for the efficient preservation and maintenance of this precious lineage of Nalanda tradition. It depends on our collective effort and pure dedication to successfully pass on this age-old Nalanda tradition into the Himalayan belt and revive this precious tradition in India once again. They have successfully passed on this age-old Nalanda Buddhist tradition into the Indian Himalayan belt, the entire Himalayan region, including Bhutan and Nepal, and Mongolia in the north. Although there's a great deal of threat to the environment of Tibet and the Himalayan region, particularly Tibet and its invaluable tradition is in danger. Yet it is true that the holy presence of His Holiness Dalai Lama in Arya Bhumi, India, gave a fresh hope to uphold this age-old Nalanda tradition, which is very much alive and well preserved in Himalayan belt, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Central Tibetan University, Sarnath, now Nalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda, and so on. The Buddha Dharma is deeply rooted in compassion. The deed of compassion is equivalent to an act of non-violence. This can be further classified as the excellent deed of helping others when one can, and at least refraining from harming others if one cannot extend help. These two lines sum up all the parts of the greater and lesser vehicles. In any case, the practitioner of minor teachings has practiced all the exposition of Hinayana treatises. When we are talking about the minor tradition, it doesn't mean that we are not studying the Theravada tradition. It is very much included in Tripitakas of minor tradition also. There is no possibility of having an entirely separate path cult of the path of Mahayana without the teachings of the Hinayana. Since the essence of the path of lesser vehicle is present in the greater vehicle, the teachings of Buddha that prevail in the land of Tibet is known as the complete path. This shows that the contents of Hinayana teachings became even more expansive, more comprehensive, and progressive in the Mahayana doctrine. Therefore, we should now try to test this reasonable and profound Dharma through understanding and to practice the teachings of Buddha in more than only prayers. So prayers are although important, but it's not so useful without studying the Buddha Dharma. Dharma means correcting, taking good changes, or bringing reform into our physical, verbal, and mental actions. His Holiness Dalai Lama further reiterates that we should and we must be 21st century Buddhist. He stresses especially to follow the Buddhist tradition, which is reasonable, logical, and scientific in their approach. Nowadays, even more scientists also take in Buddhism to explore metaphysical realities, such as the human mind, higher mind trainings, and so forth, through reasons, logical analysis, examination, and studying them. It is extremely crucial to study this quality of spiritual tradition. That is why Buddha himself said to his disciples, "Oh, listen, monks and scholars, examine my words carefully, as the wise test gold by burning, cutting, and rubbing it. Accept them after such analysis, and not out of devotion to me." This is the way of Nalanda Buddhist tradition, one of the commitment of His Holiness Dalai Lama, and revival of this tradition in its own original country, that is Arya Desh. India is must and very important. This is our duty to follow that and go forward. Thank you so much.
Lightning talk and presentation. Khenpola has spoken at length about the literary evolution along with the genesis of the languages. Because literary evolution, normally we go with Buddha's teaching, which was oral. And after the first ever time, which is written, we put into written literary evidence, which having is Ashoka's inscriptions. Though they are not a text as such, but there's something literary evidence is that he used the Prakrit as a language and the Brahmi, Ashokan Brahmi script as a script. That's the earliest available written something which is scripture you are having it now. Then after, as Khenpola has underlined it now, it goes to the Pali, Prague, and Buddhist has used all the languages of those time now. Abransh, Prakrit, even Pishachi, then Sanskrit is obviously Pali was already. So therefore, there are different languages and there are different literary sources available. To claim that Kanjur is the whole teaching of Buddha, I don't think it is wise to say so. No. Because there are many things now which still remains that. Buddha's teaching, which is not clear, then Tanjuru was written. No. It's commentary literature. Then this commentary literature was also not so clear. They start writing about the sub-commentary literature. So in Tibetan context now, is Kanjur, Tanjur, then the Sungbum. Sungbum has a lot of interest. This morning, Geshe-la has underlined and he has made clear about a lot of things now, especially the Longdon Lama's Sungbum, it runs into 200 volumes now. They have reduced into 113 volumes. Whatever is there now, Tibet has a huge, enormous corpus of the Buddhist literature in its sub-commentary literature now. They are also equally well. You can see now, as Geshe-la also has underlined, Khenpola talks about these Pramanavartika now. Pramanavartika is such an important text now. This Pramanavartika, in search of the Pramanavartika literary manuscript, in search of that, Rahul Sankrityan, renowned Tibetologist, he has traveled Tibet for 3 times now, just in search of Pramanavartika commentaries. Or he has found, he said, there's more than 120 commentaries in Tibetan languages available to him. When he reaches the Ngor Monastery, Sakya Monastery, when he saw the huge corpus of the Buddhist literature in his library, then he says, no, wonderful, how is that? Then these monks of there said, this has come from India. It was a manuscript in Sanskrit, original Sanskrit. They are so generous, we have kept it because now nobody is there to study Sanskrit. So therefore, I wish they should go on to Tibet, see India back. So 18 mule load of these Buddhist manuscripts, Rahul Sankrityan brought in 3 consecutive travel to the Tibet. And that has been lodged into the KP Jaiswal Institute in Patna. Still, many of the texts are still available there. We have to explore a lot more about that. So Khenpola has spoken many things about all over the literatures, and he analyzed the philosophy, Pragya Paramita, in history, everything like that. 2 things I would like to say. He mentioned about the Shant Rakshita Atisha. Shant Rakshita's book called the Gomrim, and Atisha's text, which is called the Lamdon. These two texts need to be studied properly, because it speaks about the basic Buddhism, how the Buddhism should be practiced. When this also equally sheds a lot of information on the Tibetan history, the background history, why it was needed Buddhism to be reintroduced. First phase and second phase, Tembang Nether and Tembachidar. There's two phases. These two books are very important. And the content of these two books, even you say on the same line, same parallel line. In the Gomrim also, there are many kind of the verses which Shantakshita Kamal Shila refers. That also been referred by the Atisha in his book also. So therefore, these two books, in the light of the content as a Buddhism, why it was needed in Tibet, and also how the Buddhism should be practiced from beginning, going to the refuge and ultimate realization, which we call is the Sambodhi. Then one more word, normally we call it in the Sambodhi, instead of Sambodhi, Bodhi, we use a term called enlightenment. Sometimes I feel as a Buddhist student, the enlightenment term is not going at par with this Sambodhi. Because if you want to translate, Tibetans gives us a tool. Then they have tried to equate the words which is at par with the Sanskrit. Sambodhi Ngombazopa, we call it now. So therefore, Sambodhi is what its root meaning is etymological, is Bodhi means to both, to realize. So as earlier this morning, Geshe-la also underlined that. What is the wisdom? Wisdom is the self-realization. Knowledge of the self-realization is wisdom. And to realize this wisdom is the knowledge which we are going to get that now. And the whole purpose, the corpus of literature, as we are talking about, is for the realization. It is not just merely an intellectual exercise to prove I am better than you. No, it is to self-realization. So Buddhist teaching is not simply passing on the information from the teacher to the student, but is to make the student or make the person or followers realize that. If a teacher, if he succeeded in making that slightest of point also, then that will be probably the success of this Buddhist learning is concerned. So therefore, Buddhism and the Buddhist literature both are the same. Because Lung Narik, without Lung and Rig, Agam or Yukti, that is going to make us the knowledge which is the self-realization. All are interconnected. As the Gomrim also speaks about, this morning also Geshe-la has on the line, Dharma Sangiti, or in Gomrim also mentions about it. If you are to put all the Buddhist teaching in a one word, what will do that? That's all the great compassion. Then that is something, what like something that you put something on the palm. You can see it from all angles. So in Buddhism, it's not necessary we should attempt to read and study whole Kanjur and Tanjur. Even if Buddha's teaching, one teaching is properly understood and properly practiced, that will lead it to the ultimate realization. That's important. So Geshe-la, so Khanpula, so nice of you. You have spoken at length about these importance of the Nalanda, master's teachings and learning everything, from where all those Mahayana was bloomed. Many literatures, and they have gone to Tibet, and Tibetans have nurtured, they have kept and further developed this Buddha's teaching in its pristine form without altering it. There's a big thing Tibetans have done is, see, they have learned a new script. Then they're trying to create a language which will be at par with the Buddhist literature. Buddhism in those days, intellectually is the highest form of Buddhist Indian system. Because Buddha in Indian system, it's called the Shaman and the Brahman tradition. The Brahman tradition, we talk about the Vedanta, and Buddhist tradition, Buddhism as such. It is a crystal form of the Indian thinking, thought process, joy. That is being well dealt by the Tibetans. They were creating a language at par with those languages which incorporate the 5 major learnings. Is medicine, poetry, everything. So they have their different terminologies. They have created the terms at par with this Sanskrit language. So therefore, there are some time, if those who have the Khenpo and all many of the scholars here who have trained from this Sarnath, so they know about it. If sometimes Sanskrit word is not clear, Tibetan word makes it more clear. Sometimes Tibetan word is not clear, Sanskrit makes it more clear. Take it small words, and you will find it now. Let's say the fascinating words now. So therefore, many of our Hindu friends, ask them now, what is the meaning of Ram? I think out of 10, 7 will not be able to tell us what Ram means, But when you go to Tibetan, it's a gaje. Gaje means, simply everyone knows what gajet can. That makes you pleased, that engages you, जो आपको मस्त कर दे, जो मगन कर दे आपको, रमा दे, ram धातु है ना ram word से बना है. Ram means that engages you, makes you happy, pleased. That is Ram. So therefore, उस तरह से similar is Buddhism, both say Buddha बना. Then again, invariably, Buddhist studies, we should be careful about it. Buddha was born. We have to be particular about that. Being a student of Buddhism, we should say Buddha means Buddha Shakyamuni, who was born in the 483 BC. We cannot say Buddha was born. Buddha to unborn hai. So therefore, we have to be careful about them. Buddhist student, being a Buddhist student, the person who knows Buddhism or don't know, words bata dega, which word he is using, how much carefully you are using the word. That suggests that is aadmi kitna Buddhism aata hai, kitna nahi aata hai. So therefore, let's be careful. And we have great scholars like Khenpo and many other scholars who are really giving us a storehouse of information and knowledge. Let's best make use of them. So there are many things Khenpo said about it, which need to be highlighted here. So therefore, I don't have much time also. With this, I just say thank you on behalf of our audience, as well as from my side, for coming here and making this presentation so beautifully. And it was so awakening and enlightening. Thank you so much. Should I inform this audience? Hello. Now we are going for the second person who is going to present paper, Professor Ayan Singh. We are unable to connect with him, so we are waiting for. And in the meantime, we'll go with this third scholar, who is the Professor Kaveri Gill. Is okay?
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Yes. So, respected dignitaries, the Honourable Governor and Chief Minister of Sikkim.
Kaveri Gill, sorry for the interruption. Our chairperson would like to introduce you.
Because they want to know more about you now. Professor Kaveri Gill is so nice lady, Professor Kaveri Gill is at present, she is the principal of the Dalai Lama Institute of Higher Education, Bengaluru. She completed BA, Tripos in Economics, MPhil, a PhD, and postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. Professor Gill has 20 years work experience with the range of institutes across the academia, government, and international development sectors. She has published widely, including the best-selling monograph of the Oxford University Press, Of Poverty of Plastic, Scavenger and the Scrap Trading Entrepreneurs in India's Urban Informal Economy in 2010. Her research interest includes political economy of urbanization development, informally, and the environment, with an emerging interest in the Himalayan region. Professor Gill is on the deputation leave from the, she was before joining this principal's post. She was associate professor in the Shiv Nada University, Delhi. In Delhi. Besides that, in Kaveri, we are known for her. She was associated with the Tibet House also. She is taking keen interest in this Buddhist and Tibetan studies and also Himalayan studies. I personally, very much impressed with the Kaveri Gill. Her father is a professor, MS Gill, who was a sports minister as well. He has been the deputy commissioner of Lahore and Spiti. He wrote a book called Indian Borderland. So that way, that's something. These are people who have taken a keen interest in Buddhism and Buddhist studies as well. So Kaveri Gilji. Now the Professor Kaveri will be speaking on. She will speak on the great compassion in the light of the final view, comparing Buddhist tradition with other traditions. Professor Kaveri Gill, is up to you. I request you to make presentation.
Thank you, Ji Kadinche. So Nada Dele, respected dignitaries, the Honourable Governor and Chief Minister of Sikkim, the Director of NIT Sikkim, Shri Pema Wangyal Ringzingla, the Secretary General of IBC, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiala, Professor Amar Jiva Lochan from ICCR, the Honourable Chairperson of this panel, Professor Gangnegi Ji, my esteemed co-panelists, the previous Kenpola spoke so very well, all the guests and students. I thank the organizers of this conference for this wonderful invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here and to speak here today. And before I start, I would like to remember the late Sri Shakti Sinha Ji. It's really a great loss for Buddhism in India that he departed so early. And I pray that all the merit that is generated from this series of conferences that he initiated at the start as well, they ripen for him in his bardo and his very precious human rebirth, I pray. So with that, I am going to start my presentation and just share my, just share my screen. Just give me a minute, please. Is it visible?
Yes.
It is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I also begin, with the proviso. Professor Gangnegi Ji gave me such a generous introduction, but I must say that, I do not speak either Tibetan and do not know much of Sanskrit, so I forgive my, failings there. Today, I want to speak on, compassion in light of the final view, comparing the Buddhist tradition with other traditions. And here, what I really am alluding to, for those who are technically familiar with Buddhist philosophy, it is really great compassion that I am going to be talking of, which, as we know, definitionally means that, it definitely leads to the rising of bodhicitta or Jangchupsem. It is directed towards all beings of all realms, and it does not require a very high level of concentration, shamatha, the way immeasurable compassion does. But for nomenclature reasons, I'm using compassion in short form, because I want to kind of make a comparison, just with other traditions. And this morning, we heard from Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdola about the soteriological purposes of the Buddha. Why did he teach? And speakers who followed have all highlighted that. So there, I would like to say that, as somebody who was born in a non-Buddhist family, a Sikh family, as Professor Gangnegi Ji says, but one who is now, I would consider myself a follower of Buddhist philosophy and a Buddhist in that sense. What I think is different about compassion in the Buddhist tradition, and that's what I'm going to be presenting today. So I pinched this verse from Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdola's morning slide because it was so beautiful and auspicious to begin by reciting. Bhagavan, a bodhisattva does not need to train in many practices. Bhagavan, if a bodhisattva firmly grasps one practice and understands it well, He has all the qualities of Buddhahood in the palm of his hand. If you ask what that sole practice is, it is great compassion. So this is from the Dharma Sangiti Sutra, the Buddha's own words, on the importance of compassion, obviously, in the Buddhist tradition. And as the previous speaker, Kempola, suggested, that there would be no distinction between, the Sanskrit tradition, the, Pali tradition, all of these, they are all encapsulated in the Buddhist tradition, intertwined. So now we could argue that, compassion is present in all traditions. So we have two categories of religions or traditions. You have the theistic ones where, God as the creator and some sort of divine judgment after you die is really what motivates people to pursue key positive values such as compassion. And then on the other hand, you have non-theistic religions such as Buddhism, where it is the core principle of causality as understood in a very sophisticated sense that is the basis for the adoption of ethical values such as compassion. But we would all agree here that every single religious tradition in the world does emphasize a lot on a value like compassion. So why am I going to argue that the Buddhist tradition somehow takes it a step further? And here is the argument that I'm going to present, and they are all going to be related to the view, or the final view, of course, which I'm going to set out. But before that, there could be many other grosser levels of view. And in light of those, how compassion in the Buddhist tradition, therefore, is far more profound and vast in my view. So what is compassion? A mental factor of love, affection, which wishes others to be freed of suffering and the causes of suffering. And of course, the other side of the coin, as practitioners here would know, loving kindness is really the mental factor of love and affection, which wishes for the happiness and the causes of happiness for all other beings. But I will not go into that here now. Before you have the compassion, there is the generation of affectionate or cherishing love. And here I again hark back to what Professor Gangni was saying. I seek the apologies of the audience that I am not listing the Tibetan or Sanskrit terms, because English is very, very deficient as a language to capture the profundity of these concepts. But I'm just using it as a necessity. So that is a state of mind which sees whoever we encounter in an attractive light, just as a mother sees her beloved only child. Now, this mind of love must precede compassion. So I quote here, once the mental continuum has been made moist with the water of love, it is like the fertile soil in which the seed of compassion, once planted, will freely thrive. Stages of meditation as cited in Lamrim Chenmo. Now, the generation of compassion really needs two elements in combination. The first is this love for the other, for sentient beings or Semchen, for infinite beings. The second is really to see the suffering and the causes of suffering of the other sentient beings, infinite beings, whichever level we choose, right? Now, in Buddhist philosophy, sufferings are interestingly defined to be of three types. There is manifest suffering that we would all recognize, the headache or the cancer or the so many things that we see all the time. There is the suffering of change, where what initially is perceived as mundane happiness, at some point it turns into a kind of suffering. And then, of course, is the most important, which is pervasive conditioned suffering. Now, I'm going to argue here, and this is true, that perceiving the suffering in mundane happiness, which is number 2, but especially number 3, which is recognizing pervasive conditioned suffering, that is really unique to the Buddhist tradition. And that is linked to the view. So now the key object of reflection in Buddhist thought is really the number 3, the pervasive conditioned suffering, which I will just set out here. So pervasive conditioned suffering are the 5 aggregates, Punpo, themselves, a result of karma and delusions, as their presence permeates the existence of all ordinary sentient beings equally, and because they are the basis of the unremitting experience of the other 2 sufferings. So now, we can start to see the profundity of, how compassion is linked to, the view in the Buddhist tradition, which therefore, renders a depth that I would argue is really the most profound and vast I've ever come across in my life. Now, reflection on ways in which transmigratory beings resemble the perpetual motion of a paddle wheel, suffering endlessly and relentlessly, is something that Acharya Chandakriti speaks about in Madhyamika Avtara, chapter 1, verse 3. So this notion that, we beings are suffering in this endless wheel of fire, as they call korva or samsara. So when you apply it to yourself, it induces renunciation, because you have the thought of definite emergence and a real wish for freedom from cyclic existence. But when you relate this notion of suffering to others, it is what is going to induce great compassion. And here, as I said, there are grosser and subtler levels of the view. So even if we think of the grosser level, the reflection on the first four aspects related to the first noble truth, that is the truth of suffering. So the first four aspects of the 16, when we think about impermanence, suffering, being empty, being selfless, these itself are going to, bring about this kind of an understanding. Now, Buddhist philosophy, as the keynote speakers this morning mentioned, and again it has been brought up, Professor Gangnegi also brought it up, and the previous speaker, the Buddha was not expounding his philosophy for just the purposes of, enjoyment or something. He had a soteriological purpose, and that is that, this process of coming into being of samsara, if we understand this, and if we can put an end to it, then there is some hope for beings. So I am going to recite here then from Arya Nagarjuna, his Mool Madhyamika Karika, chapter 18. Ceasing of karma and afflictions leads to nirvana. Karmas and afflictions arise from inappropriate attention, which in turn arise from the elaboration of self-grasping ignorance. It is the wisdom of emptiness that brings an end to ignorance. So what we are seeing here is, how does samsara come into being? What are the deeper causes behind, the 12 dependent related links, or, how actually samsara comes in. So we can talk about samsara as opposed to nirvana, and I won't go in here, but, finally samsara is really seeing things as objectively real, not knowing that, believing it to be true, reacting and all of that, but I won't go into that here. So samsara, you then have contaminated karmas and afflictions as their causes. You go deeper and you see that it is inappropriate attention, which is constantly this deceptive mind of all of ours 24/7, giving a false and exaggerated characteristics to objects. And underlying that at an even subtler level, it is ignorance, which can be defined in many, many ways, but I am here talking about the subtlest view. And that is that, we constantly misconceive the object to be objectively real, existing from its own side, where in reality it exists 100% subjectively. So this is the subtlest view of self-grasping ignorance, and its direct opposite, which is subtlest wisdom. And it is the one propounded by Prasangika Madhyamika philosophy. And henceforth, I'm calling it the final view, but this is the final view in the title of this talk. Now, as I said earlier, that if there was no possibility of ceasing of samsara, and it was only the first and second noble truth, then we don't need to waste much time, because, it would just depress all of us. But the point is here that there is the possibility of the ceasing of samsara. There is the possibility of, cessation, nirvana, Buddhahood. And therefore, we engage in the quest. So I quote from His Holiness the Dalai Lama here. For Buddhist practitioners, the development of wisdom is also very important. And here I mean wisdom which realizes shunya, the ultimate nature of reality. The realization of shunya gives you at least some kind of positive sense about cessation. Once you have some kind of feeling for the possibility of cessation, then it becomes clear that suffering is not final and that there is an alternative. If there is an alternative, then it is worth making an effort. If only two of the Buddha's four noble truths exist, suffering and the cause of suffering, then there is not much meaning. But the other two noble truths, including cessation, point towards an alternative way of existence. there is the possibility of ending suffering, so it is worthwhile to realize the nature of suffering. Therefore, wisdom is extremely important in increasing compassion infinitely. Now, the previous speaker, Ken Pola, mentioned, Acharya Chandrakriti's seminal text, which is really the golden key to Arya Nagarjuna's Mool Madhyamika Karika, which in turn is, of course, the golden key to the Buddha's final view on emptiness. So in this text, which is really about the wisdom side, Acharya Chandrakriti does not pay homage to a deity or to, others. He praises compassion right at the start. So these verses are very famous. So I will recite them. In that, compassion alone is upheld as the seed of the harvest of the perfect conqueror, as the water that nourishes it, and as the ripened fruit that is the source of enjoyment of beings for long. So I shall, at the beginning, praise this compassion. So what Acharya Chandrakriti is saying is that the beginning of the path, it is the key seed that is required. In the middle, it is the kind of water that produces ripening effects. And at the end, it is the ripened fruit of the path in the form of Buddhahood, which is going to be a source of enjoyment for infinite beings. The second verse outlines, how we circle in this paddle wheel, what I mentioned earlier as, this is also a very famous verse on this, wheel of fire that is Korva, how we enter it and keep on circling in it. First, with the thought I, the beings cling to a self. Then with the thought mine, they become attached to things. Like a paddle wheel in motion, they have no freedom. I bow to that compassion which cares for such beings. And the third verse, which is verse number 4, actually, sorry, but in the root text, the conqueror's child who sees that these transmigratory beings are as fluctuating as the reflection of moon in shimmering water and are empty of intrinsic nature, his heart falls under compassion's sway, directing it towards the total freedom of all beings. So earlier, I wanted to stress one thing that I just forgot to mention is that, as I said very briefly that, in other traditions, we would not necessarily at all recognize even the suffering of change. So for example, when we have to generate compassion for very wealthy people or very powerful politicians, the modern versions of Chakravartin kings, we might find it a little bit challenging in other traditions. But in the Buddhist tradition, if you understand the 3 levels of suffering, and especially number 3, and you see that no being is free from it, I feel in my view that then, of course, you can extend your compassion in all directions to beings who would otherwise, one would not think of feeling compassion for them at all. And we do not ordinarily do that. In fact, we may also feel a bit of jealous and, like that. So then here we are going to see that, the levels of compassion. And again, I hope that this presentation is bringing out, the fact that there is so much nuance and emphasis on great compassion in Buddhist philosophical literature and texts and, understanding. It just illustrates, in a way, the whole point of my presentation, how intricate, how much thought has gone into generating what, routinely we might think of the English word as something, okay, compassion, and it can be this or that or anything. So now we go to an explanation of verse number 4. As for the different forms they come in, great compassion is presented in 3 forms. A compassion observing just the sentient beings, a compassion observing their impermanence as well, and finally, a compassion observing their unobservable nature as well. So here we are talking about subtler levels and more profound levels of compassion, depending on the mind that goes along with it, the insight into what kind of view, impermanence, the understanding of all permanent things that we understand to be permanent are actually impermanent. That is a grosser level of, misconception than seeing all things objectively real when they are actually subjectively existent. So depending on these insights that accompany various minds, the great compassion that is going to be generated is, from grosser to subtler. So I will not, maybe I can read, I have the time. The distinction among them is made on the basis of whether a great compassion is directly informed by an insight into the impermanent nature of things, or an insight into the absence of inherent existence nature of phenomena, or none of the above two. A great compassion that is not directly informed by any of the above insights is the first type of great compassion, the great compassion observing just sentient beings. A great compassion, though not directly informed by an insight into the absence of the inherent existence of things, but is nonetheless directly informed by an insight into the impermanent nature of things, is the second type of great compassion, i.e., the great compassion observing impermanence. A great compassion that is directly informed by an insight into the absence of inherent existence of things is the third type of great compassion, the great compassion observing the unobservable. Thus, this distinction can also be understood respectively as follows. The first is an attitude that merely wishes all sentient beings to be free of the dukkha of samsara, whereas the second is an attitude that wishes sentient beings to also be free from the dukkha that occurs due to the distortion of seeing impermanent things as permanent. The last is an attitude that wishes sentient beings to also be free from the dukkha that occurs due to the distortion of seeing non-inherently existing things as inherently existing. So this is from the Most Venerable Paladin Dragpa Rinpoche, The Soothing Rays of Moonlight. Hence the opening verse of 37 Practices of a Bodhisattva, Namo Lokeshwara, you see that all phenomena neither come or go, still you strive solely for the benefit of beings. Supreme Guru and Protector Avalokiteshvara, to you I continually bow with body, speech, and mind. Sorry, I was just getting a phone call from the organizer. Am I running out of time? I think I am. So I am going to just stop there. I will just stop here by saying, just two things. One is that, when you see that the other side of emptiness is dependent origination, and in light of this kind of view, when you think about how to generate great compassion, the objects of that great compassion, how to expand it, my argument is that, there is no kind of end to the profundity of this ocean or the vastness of this ocean. And therefore, this is something that is very, to my mind, unique to the Buddhist tradition. And here I will also end by saying that, the immense skillfulness of the 14th Dalai Lama, His Holiness, where he has tried to take these very deep, Buddhist philosophy ideas into the secular and into the mainstream through his notion of universal ethics. And therefore, if we try to recognize our common humanity, that we all want happiness and avoid suffering, and the second, that we understand interdependence as a key feature of our human reality, then again, we can start, generating compassion to the extent that is set out in the very, very intricate and profound Buddhist philosophy texts. But we no longer need to use the kind of, term Buddhist to relate it to any single religion, if it is more skillful not to do so and take it to a wider audiences. So I had many more slides, but I think we are running out of time. So I would like to thank you once again for this wonderful conference, all the organizers, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaveri ji. Professor Kaveri has underlined the importance of the great compassion. So therefore, she has put together all those, how this Bodhicitta has developed into the compassion to the great compassion. So she has beautifully distinguished between the compassion and a great compassion. To make it more simple, probably, what I understood is that we have the feeling of the care and concern with our own people. That's one kind of lower level of the compassion, probably. We feel more concern and care. Then it is further same motivation and same concern it extends toward the one whom you do not like or your enemies. In the same intensity, we do like that, probably the compassion again increasingly. Great compassion is probably which I say now, I'm not sure about it, but what I gather a little bit from the Komrim, it says now when same intensity is, since your own people, and my own friends is known, enemies also identified now. But when it is extended to this one who don't know, all the sentient beings, we don't know. From the sky to ocean bed, there are many sentient beings, we don't know. if in the same intensity we feel concern and care for them, which know all the environment and everything. Kaveri ji ka favorite topic hai, is that environment, everything. So that is going to be webbed together. No?
Yes.
Then comes, it is something on the palm. Yes. Everything. Buddha's teaching will be just converge on the one point. So this is wonderful, beautiful, she has presented this big word in a very simple, straight, and the terse and the lucid manner. Thank you so much for making us feel it so closely. Thank you so much for being with us. So,
Thank you,
hope to see you again. Thank you so much for input. So good. Now is answering is it the answering is inaudible? Professor Ayan Singh, he was from the professor of Delhi University. He was supposed to join us, but due to some technical reasons, he is unable to join us. So therefore, now we have a little time over here, so we can make this conference and presentation open for your comment, your question. Question should be terse, simple, and straight. So your question is very important, and it will be very helpful for the people who is presenting the paper. So there's going to some portion, some part of the presentation which remain unclear. It will make more clear. So therefore, this is open for the comment and questions. Yes, please, before making question, make your unfire yourself. Mic hai? To mic dijiye.
Kindly raise your hand and the volunteers will be coming to you with the mic.
I request, ask question, because this question will make the person who has presented paper that you have taken interest in his paper or presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Our question nahi पूछा है तो इसका मतलब है कि you have not taken interest.
Can you hear me? Okay. Ma'am,
Yes.
you have said that you have mentioned Nagarjuna's fivefold profundities.
Please identify yourself first.
Oh, my name is Tenzing Yutok, and I'm
Okay.
in the second year of.
Tanzin Yutok is the student of our
Yes,
department. This is the final years.
Yes, sir.
So Tanzin Yutok.
So you have mentioned the Nagarjuna's fivefold profundities. You have also mentioned that the self-grasping ignorance is considered the root cause of suffering. Why is it not the other? Why is it not the other afflictions that is the root cause? Why is self-grasping
Your
ignorance
question
the
is
root cause?
for Kempala.
For ma'am.
Acha, Kaveri ji. Kaveri ji is there?
Yes, I'm here, Professor Karnegi. Should we take a bunch of questions or should I respond?
हमारे एक स्टूडेंट हमारा क्वेश्चन पोज कर रहा है. Yes, repeat again.
Okay. No, I heard the question, Professor.
Yeah, his name is Yuthok. He's in second year student.
Wonderful.
Like Pooja, no, he has also a lot of questions.
Okay. So thank you so much for that question, Yutukla. Very nice question. So I think finally underlying, of course, in Uma Jugpa, there is a distinction made between grosser and subtler afflictions, right? And the subtlest is then self-grasping ignorance. So attachment, hatred, other kinds of ones would be grosser level of affliction. But I think finally, as I mentioned, the subtlest of views, because it is a kind of, even as we see in the 12 links of dependent origination, or, so many others, ignorance of how things ultimately exist is really what then leads to, all the other kinds of afflictions, exactly as this verse portrays, your afflictions and karmas are going to come out of that, and then you carry on in that cycle, right? So that is why until you cut this root, if you cut this root, the entire tree is going to collapse. But otherwise, this whole notion of, then from the grosser levels, then you have the inappropriate attention, and underlying this is the final view. And that, when we take it in the subtlest understanding, as I shared, of the Prasangika Madhyamika view, that is really what I would argue is, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Good. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Tashi Deleg, and hello to everybody. Everyone. My name is Tashi Namgyal. I'm in studying in Swarikpa first year. So
You shipped to Swarikpa?
yes, sir.
Very good.
I'm good to see all the panels here, and especially Professor Kavri here. My question is to Kembuchwala. From my understanding from the top, like from the paper, I have one question. I have a doubt that the Nalanda tradition, is it only named after these works of scholars from the Nalanda University, or can the Vikramshila scholars, the works from the Vikramshila scholars, can also be named after the Nalanda tradition? Are they different, or can they be like intertwined or something like that? Thank you.
You got the question, Kariya?
So when I'm talking about the Nalanda tradition, because I said that to an individual, if we study the Buddha Dharma, it's almost impossible to study all three Pitakas at a time. And even if we have one lifetime, two lifetime, it's also impossible that way. But only thing is that many great masters from Nalanda University, they emerged from there. They studied all the Buddha's teachings thoroughly, and then they summarized the teachings of particularly the turning of the three wheels. Because first wheel was there in Sarnath, second wheel there in Rajgiri, and then some selected places, the third wheel. So that way, within these three, almost all the teachings of Buddha Dharma is summed up. Therefore, Nalanda University, they do have such a quality to study the Buddha Dharma very perfectly. And because of that, they wrote many commentaries based on the three whales. And everything is summed up. As Professor already had said, that Buddha Dharma has such a way that even one word, compassion, that is enough for all the teachings were summed up into that. We say Bodhicitta, Changjub Jisem Rinpoche, which is the combination of the wisdom and the compassion together, which are the two wings of the bird. Any one of them is not there, the bird cannot fly. So these both are necessary to uproot all the negative emotions and to attain to insight. That way, Nalanda tradition, they prefer to give certain parts so that in the near future, all the disciples, they can learn Tripitakas very easily. And not only that, after that, these commentaries were translated into Tibetan language, and the Tibetan masters of 4 schools, they studied also thoroughly for centuries and centuries. And they wrote commentary to commentary, and which made us to able to learn Tripitakas more easily. That is why Nalanda tradition is there. And the Vikramashila University, Takshashila University, there's no difference that way, but Nalanda became one of the most important institutions because of that as a Nalanda tradition. So these, if you preserve all these things, everything is now included within that. That is why Nalanda tradition is very important.
Well, thank you. Kempola has nicely responded to it now. I just want to put together. And you have asked one question on Vikramshila and Nalanda is same kind of thing. What I feel, it's not again, I don't claim that this is the final. Nalanda was more of the philosophical centric, where this both the Chitmatrans and the Madhyamik tradition was flourishing there. Whereas the Vikramshila University was developed later on, but it was more with Tantric center of our Tantra, where the both tradition as a view as a Nagarjuna and practice as of the Asanga. Putting together, then the foundation was the Tantra. That was laid down at the Vikramshila University, if I'm not wrong. So Geshe-la has already said earlier how these two institutes were so important. So therefore, Nalanda was from the beginning, as Kempola also said, this is a place where Sariputta Moggallana was, they belong to it. It was a Ashojit who whose inspiration brought him to the Buddhist tradition. Otherwise, they were the Brahmin students now. So there's Nalandaka is its own importance now, historically, as well as Buddhist traditional scholars as well, from the time of the Buddhas till last, whosoever you can talk about, the great scholars now. So Tashnamgyal is our student. Now he has already passed out of our department. Now I'm glad that he has joined the Swarikpa. So we will have a good Buddhist scholar and a Buddhist Swarikpa scholar. So good, congratulations. Thank you. Any other questions? Time कब तक बताना मुझे?
My name is Sultim Gyatso.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
the research officer of the institute. So my questions to Professor Kaveri Gill. So as per the Tibetan sources, there is 10 bhumis, Sachu, which is the stage. And first to 7, there's a Matak Pesa. I don't know, in impure sa. Then the Tamesa, the later one, the 3 is the pure sa. So there is a link between the compassion and great compassion. Can you expansions any more on that topic?
Kaveri
Thank you for that question. So my understanding would be, that because the entry, so gate gate paragate parasamgate bodhiswaha, so the grounds would really start on the path of seeing paragate and then carry on into parasamgate, the 8 ground, the 10 grounds you are mentioning. Whereas my understanding would be that great compassion, because the entry into gate number 1, we have to generate spontaneous bodhicitta, and to Jangchup Sem, and to generate spontaneous Jangchup Sem, first you need to generate great compassion. So as it is said, so I would say great compassion, non-dual wisdom of emptiness, bodhicitta, these are all necessary for Buddhahood. But my understanding would be that, in order to generate spontaneous bodhicitta, you must have definitely great compassion. So that would come much earlier. But I could be wrong. I'm very far away from any of it, just theoretical understanding. Thank you.
Your great compassion will include all that. I think that's last question. Ho gaya. So thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much once again to all the audience, your questions, and Kenpola for your answer. Kaveji for your respond to our queries. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for giving us time being over here. Thank you. So join us for tea.
As we've come to the end of the session, I would like to thank on behalf of the organizers, Chairperson Sir, and the speakers, Venerable Khenpo Shuangla, Kaveri Gilji, Professor Kaveri Gilji. Now we have a short break for lunch, and the dignitaries might first go for lunch, and then the rest of us will follow. Please let's break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let me start by giving a small introduction about the chairperson, Venerable Khenpo Karmala, who is originally from Sang, East Sikkim. He entered monkhood and completed his monastic education at Rumtek. At 18 years of age, he got an opportunity to advance his studies at the Zongsar Khenze Chogi Lodro College of Buddhist Dialectics in Himachal Pradesh, where he studied and contemplated both in Sutra and Tantra philosophy, as well as minor sciences for 11 years. Upon completion, he served as a teacher there, as well as at the new Ralang Monastery till 2017. He was also conferred the title of Khenpo or Abbot by the 12th Gyaltsab Rinpoche, and also received an opportunity to undergo the 3 years, 3-month retreat under his guidance. Since 2017, Khenpo Karmala has joined NIT as a research scholar and also teaches Soa Rigpa classes and has written a book on basic Buddhism for beginners in Tibetan. That's over to you, Khenpo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to second section for today. In this session, we have 4 speakers. Each of speaker will get 20 minutes for their presentation. So now I would like to introduce about Mr. Jamyang Dorji Chakrishar. He is a master calligrapher who lives in Sikkim. He is a retired civil servant of the government of Sikkim and one of the founder member of IBC. His work comes from his deep devotion to the teaching of Buddha and his love for the Tibetan language. His work is spread throughout the world in private collection. So now he's going to present about Buddhist calligraphy under the section titled Buddhism in Language, Art and Culture. So now I request to Mr. Jamyang Dorji, please to have your presentation. Should I use this one or this one? You can use this one. Pardon? I think so. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Tash Dile. My respect to all of you here, scholars, students. Thank you, Khenpo. Thank you, IBC and NIT for giving me this opportunity to come and share some of my experiences or thoughts on Tibetan calligraphy. To begin with, I must admit I'm not a scholar of any kind. I'm not a Tibetologist. I'm simply an artist trying to share my experience of an art that perhaps is new in Tibetan Buddhism. We have heard about the calligraphy traditions of China, 1,200 years old tradition, very old, and they have their own conventions developed. Also Japanese Shodo tradition and Islamic tradition of calligraphy. But Tibetan Buddhism, we have never done anything on that. Many years back, Trungpa Rinpoche did once Thereafter, nobody picked it up. So I'm trying to share my 12 years of work on that, which has become very popular in Tibet. They have, in fact, designated one day, April 30th, as a National Calligraphy Day in Tibet. To that extent, it has gone. I'm very happy to inform you that. Since I'm asked to speak for 15 minutes and IBC told me to give in writing, so I'm going to stick to this writing, not going here and there. Buddha professed to his close disciples Ananda in a verse in Tibetan which says, "Nga ja thugi tamarna nga ni yigi suksu ne nga yi nyamdo yi chela these thela kubargi," which means at the end of 500 years, my presence will be in the form of letters. Consider them as identical to me and show them due respect. That's what Buddha said. Indeed, when we are talking about Buddhist calligraphy, as it's mentioned here, I don't know whether that's the correct term, because Chinese calligraphy is also Buddhist calligraphy. Japanese Zen calligraphy is also Buddhist calligraphy. Anyway, talking about Nalanda tradition of Buddhism, whether you call this Buddhist calligraphy or Tibetan calligraphy or Bodhi calligraphy or Hui calligraphy, all means the same thing. The script was created based on Devanagari by Thimisambudha, the ablest minister of the court of Emperor Sungsen Gampo. I think he came to India during the time of the last Buddhist emperor of India, Harshavardhan. If he had missed that, I think today we would not have had Tibetan. After that, Buddhism disappeared to a certain extent. Anyway, starting in the 8th century and continuing for 900 years, Tibetan translators translated the entire Indian Buddhist canon, a body of work consisting of more than 4,500 texts and 73 million words. This was spoken this morning regarding text by Kimbola and all of that, the Kanjurs and Tenjurs and Buddhist literatures. Here, I would like to mention one thing. Coming from Sikkim, whenever we are talking about Buddhist texts, I think we also have a fantastic volumes of Rinzing Sodu spoken by Gyal Hazun Shambu. These are pure Dzogchen teachings today available, and the gist of which is Ryu Sangji, which is practiced everywhere in the world, all over the world. All the schools of Buddhism practice Ryu Sangji. So that means the Rinzing Sodu is also a very important text worth looking into. I'm not a spiritual master, I'm not a scholar. If there is a purpose in keeping Ryu Sangji hidden, like the Bayu Demojong, I don't know. If there is no, I would request Tibetology and the Buddhist department to look into the teachings of Gyal Hazun Shambu, which are very, very prominent and very, very useful, especially to this place. Profound and complete philosophy as propounded by the most influential 17 great Pandits of India were translated into Bodhi language. All inclusive Sutrayana, Tantrayana, and Vajrayana, which even Bhaktiar Khilji failed to destroy. It is today actually one of the most important diplomatic tools to claim India as the Jagat Guru, especially in the Asian subcontinent. Okay, however, Bodhi language is still waiting to see Achhe Din in the Indian constitution. That's a different matter. Buddhism is much more than a religion. It is a science of mind. All its teachings seek, as this was spoken this morning, in the palm of the hand, seek to achieve just one goal, to look within oneself and find the true nature of mind. Tathagata Garbha or luminary or whatever you want to call, there's so many names, with primordial wisdom as vast as the sky. When Buddha walked on this earth, idol worship was not allowed. Perhaps it was not even necessary, the kind of quality of the high standard, moral standard of the disciples then. It was not necessary to look into an external force to gain energy or something like that. So it was not necessary. And therefore, he was represented by kind of a sign of a footprint or an empty seat. But by the 1st century AD, artists started to depict Buddha in the human form. One of the first examples happened in the northwestern India in the area called Gandhara. And then, of course, you have Tibetan Buddhist Buddha and Chinese Buddha and Taiwan Buddha and all kinds of Buddha with different variations of sizes of noses. For the disciples to look easily, each one tries to look Buddha the way he himself is. By the 7th century, when Buddhism spread in the Far East, including Tibet, our spiritual masters had to create various teaching aids or tools to initiate the beginners, because then we had degenerated. It was not the Buddha's time. We need external factors to influence us. They created visuals of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, mandalas, both in forms and paintings and tangas, so that it's easier for the people of degenerated time to focus on. For example, as we all know, the Heart Sutra is a good example. Heart Sutra, Heart Sutra was at best a resolution of a meeting or a minute of a meeting that was held there in the presence of Buddha when Avalokiteshvara was explaining to Shariputra the essence of Shunyata. And that was recorded, and that's a minute of the meeting. But then our spiritual masters again created the 4-hand statue, saying that this is the Shiravji Parudishimbaku statue of, so that it's easier for us to get into first. Nevertheless, when we get into that kind of stage, we progress in our meditation process, then we are taught, that's how creative our spiritual masters, then we are taught what is called dissolution process. Don't get fixed into that statue. Then they say, we are told to visualize the deity's idol dissolve into a deity's seat mantra called Shri, either Shri or whom or whatever they may be, Tam, Photoma, whatever they may be. The seed mantra letter then dissolves into you. Slowly, the letter itself dissolves from below until it dissolves into Shunyata. That's what we are told. So in the beginning, if you are asked, this is how Shunyata is, maybe you will not be a Buddhist. So maybe, therefore, you need statues and all that to get into, and slowly, that's how creative our spiritual masters are. Understanding the importance and the sacredness of the Buddhist script, in 2010, I brought Tibetan calligraphy art into the international limelight by creating a world record for the longest calligraphy scroll in the world. That was 165 meters long. Thank you. Calligraphy means beautiful writing, or Shufan, way of writing in China, which has a history of 1,200 years of calligraphy, considered most important decorative form, more important than the poetry and the painting in China, calligraphy. And today, one of the most expensive calligraphy scroll in the Hong Kong market is $45 million. It's a Heart Sutra written in the Chinese calligraphy in the Tang Dynasty period. To give you an idea of the commercial value of a calligraphy, sometimes it's important. Our ancestors have developed more than 100 different styles of writings throughout the centuries, broadly categorized as Uchen, Ume, and Tuksa, all those. But did not focus on the art. Perhaps it was considered a waste of time for a spiritual seeker. Art and gardening and all is not in the monastic tradition because it's a waste of time, perhaps because of that. Art is a visual or a vocal expression of the innate feeling of an artist from the heart, unstructured, boundless, and spontaneous. As mentioned above, Tibetan calligraphy or beautiful writing is a skill that can be practiced, perfected, and reproduced. But yigzel, or the art of writing, the calligraphy art, cannot be reproduced. Amongst the 100 different styles of writings, I learned that the Kyuk style, a form of cursive script of Central Tibet, is the best for the calligraphy. Cursive script has more flexibility. If you write a Uchen and if you say, I'm going to do a calligraphy art, and then you destroy the Uchen here and there, that's not permitted. Tuksa, because this is a standard form. But in the cursive, you have the freedom to write this, that, and all those things, So because of that also, in Japanese also, they only use the Kanchi script for the calligraphy. They don't use the other scripts. Watching art is also an art. The process of creating beautiful art, from conceiving an idea to the final expression on the paper, is a profound meditation process, a sacred journey. Art is a visual expression of the sound of the heart of an artist. And if the cha on the cha and lung, perhaps called chi, of the artist is clear, straight, then they say the art speaks, calligraphy speaks. Of course, calligraphy don't speak, but what it really means is that it is so powerful that it can attract you. We believe that, as spoken this morning, our nature of mind is primordially pure, clear, and vast as the sky. It also holds wisdom that can dispel ignorance. A letter is a medium to contact and to impart information and dispel ignorance. Sometimes spread ignorance these days, I don't know. Let me share my experience of how this journey from the nature of mind to the final visual on the paper. This is my experience I want to share. The artist sits down in a state of calm, abiding, and tries to look within the mind's nature. If you are nervous, if you are busy, if you are depressed or suppressed or excited, you can't do a good calligraphy. That's one thing. That's rule number one. You have to be in a calm, abiding state. His mind picks up a precious word, droplet from the ocean of wisdom. For example, all the names that we have, Rinchen or Tashi or Tundub or Pinzo, they're all precious names. One of these names, the artist picks up. He then brings it to his own physical body and invokes the letter energy on the cha, or the energy channel. The lung, or the wind energy, the nature of which is always moving, it moves up, and takes the letter to cha upward and converts it into a letter of sound. Then the sound is produced. Whether you say the sound or not, there's a difference, but the sound is produced. By using the necessary tools such as brush, ink, paper, and ink slab, the four treasures of a calligrapher, he converts the letter of sound into the form of a letter called calligraphy art. This way, he expresses the inner world in an aesthetic sense for the others to see visually on a paper or on a canvas, and the art is born. So this is a journey, evolving journey. It cannot be standardized. It happens. If you tell me to write something, I'll write. But if you tell me to write the same thing again, I can never write. It can change. Therefore, practicing calligraphy is also a skillful means to see your nature of mind, which is the ultimate goal of the Buddhist teachings. It is the best tool to practice mindfulness besides promoting a unique traditional art. It is a gem that we ignored for so long. I hope the next generation will have some sense of what I'm trying to say. Yet I would still say that to watch an art is an art. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniela. Your graceful presentation. Now, maybe 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
you have. So do you have any question? Just ask to him. No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He left 5 minutes actually. 20 minutes we have. 20 minutes.
I've got 20 minutes. I spoke for 15 minutes, giving 5 minutes for question answer. Yeah, I've got 20 minutes. Purposely, I spoke for 15 minutes. Yes.
Only 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Only 5 minutes. We have question answer.
Kimbula.
General, I want to ask you, why don't you show us some calligraphy photos, like Buddha's statue, something like that? How did you do all these things? Because many of the audience, they don't know. They see only the statues, but how you make the statues? Why don't you explain a little bit about?
Okay. In my art, those of you who have seen my art, you'll find one, of course, good handwriting, because that's the basic of it. If you do not practice good handwriting, and if you say you are an artist and then you start using your, and that's not justifiable. So you have to spend time to practice good handwriting, and that is one thing. In the art section, you'll find two. One is this Buddha, the other is freehand stroke of brush that you have seen. These are two different kinds. Now, the first one, the Buddha one. Now, for example, here, all the lines of Buddha that you see, they are, I wrote with the help of a magnifying glass with a miniature writing. The Shirab Nyingbu, for example, this Buddha contains entire Shirab Nyingbu 3-4 times in the body. All the lines are not lines, they are letters. When I first showed this to His Holiness Dalai Lama, because as you know, in Tibetan tradition, when you do something like this, you may be subject to a lot of criticism that why you are doing, you can't do this. And so I was very clever, you know. The first work that I did, I showed to His Holiness. And His Holiness saw it and said that, what's this? And then I said, these are letters. And he really appreciated. He said, I thought, he thought these are lines, but then these are letters. After that approval, then nobody objected to me, and I can go ahead doing whatever I like. So the basic thing is that when normally when you have ku sung tu, ku is the statue or hanka or whatever, sung, then you have the scripture, then tu you have the chodan. So they are all different things. So I try to bring all together in one, where in this you have ku also there, sung also there, tu also there, scripture is also there, tu also there. In the center is the blank. It's a Buddha, but it's not a Buddha. You know, it's a Buddha, but it's a blank Buddha. That's for the purpose of meditation. So these are the meditational tools I was trying to do it. I wrote with a magnifying glass, and people have to read with a magnifying glass because they can't read. That's the idea.
Okay. Now only one question. Only one question.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate your art. I've seen it on Facebook for a while, and it's really radiant and very beautiful. I wanted to ask you what tools you use, like in terms of pens and brushes. Tools, yeah, pens and brushes.
Yes. Of course, pen. Of course, when you write with pen. Again, here I will take this opportunity to those who are practicing calligraphy, Tibetan handwriting, Chuk. I have one suggestion that will change your way of writing. I want to say it here. Never use ball pen and dot pen. Throw those in the dustbin. Ever since dot pen and ball pen came into this world in 1960s, all the handwritings disappeared in the world, including English handwriting. So please use ink pen, and so that you have a control over your finger. You know, normally you write with a finger, not with your hand like this. But with the ball pen, you have to do it because you have no control. It slips away. So therefore, always use a ink pen if you want to perfect your handwriting. So I use pen, of course. And then, for example, in this case, I use pen only. And the center hum is the brush. I use brush. Then the others, I use pen. And the ink, I always use Sumi black ink because that's made of carbon. And if you see carbon, if the positive negative energy in a carbon is in the straight line, it produces electricity with the torch batteries and all that, as you all know. So therefore, when we use Sumi ink as a carbon base, then if, as I said, if your chi is in the correct position, it really attracts you. If it's in the wall, you have to look it twice like this. Some of you must be having the names that I've wrote in your house, maybe framed or something like that. So you may have experiences on that. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now time is over. So our next speaker is Dr. Anna Baliki Denjungpa, PhD Social Anthropology, London. She is research coordinator of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, Sikkim, and editor of Bulletin of Tibetology. Our research focuses on Sikkim's indigenous cultures and history, including the mediums of ethnography, film, and history photograph. She's author lamas, shamans, and ancestor, village religion in Sikkim, 2008, and co-author edited The Real History of Sikkim, Sri India, 2021. So I would like to request Dr. Annala, please present your presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to, oh, wrong specs, 1 minute. That's better. So I would like to talk about, the title of my presentation is Buddhist Text and Ritual Culture at the Root of India's Only Mixed UNESCO World Heritage Site. Now, I just would like to apologize in advance for relating well-known facts of Sikkim history, which you're probably all aware of already. Okay? But my aim here in doing so is to present these in a different perspective and in light of the UNESCO recognition. So history was made when Sikkim's national park, here now on abbreviated as KN, nature and culture category, making it India's first mixed UNESCO World Heritage Site. Now, to put this in perspective, while 897 are cultural, 218 are natural, only 39 of these are mixed nature culture. Sites are judged to contain cultural and natural heritage around the world, considered to be of outstanding value to humanity. Outstanding universal value is defined by UNESCO as cultural and/or natural significance, which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries and to be of common importance for the present and future generations of all humanity. As such, permanent protection of this heritage is of the highest importance to the international community as a whole. Now, this recognition is no small achievement for Sikkim. Yet at the time, in 2016, few realized its significance, and even fewer realized that the cultural aspects of India's single mixed World Heritage Site are primarily based on Buddhism. The KNP's outstanding universal values, which are now being protected for humanity to enjoy, find their roots in 13th to 15th century Buddhist treasure text describing Sikkim as a Bayul or hidden land, and other aspects of culture celebrating the establishment of both Buddhism, the nation state in Sikkim in the 17th century, and their consolidation in the 18th. This paper aims to explore these relevant Buddhist texts and how their associated cultures are entwined with the physical landscape and the political history of Sikkim. Eventually, as a result of the inscription, UNESCO effectively recognized for Mahayana Buddhism in the world. Okay, to point out to trace and unmentioned Buddhist treasure text, starting with Padmasambhava and the period qualified as the early spread of Buddhist teaching in Sikkim, the royal history states, Sikkim, the land praised 100 times in many major and minor treasure texts by the great Ugyen Guru Padmasambhava, describing it as glorious Demajong, the fruitful valley, a palace for a host of spiritual beings. Many hidden lands were blessed by Avalokiteshvara, the omniscient Guru, Padmasambhava, and other bodhisattvas, jinas, and their sons. For the welfare of future generation, they encoded them in concealed documents, guidebooks, and treasure keys. Out of all such hidden lands, celestial Sikkim is said to be the king, the one most exalted. Even the biography of Padmasambhava, there is one line referring to Sikkim saying, in the southwest is the hidden land of Demajong. Now, Terton Sherab Mebar, who lived between 1267 and 1326, gives Sikkim's natural condition and description in a treasure text guidebook, Lamyi, which runs thus. I'm relating the whole thing because it's quite beautiful. Situated along the frontier north of India and south of Tibet, there lies 18 large tracts of land sloping southward. In the center of these, there is a tract which, with its hilltops in the north and the base of its hill extending southward. The five-peaked snow mountain Kanchenjunga, called Dzungya Taksi, appears like a king seated upon the hissed throne. Its four sides appear as if hung around with a white silk curtain. At the top of the valley, the snowy slopes seem to hang downwards. Her five peaks are like a royal crown, the head ornament of a deity. 7 mirror-like lakes are located in front, looking like a set of water offerings. The middle of the country looks like a bowl of jewels with the lid removed. The foot of the hills seem like a large wish-granting tree bent down. Snow mountains adorn the upper part of the valleys, with streams descending down their slopes. The waters have medicinal virtues like divine nectar. Everywhere along the left bank are grassy slopes. The entire valley is deeply wooded, with ravine covered by dense jungle, filled with countless species of tall trees. Large plains extend to the banks of lakes. The central rivers are like reclining swords, the smaller stream like strings of pearls, and waterfalls cascade like white silk curtains. The sound of the falls, rocks, and trees are like mantras uttered by many voices. The entire landscape resembles a choten. Upon its heart is a naturally occurring mantra kanika. In the very center of this country, there is an auspicious stone, a place where a king would set his throne, a great boulder resembling a paper scroll. Now we shall examine its treasures. All the keys to the inner treasures are hidden beneath that rock. The 4 boulders and 8 frontiers of this land are to be known from them. There are 5 medicinal myrobalan trees whose compounds cure disease. There are immeasurable colors and varieties of edible fruit and plants. And this was written in the 13th century. That's quite a while ago. From the guidebook of another Tertan named Dorje Lingpa, who lived between 1346 and 1405, called the Rinchen Drevne, it is said thus: O king, the hidden land known as Demajong can be found in the southwest direction from Samye. The northern region faces northeast towards Dzungya Taksi. There is a river resembling a bull, wide and broad. The upper valley has mountains resembling the 5 celestial Buddhas. The eastern mountains resemble fluttering silk banners. The southern hills resemble a wizard's ritual vessel. The western ridges resemble a sleeping elephant. The northern ranges extend like fingers of an outstretched hand. And lastly, in the Hidden Key guidebook of Terten Ratnalingpa, who lived between 1403 and 1479, the following is said: "The best of all sacred places of pilgrimage is glorious Demajong, the land of the noble one. Now, at the end of the evil times, first Chenrezig has blessed it, then the frowning Tara, then Indra, king of the gods, and Tsongtsengampo. Then the incarnate men and Dakinis, 7 in number, came and blessed the land. Lastly came I, myself, Padmasambhava, and Bodhisattva, the king who defends the Dharma, and the 7 emanated female Dakinis, the 8 righteous ministers, tutelary deities, and Dharmapalas, spiritual heroes, Dakinis, protected deities, and Bodhisattva. In ritual assembly, did that entire host bless this land. They tamed the land, blessed it, and planted many kinds of fruit. Then they concealed spiritual treasures, appointed keepers, and uttered 100 prayers." This list of treasure texts mentioning Sikkim and given in the Denjong Gerab is not exhaustive. Another important terten by the name of Sangye-lingpa, who lived between 1340 and 1396, provides descriptions of Sikkim in his treasure text, the Lama Gondu. And there are certainly more. These early 13th to 15th century textual description of Sikkim as Beyul Demajong, highlighting Kanchen Zunga's importance, are fundamental to all following events that led to the opening of the Hidden Land and the establishment of Sikkim as a kingdom and its consolidation in later years. Now, the intermediate spread of Buddhist teaching to Sikkim saw the arrival to Sikkim of the famous Terten Rinzing Gudem, as well as some Katok Lamas. Now, Rinzing Gudem, who lived between 1337 and 1409, is thought to have been the first Tibetan High Lama to visit Sikkim and open the Beyul, where he is said to have meditated and discovered powerful sacred sites and spiritual treasures, some retrieved from the peak of Kanchenjunga, including a prophetical text about the hidden land of Sikkim, the treasure text, the Lungten Salwe Melon, the Denjong Lungten Salwe Melon. He built Sikkim's first non-Buddhist temple at Paohonri, a hilltop between Yoksam and Silnan, located in the KNP's transition zone. The Lakang's ruins can still be seen today. Although Rinzing Gudem was the first Tibetan Lama known to have come to Sikkim, his visit did not result in the establishment of a political entity, and his teachings are only followed by a minority of monasteries, particularly Tashiding and Silnan in West Sikkim. Thus, it is generally accepted that Latsun Namkha Jigme is instead regarded as the Lama who opened the Beyul and the chief propagator of Buddhism to Sikkim. However, before Latsun Chempo, we had the arrival of Kibumsa to Sikkim. As we all know, his visit led to the blood brotherhood pact sworn between the Lepcha chieftain Tekontek and Kibumsa at Kabilongtsok. When the Lepcha invited the Butcha's ancestors to Sikkim, recent research suggests that this was done so as to help the Lepcha evict oppressors from their land. At the time of this new political alliance between the Lepchas and the Butcha's ancestors, Kanchen Zunga was invoked along with other Lepcha landed deities to stand witness to their pact. I shall qualify this invocation of Zunga at Kabilongtsok as Sikkim's first political foundation. The later spread of Buddhist teachings to Sikkim saw the arrival in the mid-17th century of 3 lamas from Tibet, among which was Latsun Chempo. This well-known event led to the coronation of the first king, the establishment of Sikkim as a Buddhist kingdom, and the construction of several monasteries. When Latsun Chempo arrived from Tibet, it is said that Kanchen Zunga first tested him before appearing to him in the form of a white bird and giving him permission to open the gate to the Beyul. In his welcoming discourse, the mountain god revealed the various places of sacred nature and old people believe this to have been where the Neso ritual text was composed. The Neso is a very important text for Sikkim today. It's a celebration of Sikkim as a Beiyul and an offering ritual to Kanchenjunga and all the deities of the land. Its oral section called Shelin invokes Sikkim's most important landed deities and sacred sites. Latun Chempo thus created a sacred environment according to Buddhist ideals of the universe, partly by redefining Lepcha sacred sites as Buddhist, established a Buddhist political entity, and initiated the conversion of the indigenous population. I shall qualify this series of events, which again invoke Kanchenjunga as Sikkim's second political foundation. A few years later, in 1663, following a period of conflict between different political forces in Sikkim, the role of Dzunga as witness, first recorded with the Oath of Unity between Tekontek and Kibongsa over 300 years earlier, was repeated when a document known locally as the Lomen Tsongtsum Agreement was signed. This document, even more than the coronation itself, marked the start of the kingdom and served as a constitution for the three main ethnic communities of Sikkim, the Bhotias, the Lepchas, and the Tsongs, to live in unity under a single government. This invocation of the mountain deity Kanchenjunga as a witness to the signing of the Lomen Tsongtsum Agreement implies that Dzunga was by then respected by all three communities. The signing of the agreement or constitution may be qualified here as Sikkim's third political foundation. A few decades later, in the early 1700s, the third Chogyal Chagdor Namgyal, who lived between 1686 and 1717, together with Jigme Po, the third incarnation of Latun Chempo, choreographed the dances of Panglapso to be performed annually at the Royal Monastery of Pemengse, together with the performance of the Neso ritual. With the introduction of the Panto dancers as Dzunga soldiers, Panglapso's unifying and national character was reinforced around Kanchenjunga. The mountain god was celebrated as Dabla, or warrior god, the true custodian of the land and chief defender of the kingdom's peace and prosperity. This institutionalization of Dzunga as part of the third Chogyal's nation-building effort, where the mountain god became a unifying symbol respected by all communities, can be defined as Sikkim's fourth political foundation. At this junction, the Beiyul narrative is resurrected by yet another important text, the Denjong Neik, or the guidebook to sacred places of the hidden land of rice, prepared by Jigme Po, who lived in the 17th century, the third incarnation of Latun Chempo. The Naik, however, according to Khenpo Latsering, is mostly based on the following earlier sources already discussed above. That's why I say it was resurrected. One, it's based on Terten Rinzing Gödem's 14th century prophetical text, the Denjong Lugten Salwe Melon. Two, a text discovered by Terten Sangelingpa in the 14th century, the Lama Gondu. And three, a later guidebook discovered by a Lama by the name of Terten Dorje de Chenlingpa of Domang Gun Monastery in Kham, who had been the first incarnation of late Yantan Rinpoche of West Sikkim. As we have seen, these texts give descriptions of Demachong, the area directly to the south and surrounding Mount Kanchenjunga in West Sikkim, the area which is now part of the KNP and which, according to these texts, has the highest concentration of powerful sacred sites and hidden treasures within Sikkim. In conclusion, the Panglapso ritual held in honor of Kanchenjunga have now been performed annually for over 3 centuries. Panglapso, together with the 13th, 15th century Terma text, first introducing Sikkim as a Beiyul, followed by the opening of the Beiyul by Latun Chempo, the naming of its sacred features, and all ensuing political foundational events discussed above, over the centuries have helped shape the Sikkimese people relationship with their environment, as well as with the nation state. It is this narrative which has come to define what it means to be Sikkimese, which has been enshrined in UNESCO's recognition of the Kanchenjunga National Park as a World Heritage Site. Together with the above, several of the sacred sites mentioned in the text, such as mountain peaks, lakes, caves, and rocks, including the sites where important ritual in honor of Kanchenjunga are held, and a limited number of monuments within the park itself, were documented and included in the UNESCO submission, and have all been inscribed as possessing outstanding universal value to be preserved for all of humanity to enjoy. Thus, my principal aim in presenting this paper was to stress that when the KNP was recognized by UNESCO, it is not a mere park that was recognized, but all of the above. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anala, your wonderful presentation. And next, we have Dr. Jigmila. Dr. Jigmila is an assistant professor by profession and is teaching at the Sikkim Institute of Higher Nyingma Studies, Sheda, Pangthang, Gangtok. He is also a Sangha member of Indian Himalayan Council of Nalanda Buddhist Tradition, and also is an executive member of Sangha Sangchin Pema Yangtze Monastery and General Secretary of SIHNS, Alumni Association, and Joint Secretary of Buddhist Literacy Development Association. Since 2017, his research interests are on Pema Yangtze, Pang household, and Lachin Chimbo. So I would like to invite Dr. Jigmila. Please make your presentation.
Angse dongba rabjem khaju yin nongda lama hadan jagi zo balchen babe wongchu heruga namkha jingmi shabla kyucha Kuzuzambo, and good afternoon to all. Respected Chairperson, Venerable Kimbo Karmala, Director NIT, Doruchusum from different monasteries of Sikkim, Venerable Kimbula, Yabo S. Yongda, Yabloben Temba Yamso, and my teacher Loben Gorongla, and dignitaries and wonderful audience gathered out here. It is such an honor and privilege for me to speak before galaxies of intellectuals here. For that, I would like to thank Namgyal Institute of Tibetology for giving me such an opportunity to speak on my topic, Origin of Buddhist Narratives and Poetry in Sikkim. But I want to make a clarification at the outset that I initially planned to speak on both the topic, that is narratives and poetry of Buddhism in Sikkim, but given the time constraint and in order to not bore you all with a discourse of academic presentation, I decided to talk a brief note only on narratives of Buddhism in Sikkim. So hence I have divided my talk into 5 chapters, and first I will begin with the introduction. So the religious history of Sikkim is largely based on narratives, and particularly influenced by the treasure text and Tibetan history, whether it be the concept of divine kingship, the unified system of religion and politics, or the writing of legal and administrative documents, all have Tibetan antecedent, whether it be the concept, as I said, the concept of divine kingship or the legal and administrative documents. However, despite all these similarities, Sikkim is not Tibet, and all Sikkimese are not Tibetans. The similarities can be attributed to its geographical location, because Sikkim is located between the 2 sub-Himalayan forces of Nepal and Bhutan, while ancient trade route between Tibet and India is started within its boundaries. Therefore, similarities in the history of both Sikkim and Tibet can be related as more inclined on narratives of accounts of history, writers receiving oral lineage of history and religion from the previous generations. An account, oral account is based on scientific examination, it is therefore pertinent to understand the religious history of Tibet to get a better understanding of the Sikkimese religious structure. So Sikkimese historiography is a presentation of a story, revolving around three main principal points: prophecy beginning, likewise events based on prophecy middle, and fulfillment of the prophecy end, according to Denjong Gyalap, the Royal History of Sikkim, compiled by Your Highness the 9th Chogyal Tudop Namgyal and Gyalum Yeshidolma in the year 1908. The story of the origin of Sikkimese people begins with a history of a crown prince of Kham Minya, who receives a vision from the local deity of the area, who tells him that his lineage was prophesied by Guru Rinpoche to leave their current location and open up the sacred land of Beyul or Sikkim. Upon the prince's death, his oldest son Khepumsa, along with his followers, enters the land of Beyul Demojong. After his arrival in Sikkim, the latter chief Thekong Thek and his wife blessed him with 3 sons. Thus, after the 6th generation from the time of living Kham Minya, the first Chogyal, or the spiritual king, or the divine king of Sikkim, Phunzo Namgyal, was coronated in the year 1642 and 1646, respectively. Now, my second chapter is about the spread of Buddhism in Sikkim, related to the narratives. So prior to understanding the spread of Buddhism in Sikkim, let us first discuss the brief history of Buddhism in Tibet. Buddhism was introduced in Tibet during the time of 3 ancestral kings of Tibet: Chogyal Meben Namsum, Thatodur Nyensen, the 28th hereditary king; King Songtsen Gampo, the 5th hereditary king after Thatodur Nyensen; and King Trisong Dyusen, the 5th reign after Songtsen Gampo. Now, these 3 kings were considered as an emanation of the Lord of 3 families, or Riksum Gombo in Tibetan. This is according to the history of Tibet by Dujom Rinpoche. So in the 7th century, King Songtsen Gampo initiated and introduced Tibetan script with the help of the great translator Thumi Sambuddha, and also have said that is believed that they have translated few Buddhist scriptures from Sanskrit into Tibetan. The religion slowly waned after the demise of Chogyal Songtsen Gampo due to the lack of imperial support. But in the 8th century, King Trisong Dyusen established Buddhism as the official religion of the state, and he invited the great Indian Nalanda masters, Pandita Shantarakshita or Bodhisattva Shantarakshita and Guru Padma Sambhava, to his court and established the first Buddhist monastery at Samye. They founded the oldest school of Tibetan Buddhism, the Nyingmapa, or the ancient ones. This period between the 7th and 8th century is also known as the first dissemination of Buddhism in Tibet, Temba Ngadar. The Nyingmapa tradition grew throughout the 8th century until the era of fragmentation between the 9th and 10th century, where Mahayana Buddhism lost its ground and revived again between the 10th and 12th centuries, with a subsequent establishment of new school of thoughts. In context to Sikkim, Buddhism can be categorized into 3 dissemination: Tempa, Ngadar, Padar, Chidar. In the first dissemination of Buddhism, it is coinciding with the introduction of Buddhism in Tibet by Khenlop Chusum, Khenjem Bodhisattva, Lobempema Jungne, and Chogyal Trisong Dyusen during the 8th century, and Guru Padma Sambhava's subsequent visit to the Sikkim. The second dissemination, marking the arrival of Khepumsa in 13th century and the arrival of Rigzing Wedemchen in the 14th century. Now, here I want to highlight that till now, what we have understood or what we have read is the second dissemination. The second dissemination, we always believe that second dissemination begins with the arrival of Rigzing Wedemchen in the 14th century. But what I believe is that the second dissemination has to be, it has to begin from the arrival of Khepumsa in the 13th century, that is 1269 and 1275 respectively. The third dissemination, marking the coronation of the spiritual king Phunzo Namgyal in the 17th century by 3 yogis brother, and the establishment of Buddhism in Sikkim post enthronement of first spiritual king in 17th century with the introduction of Buddhism in Tibet and formation of ancient school of thoughts. The Nyingmapa is correlated. So therefore, to understand this, we must have to understand the Nyingmapa tradition. The Nyingmapa school of Tibetan Buddhism is home to a transmission of Buddhist teaching known as Teruluk or treasure tradition. This tradition propagates the reverence of religious materials known as terma or treasure the blessed words and objects said to have been originated from the intent of enlightened intent of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Broadly, the treasure belongs to the tripartite system of scriptural and oral transmissions defined by the Nyingma school as the three great transmission. Kabab ki cho chimbu sums, pabluk chimbu sums, ringyu kama, nyegyu terma, samotanas. So consisting of the long lineage of the transmitted prospect, the short lineage of treasures, and the profound pure vision teachings. According to the Nyingma school, the treasure are most often comprised of spiritual instructions concealed by enlightened beings for the purpose of discovery at later predestined time when their message invigorate the Buddhist teaching and deepen their spiritual understanding. Guru Padmasambhava is portrayed as the central figure and the main author and the concealer of the treasures. And he is also believed to have taught a small group of students at the court of Tibetan King Trisong Gyutseng. Subsequently, he also concealed great numbers of these teachings and prophetically declared that they would be discovered in future generations by the incarnation of those very students. The treasure revealers are known as Theritins in Tibetan. Accordingly, beginning in the 11th century, continuing into the present, the Nyingma school identifies a large number of treasure revealers and gives grants authoritative status to their new discoveries. Now coming back to the historiography, the narrative of history in Sikkim, Buddhism, as explained in the introduction part, it revolves around three principal points. And according to the prophecies, the prophecy in the beginning, events based on prophecy middle, and fulfillment of the prophecy end. According to the narrative of history, based or depicted on Genjongyal of the history of Sikkim by Chogyal, Totom Namgyal, and Gyalum Yeshidoma, likewise a saga of Sikkim's supremely revered four pioneer Nyingma reincarnates and their trudge bearers by Khimbul Hatsering and so forth, states that during the period of the first dissemination of Buddhism in Tibet, Padmasambhava, along with his 25 disciples, paid a historical visit to Sikkim and particularly at Thakartashiding in West Sikkim. During their visit, the land was totally dominated by malevolent spirits like Zoenga, because Zoenga at the time was spirits, not as a mundane deity or the worldly deity. He was believed as a spirit, and 8 classes of god and demons of this land. Guru Padmasambhava, with his miraculous power, convinced, tamed, and exorcised all the malignant spirits and entrusted them with the responsibility of taking care of the land and dharma in the form of dharmapalas. So during his visit, he has blessed this land as a hidden land of Beyul and declared this land as the most sacred land among 4 other hidden lands. He also concealed numerous spiritual treasures within the boundaries of the land and prophesied the discovery of the same through subsequent treasure revealer at different predestined time by invoking the guardian deities and performing all the necessary rituals. Thus, the history of Buddhism in Sikkim has been narrated through generations in line with the prophecy of Padmasambhava during the 8th century, followed by the opening of hidden land by Rizing Godemchen, an ardent follower of Padmasambhava in 14th century, and gradually the meeting of the 4 great yogis brother at Yuksam, namely Yawa Hatsun Chimbo Namka Jigme, Nada Samba Chimbo Punso Rizing, Katokondo Zambo, and Choge Benzo Namgyal. And they established the latter on when the latter was enthroned as the first Chogyal of Sikkim, and thereafter the Buddhism was established permanently. So in this context, Gyawal Hatsin Chimbo plays a very important role. So therefore, I would like to emphasize on Gyawal Hatsin Chimbo's brief biography. Gyawal Hatsin Chimbo Namka Jigme, also known as Thaktung Heruka, Kongnye Heruka, Kungzang Namgyal, and Hatsun Chimbo is considered to be a patron saint founder of Sikkim and a dual reincarnation of the great Indian Pandita Bimala Mitra and the 13th century Tibetan saint Gyawal Longchenpa. He was born in the year 1597, according to the corresponding to the lunar year of fire female birth year, in the small village of southern province of Tibet, north of the border with modern Arunachal Pradesh, into a noble family of Latsepo, on the account of which the title Hatsin is said to have been originated. So due to the demise of his fathers on his early life, he was required to spend most of his time attending to his family's animal. True to the prophecy by Padmasambhava of accomplishing the great feat as a treasure revealer and establishment of Buddhism in the hidden land of Sikkim, he renounces from worldly affairs at the age of 11 and having succumbed to the desire of dedicating his life to the religious studies. He took his ordination as a celibate monk at Sungyen Monastery, and by the virtue he was given the name Kunjang Namgyal. He underwent studies in meditation for several years under numerous teachers. However, Dzogchen Sonam Mongpu, Gongra Longchen Shempen Dorji, Rigzin Jasun Yimpu can be considered as his true teachers. Under them, he studied for several years and received initiations, oral transmissions, teachings, and sacred teachings in the profound old and new tradition, particularly in thick practice of the great Longchenpa, of whom he is considered as the reincarnation. During the era of the great uncertainties and unprevailing political climate in Tibet in the 17th century, Thakchen Chimbu left Tibet following the instructions of his teachers in accordance to the prophecy of Guru Padmasambhava, where 4 yogis were to open the sacred doors of the 4 directions to this blessed land of Beyul Demojong. Believing that his time has come for his work to begin, so he left for Sikkim with his followers. Gyawal Thakchen Chimbu is said to have seen many revelations and visions of saints and spirits of the land, all directing and welcoming him to Sikkim. He arrived Sikkim in 1646 from the northern direction, and along with other yogis, consecrated Phunzo Namgyal as the first Chogyal of the blessed land and established Buddhism kingdom. Thakchen is credited to have built the first Buddhist monastery in Sikkim, the Dubdi Monastery, located on the hilltop above Yuksam, the premier Sangchen Pema Yangtze Monastery in the year 1647, and Sangachuring Monastery in the year 1650, respectively, apart from revealing the great perfection treasure texts of Dzogpa Chimbo, Rigzing Sokdup, and Dorji Nyingpo from Tibet and Sikkim, respectively. So at the age of 56, corresponding to the lunar year, water dragon year, that is 1652, he passed away at Shalung Yelda in Tibet. So my next topic will be a prominent religious exhibition, texts, and major Buddhist monasteries in Sikkim. So first, I will begin with the early Buddhist explorer. The history of Buddhism in Sikkim revolves around the Nyingma school of thought, where future events were based on prophecies. Sacred treasure text and material were concealed by Padmasambhava to be discovered and rediscovered by subsequent reincarnation of his designated followers in predestined time. Following the prophecy that Buddhism would undergo a degenerating period and would ultimately flourish in the hidden land of Beyul Demojong, many great yogis and treasure revealers visited the hidden land. Prominent and first among them was Teruten Rigzing Gyodemchen, 1337 to 1408 CE, who came to Sikkim in 1373 CE, having unlocked the sacred road to the blessed land through the passes of great Himalayas. He is said to have worked miracles and bestowed blessings upon the land. He sent fragments of information regarding the sacredness of this land attached to Bolcher's neck back to Tibet, and also revealed the concealed thermas from the peak of Mount Kangchenjunga. After coming to the hidden land, he is believed to have spent many years in Sikkim, particularly West Sikkim, where later Po Hongri monastery was established. Likewise, in the year 1568, the second reincarnation of Rigzing Gyodemchen, Ngari Rigzing Legden Dorji, 1500 to 1613 CE, also traveled to the sacred land with his followers. He revealed a treasure text called Accomplishment of Amitayus, Sutuk Ditsikilwa, and so forth from the northern cape of Changhari Nyingpo in West Sikkim, and built a meditation center at Pohuri in West Sikkim, where we can still witness the ruins of these very sacred caves. The Buddhist practitioners and the devotees of Guru Padmasambhava made their pilgrimage to Beyul Demojong, followed by the arrival of Men, Katok Sonam Gyaltsen, and many other high lamas and their family clans. The 4 yogi brothers. Following the political turmoil in Tibet and Mongol intervention in the 17th century, Buddhism in Tibet, which is by then had been divided into many schools of thought, was in the initial period of sectarian movement. Sensing the troubled times as prophesied by Guru Padmasambhava, the 4 yogi brothers set out to the sacred land at various periods of the mid-17th century. These yogis entered the land from the different directions at different times and ultimately gathered at a small hamlet in West Sikkim, the place named as Yuksam.
Yuk meaning the monk, Sam meaning the three, that is the meeting place of three yogis or monk, following which they performed the coronation of the first Chogyal Phuntsho Namgyal in the year 1642 and 1646 respectively, and established the first capital at Yuksam. The earliest narratives and texts of Sikkim highlighted the activities of these yogis according to Denjong Gyalap and so forth. Establishment of monasteries and literatures. After the coronation, the three yogis were requested to establish Buddhist monasteries and teaching. Therefore, Kato Kundo Zambu or Choje Kundo Zambu established the Kato Monastery. Yawal Hasun Chimbonam Kajimi established the Dubde, Pema Yangsi, and Sangachuling Monastery, while Ngada Sembachimbo established the Lhakang Marpu and Silnen and famed Thakarta Shiding Monastery. Yawal Hasun Namka Jigme further revealed the treasure of Rigzing Sogdup from the sacred caves of Changhari Ningpu, Thakarta Shiding, Phagmorong, Thaktongrong, and so forth. The famous Ryu Sangchu, as already spoke by Dr. Anna, or the smoke offering to the mountains, a practice to realize the perfection of wisdom by accumulating merits through offerings and purification, is part of Rigzing Sogdup. Today, the text is practiced throughout Sikkim and other places by all four sects of Tibetan school of thought. Another important text called Nesul is also largely performed during all religious activities in Sikkim, particularly during the time of Panglapso, invoking Kangchenjunga and other local deities, as reminded of the oath to protect the land and the Dharma. The third Chogyal of Sikkim, Chakdon Namgyal, gave the ritual dance from which is practiced every year during the Panglapso. Likewise, the very famous Bumchu. Bumchu is another sacred event of Sikkim. Ngada Sempa Chimbo, while establishing Thakarta Shiding Monastery, installed the sacred baths of Padmasambhava in the monastery. Every year during the night of the 14th day of the first month of lunar calendar, 3 cups of water from the vase is taken and distributed among the devotees. The event is attended by thousands of pilgrims from Bhutan, Nepal, and Sikkim, and so forth. So I would like to conclude my speech by saying that Buddhism in Sikkim, as per the narratives stated, alongside its permanent establishment in Tibet during the 8th century, the land had been chosen and prophesied as a celestial realm by Padmasambhava during the degenerating time. After the establishment of the Namgyal dynasty in 17th century, numerous Buddhist monasteries were established, which was, however, confined to the western part of land. However, during the reign of Chogyal Chador Namgyal and Dzogchen Jigme Po, the third reincarnation of Hatsun Namkha Jigme, further established and renovated monasteries like Sangchen Pema Yangsi, Sangha Chuling, Silnen, Tashiding Guru Lagang in West Sikkim, Phensang in North Sikkim. It is to be noted that these monasteries were affiliated to the Nyingma tradition. Later, following further turmoil, political and religious in Tibet, 12 Karmapa Changchukdurji established the first Kagyu monastery in Ralang in South Sikkim, and likewise Pudong in North and Rumdek in East Sikkim. Post annexation of the Tibet by China, Sikkim became the center point for all the sects of Tibetan Buddhism. Today, Sikkim has more than 200 monasteries covering all sects of Tibetan Buddhism, attracting millions and millions of devotees and religious seats. The land has lived up to the prophecy of Padmasambhava as a prime center to maintain the essence of religious harmony. Thank you, Tashid Delela.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jigmila, your wonderful presentation. Now, next speaker is Dr. Kunzang La. Dr. Kunzang La is presently working as Assistant Professor, Department of Bhutia, Norbadur Bandari Government College, Gangtok. He contributed an article on People Linguistic Survey of India, Sikkim chapter, on the topic Tibetan language 2015. He is also author of book Panghlaso, published by Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, Deorali. He is also member of Strategies, the Japanese Swiss Science and Technology program of GSPS and SNSF, and an archiving grant by Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. Now he is going to present about social reformation through religion. So I would like to invite Dr. Kunzang La, please have your presentation.
Good evening to all. Can I audible? Hello. Good evening to all. I know you all are exhausted, fully exhausted. Kindly bear with me for next 20 minutes. I will try to finish my presentation within the given time. First of all, I would like to thank the director of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology for giving me an opportunity to present this paper in the this forum in front of my previous teachers and directors and Sangchi Pema NG monasteries, monk body, and all the younger generations. My paper is basically, it's not a research paper, it's a case study and narrative one. So basically, I'm trying to find these answers, these things answers. So if you see the static, in 1891 census, population of Sikkim was 30,458, and the population of Hmong was 1,008, which is 3.30% of the total populations. And now coming back to the 2014 populations, it's 6,27,000. And if you see the total number of the registered Hmong in the Sikkim, excluding the big monasteries such as Choten, Gyanjang Monastery and all, the local monastery registered monk is 2,904 according to the election department, which is 0.46. So it means decreasing day by day, number of monk bodies decreasing day by day. By if this trend continuously follow, there may be a time that the monastery will be remain empty without the single ordinary monk. That's the thing. So what I'm trying to give the answer is that we may have an alternative to these things. So an alternative lies in this solution to make up a monastery vibrant. This is the alternative lie in the things. These monasteries, where it locates. So I'm in the northern tips of the Sikkim, close to the snowy mountain, lie a beautiful valley called the Lachung. This monastery is basically in the Lachung. It believed that during 8th century, it was blessed by the Guru Rinpoche himself. In the Lachung, congenial system of the Buddha Dharma exists, which goes hand in hand on benefit of village folks, spiritually and also in many ways. The participation of laymen householder in monastery ritual is quite unique to this region and had been practicing since 1950. At Thangmuchi Monastery, popularly known as Mangpe Gyampo, that is the quite different term which used. Or layman monasteries, because in these monasteries from everything are performed by the general layman. There is no single ordinary monk. Still it is thriving, it is functioning well in order. So who established this monastery? As per the general belief of Lachungpa, its site of the monastery was blessed by the Ngata Sempa Chimbu, one among the 4 yogi brothers who spread the third phase of the Buddhism in 1642. During this time, the several secret vas presently located in Tashiring was also brought here for a few days. That this is actually the belief of the Lachungpa. Few days. Since then, the land holding the monastery was also kept reserved for the Ngata Sempa Chimbu and his descendant. However, the premise of difficult to establish for the want of strong evidence. I'm not saying that is the true, because we don't have a strong evidence. But the claim of the same cannot be completely discarded. As per the writing of the Khenpo Lachering, since 1735 onward, descendant of Ngata Sempa Chimpu has established monastery in different parts of Sikkim, such as Namgyal Hachi in south, Pandamgen in east, Sinchi Ngadagen in north, near the Mangan, and the monastery in Lachung. this one, Thangmuchi, which is believed to be blessed by his forefather in 17th century. Ngada Rinchen, I'm not sure whether it is Ngada Rinchen or Ngada Rinchen descendant, but definitely it is the descendant of Ngada Sempa Chimpu. He stayed in Lachung for a long time with his cattle. Ngada Rinchen used to have a lot of cattle, during which he established full monastic system initially with 5 monks in 1788. Since he do have a lot of the cattle, and Lachunga people also rely on the cattle, so they had kind of the conflict between the Ngada Rinchen and Lachunga people. Due to which Ngada Rinchen has to leave the Lachung, along with all he has abandoned all his belonging over Lachung, and he migrated toward the Tibet and settled in the Tibet and formed another monastery in the central Tibet called Shari Ngada again in central Tibet. Later on, when the Lachungpa trader discovered the monastery in Tibet, then did realize the importance of Ngada Rinchen. Is still unable to identify the name of the Lama because they had arguments, and since Lama has left, they couldn't meet the Lama, and the Lachungpa started calling him Shari Ngada after his monastery name. Since then, the descendants of Ngada Sempa Chimpu were traced there till 1957. With the passage of time around 1800 to 1930, these monasteries mostly remain empty with few ordinant monks. Later on, they also give up the monastic way of the life because lack of the support from the other peoples or the general laymen. Because at that time there was already one big monastery, fully functioning monastery was there. So beginning of the reform. These are the one who has did the reformation in the system of monastic system in the Lachung. Then around 1946, 1947, around 47 AD, the descendant of divine men of Lachungpa and its people, Lachung and its people, actually the Tulsi Rinpoche, popularly known as Tulsi Rinpoche, in the name Tulsi Rinpoche Kinzam Pau Dorji of Kham, Tibet, arrived in Lachung Valley, accompanied by infant sign of auspiciousness, because when he arrived in Lachung at in the evening time, but still he able to find a lot of people were carrying a milk, and they were offered a huge quantity of the milk with the Rinpochela. So by that way, it was kind of the auspicious occasions, auspicious signs. His Holiness chose to set monastery at his abode. With his miracle power of mind reading and skill of organizing, he involved all the villagers into the restoration work of monastery. People believe that he could read your minds very perfectly, and by that way he more or less he able to convince the people that you should do this all the things, religious part of work. Rinpoche invited one member each from his household in the village to build 4 different stupa around the monastery, namely Didul Chetan, Labab Chetan, Nyangde Chetan, and Namgyal Chetan around the 4 directions of the monasteries. During the construction of the stupa, Rinpoche had taken the villager on the pilgrimage to Tibet and Sikkim, within Sikkim, because by the same time, at the same time, the Orali Chetan stupa were also built in the same times. During the time Rinpoche spent considerable amount of time with the peoples involved. The fortune set of the people feel blessed beyond measure to know the divine power of the Rinpoche. The bonding between the Lama and his adherent was sealed with the unshakable faith. Some old villagers still remember Rinpoche's occult power, how one could not hide their thought before the Rinpoche. They remember that one, how one thought could be immediately transformed into the actions for even a small thing like one desire to have a sugar tea when they reach the Rinpoche's monasteries. And similar kind of, you can find many similar stories people used to tell, still they used to tell that you can't hide anything from the Rinpoches. There were one incident that the someone saw the offering of green chili offered to the Rinpoche in his residence, and he desired to have that in the evening times. All of a suddenly, Rinpoche sent all that green chili to that particular persons. So by that way, they realized the importance of the Rinpoche day by day. After the completion of the stupa, grand feast was organized, during which concentration ceremony Rinpoche give us ceremony and instruct religion and layman moral code of conduct, thereby introducing a unique way of monastic life, which is still followed by the villager with reverence till date. These are the stupas, and the other side one is Rinpoche composed the stupas prayer. Kyap choksum lama ugenche da megi gosum ki be kyap so che tu minjur che den namji ju ma do sinche mali ba do chamji joksan ge barsho. And the people used to recite even today during the first lunar month of Dao Thangbi che, first lunar month, and during the special occasions, which I'm going to narrate below here. During Rinpoche's stay in the valley, he realized the impracticality to establish another fully functioning monastery with ordinary monk among the limited public and their way of life, when the one fully functional monastery was already there. However, Rinpoche still feel the urgent need of some reformation through religion toward the Buddhism based on these concerns. Although the villagers were fluent in their language, which is similar to Tibetan, and most of them could read religious texts, yet they were not engaged in any Buddha Dharma activities. Secondly, the society hardly meet for any religious upliftment work or to accumulate any merit. Rinpoche saw the society was not in conformity to any development, hence he established a unique system of celebrating Chechu. You all must know that what is the Chechu, so I will not elaborate all these things, Chechu's things, for the development of the society and to spread Buddha Dharma in the long run. On the consecration days after the religious rituals, he divided all the members of the village community in 4 different groups. In each group comprised of 28 to 30 households as a team. From each group, 5 to 8 people added up to 35 people were trained on the ritual to perform Chechu as per Changtar tradition or the Northern Treasure tradition, including making of dough, torma or the dough figuring of different deities and the butter decorations. I'm sorry, I'm using a butter decorations for the again. Furthermore, to avoid abnormally in the shape and size of the torma in the futures, and to ease the process of making of them, wooden dummy of torma were also made, few of which are still available and used by the followers. On the successful completion of training and the explanations, Rinpoche organized the initiation and authorizations. I think this is the important in our Buddhism way of the to perform Buddhism's things on Lung Tisum. So Rinpoche initially teach them, then he organized On and Lung. The ceremony enabled the general laymen to conduct Chechu rituals as they were granted to required qualification by Rinpoche. The yearly calendar of the monastery was also prepared as follows. This is the monastery that following the calendar. In the first month of the lunar calendar, from 13 to 15 days, special rituals were to be conducted by entire group of together on the, since there are the 4 different groups, so entire group together on the 15th day of the empowerment of different objects to be conducted. The ritual was also to be unmarked as the major activity of the monastery. Until the late 90s, during the event, people were said to be blessed by the variety of the self-appear edible rosary bell from the beneath of the 4 stupas. That is the quite amazing things. Now you can't see all these things. The rest of the Chechus, how they perform, except 6 and 12 of the lunar month, Chechu will be performed by each group taking turns. So if I do have a Chechu in this month, then I will have to perform Chechu in the next, after 3 months. And the 6 and 12 men Chechu will be performed by all the people grouped together, during which time team can learn and see differences if any arise among them, and to be correct error if any. So by that way, it's very convenient, and it's to make any correct. If there is any correction, it has to be correct during the 6 and 12 month. The member of the group were also blessed one after another with the khada and 50 rupees from Rinpoche's personal account to meet up the upcoming expense to attend monastic activities or to attend the Chechu, which was thus introduced. Therefore, thereafter the following general model code of conduct to attendee of the monastery was laid down. The general model code of conduct is also very relevant, and it is very convenient for everyone to follow. Every household must enroll into the monastery with the pure devotions and willingness to accumulate some virtue to get liberation from samsara. This is the first one. While attending any functions in the monasteries, one should be properly attired in traditional and should be carrying a rosary. Thengwa. That is the second thing. Head of the family member must attend the Chichu in as per their turn. If the head of the member is unable to attend owing to various causes, she can send male member of the family who has attained age of 15 years and above. In case of the household with no male member of 18 years or old, minor will be permitted to attend the Chichu with some fine. However, if the person is sick or any member of the family is sick or some avoidable circumstances arise in the family, then no fine will be charged. To attend Chichu, each one has to contribute roasted barley flour or champa to prepare torma, substantial ingredient for the purification and smoke offering sanze. The attendee are to bring minimum 250 gram of butter or dalda for butter lamb or chimi for the chimi. Offering item based on availability of the village produce cho. However, 2 pieces of home-baked flat loaf of bread is must. Some will bring a small amount of the local made beverage, which will be needed to prepare a special offering to God and Goddess, Chocha and Sarkyam. For purpose of Chocha and Sarkyam, someone has to bring some alcohol. Lastly, tea leaf, butter, salt are to be brought by for preparation of tea. So in this ways, everyone is involved to conduct the Chichu. So everyone is contributing some things. By that way, they realize that they are the part of the monasteries and they feel that this is my monasteries. That kind of the feeling is generated by this way. During the main prayer, during the prayer, well, in the monastery, one who knows the prayer or can read fluently has to stay inside the monastery and do the prayer. Those who don't know the prayer can either stay inside or outside the monastery and chant Banja Guru mantra, or circumambulate the monastery while chanting the Banja Guru. This is also they had introduced the different way to chant the Banja Guru with kind of the song kind of way of the Banja Gurus, which make people to interest to circumambulate the monastery while chanting the Banja Guru. No one should be waste time chatting or lazing around. If found, it will be fine in cash, which will be kept as a capital funding. In the near future, if and when someone wishes to join the Chichu group, he or she has to follow the group where his forefather belonging. This is mainly to avoid the possible chaos, to break negative peers influence, assuming the control or group one own relative will be relatively easier. So it's kind of the four-sided, Rinpoche is four-sided. When you take a vote to be a part of the group, one person has to approach with a khada and nominal fee. At present, it is around 1,500 rupees. Just give me, it's quite difficult for me to finish. Okay, during the special prayers, just I want to explain few things. This picture is during the early morning of the Chichus, where they are collecting a contribution from the each group. You can see there are the champa, there are the sanze, there are the tea, and all these things are there. And the people are making their own torma by the general laymen. This is quite unique one. And if you see in the main altar, if you see there is a Tulsi Rinpoche's Cooper, and on the other side there is a Khandola's Cooper, which are also given as empowerment during the first month special occasions. Now there is these are the things which made during 1950. Still it exists there. It is the torpe or tormegipe, or the example how to make a torma. It's so that the shape size should not be diluted. That's how they have. So now in these pictures, you can see the participation of younger generations and the older generations and the ladies people. So that by that way, it is more interesting. On the special occasions, there is a special occasions on the first month of Tibetan lunar calendar, where they had from first lunar calendar, they sponsored the recitations of Kangyur in the main monasteries. during which times they collect the tax as a kangyur khe, which will be in form of different things like salt, sugar, oil, animal fat. During those days, there was no edible oil, so animal fat were also collected, butters, whatever they required in the very limited form they used to collect. All these things are along with this on the 12th afternoon. These texts are collected on the 11th and the 12th of first lunar calendar. On the afternoons, collected item along with the few volunteers are designated to the monastery, monk monastery for the Kangyur recitations. Back in the monastery in the Thangmuchi, when the prayer is said inside the monastery main sharing on the 13th day of the first month, basically when the prayer inside the Guru house, 7th chapter of the Guru Rinpoche prayer, followed by the Thisum Sangye, Sampan Yudrup, and 108 round of Banja Guru, Sampal Lindup 10 times. Thisum Sangye, basically in the whole 3 days, they used to recite, or they used to recite the Sampal Lindups. On the total 3 days, each one has to recite the Sampal Lindup in the 100 times. On the 15th days, this monastery become the sacredness equally important to Tashidings or the Jagar Dojidens. It's not my versions, it's the Tulsi Rinpoche's advice. You can, if you cannot go to the Tashidings, if you cannot go to the Dorjidens, you can feel that you are in those places. And on that days, from 13th till 15th, all the Lachungpa peoples gather in these monasteries to do all the religious activities, like circulating the monasteries, chanting the Bhaja Gurus, and all these things. On the 15th, they had a in the afternoon of the 15th day, empowerment of the main railing of the monastery is conducted. There is stupa, which is gifted by the Tulsi Rinpoche, white conch shell, which is there since 1950 and 1954. This white conch shell do have a long story. I can make another presentation on this white conch shell only. Main monument of the monastery, along with image of the Tulsi Rinpoche and Khandola, are in this process mostly executed by the general laymen with pure dedication and devotion toward the Buddha Dharma and the Sangha and Tulsi Rinpoche. This is the main activity of the monasteries. Now let's in the final conclusions. Before that, I would like to say that in present day also, if there are shortage of the monk in any places to make some small puja or the small prayer like Liudum Melam, it has to recite the Liudum Melams. You can ask anyone to give a company to the monk, who were the very few in the number. So that is the positive point of these systems. In the conclusion, base of the Buddha Dharma is seeking nirvana from samsara. If expositions, debating, compositions, learning, reflecting, meditations are there in any institute, they are in any institute or monastery, it is a healthy sign of flourishing Dharma. Base of all this is well-organized monastery where one can learn and follow the Dharma. In the Tibetan form of Dharma is Cho, which means to make corrections of one's own mind from all the delusions, attachment, bearing its own entity, for which participations in the monastery activity with pure heart is first step toward it. Hence, the people enroll their child in the monastery to achieve it. However, in the present scenario, a person remaining fully ordinary monk, bhikshu, or ordinary monk who devote their whole life in the monastery is very limited in number. In fact, in the decreasing in the number day by day. There are the big monasteries in the world where only 1 or 2 monks are there to look after it. In some case, even in our place, in some case, monks are invited to from the different monastery to the other place on the required days. At last, for the sustenance and the promotion of the Buddha Dharma in the long run, it is important for people to physically participate in the Dharma activities rather than just being a supporter or the sponsor of the Dharma. Thank you. May I ask one question?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gunzala. Your wonderful presentation. Okay, now floor is open. We will have 15 minutes. Only we will have 15 minutes for question and answer section.
It's an excellent description about Lachung and people of that area, Dr. Saab. However, may I ask you, who introduced the local self-government in Lachung by democratic system, by electing the people and Japan and Dingpens? Who introduced this system in Lachung and when?
Thank you for the question. It's quite out of track kind of the questions, since it's not related with my presentations. However, I went through some documentations. It's not only in this Jamsa systems which is represented by the Pipen, Gyapen, and the Dingpens. It's this system is not only exist in the Lachung. In the previous year, it used to be have in the Tumuchumbi. It used to be have in the Mentawang side. It used to be have in the Bhutan side. In fact, there are some documents which suggest that the Bhutanese way of this governing system was based on the Jamsa systems. It is the more elaborate way of the Jamsa system. So it's quite, it was there since long time back. Most probably in the, there is one saying, this saying was become famous during the 9 Chigils, Chigil Tutop Namgyals. During their times, their Lachung people used to say that Lachichungi Mito Chupo De Gyalbo Mito Gubo, which means the Lachichung peoples were settled there much before 1642. So in that way, that system was already there much before the system was already there. So it's quite difficult to say that who introduced, but it is exists in the, so this all these places. Hope I answer your question.
Was there a similar system in Bayul Damajong, other districts or other parts of Sikkim?
Yeah, when I went through some papers, it's clearly mentions that there is the Timi Pipens. In one document, it says that Timi used to be represented by the Timi Pipens, and the Fodong do have, and still there are some member Fodong also do have the systems, and Zongo do have the systems. And I also came to know that in the western part, Chungbung side, they do also have a Gyapen. Still they use this term, so it means those places also used to have this system.
Thank you very much. Anyway, another question to Jumu Annala. Jumla, you very kindly mentioned about the agreement document among the Raman Chongsum. Is it possible to get the photocopy of the same agreement?
It is available in a newly published book, The Royal History of Sikkim. It is there in the first chapter.
Thank you very much. Another question to Dr. Jigmila. You very kindly mentioned about Denjong's Gyara history. Now, we heard that we talk about the Chumbi Rinpoche, rather the Keshutulku incarnation, particularly the second Keshutulku, who was born in Gerethang and admitted to Sangche Pemayangsi, and he was the popular disciple of His Holiness Najor Peme Senchang, who is your own ancestor. And he, after his education, he was deputed to Royal Chapel, Royal Chuklakung, Gangtok, to offer the prayer for all the sentient beings of the 6 different realms. And at the same time, His Majesty, the Chogyal of Sikkim, deputed him to Chumbi Valley as a representative of of Sikkim. Now, today, what is the position of the Chumbi Valley? And he has been named as a Chumbi Rinpoche also, though he is an incarnation of Trashu Tulku. Could you kindly mention about the Chumbi Valley, the present position, where it is and
I
how
think it's
why
under.
there is no representative?
No. To answer this first, I would like to say that Chumbi Rinpoche or Khechu Rinpoche, there are two ways of identifying Khechu Rinpoche La. One is now at present, it's the 10th reincarnation of Khechu Rinpoche, and other one is according to the oral transmission, and that is the 4th reincarnation, as you kindly mentioned. But after the annexation by China, so I think now Chumbi Valley is under the Chinese government.
Okay, thank you so much. Now time is over.
Hello. I would like to thank our chairperson and esteemed speakers for the beautiful presentation. The questions are done. So in the schedule, it's mentioned that there's a tea break. However, there will be no tea break, but tea will be served to you in your seats since we're running a little short on time. And so I would like to ask the moderator of the third session, Dr. Pinsokla, to kindly take over and commence the third session.
Hello. Yeah, Trashidale everyone. Okay, we can start now. Trashidale everyone. I'm Punsok Dolma from International Buddhist Confederation. So I welcome you all to the third session on students' presentation. I request Dr. Pooja Dabral and the 6 student presenters from Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, NIT, to please take your seat on the dais. Students presenters also. Okay. May I now request Amchi Tenzin Kungala, HOD, Sowarikpa NIT, to please present Khata to the chairperson and the students. Amchi Tenzin Kungala. Thank you, Amjit Tenzin Pongala. Now let me introduce the chairperson, Dr. Pooja Dabral. Dr. Pooja Dabral is an assistant professor, Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies at Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, Gangtok. Her doctoral research topic is Nagarjuna's Philosophy of Emptiness and Je Tsongkhapa's exposition, Descent into Prolific Periods. She has teaching and research experience with a range of institutions, including the University of Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Tibet House, and YMCA. Dr. Pooja has numerous publications and also presented papers on the themes such as the practice of emptiness, a Buddhist approach to inner and world peace, Buddhist psychology, form and substance in Buddhist philosophy, and so forth at national and international conferences and seminars. She is proficient in Tibetan and German and has taught the latter for many years at the University of Delhi and other institutes. Over to you, Dr. Pujala.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Dr. Funzola. Okay, I'm sure we got a lot of information today, but by now must be exhausted. So we'll try to keep it as short as possible and try to make it lively from the students. Okay, so I am the chairperson for the session, and it gives me immense pleasure and joy to chair this student panel which includes young scholars, young students from the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, from the first two batches of the Masters in Buddhist and Tibetan Studies at NIT. And actually, some of them have already graduated with flying colors, while some are in their final years. So without taking any more time, let us hear to these young scholars. And I think we'll start with Mr. Khyentse Gyatso, student Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies. He's in his final year. So Khyentse Gyatso, and he'll be speaking on the wheel of life, rise and end of samsara or miseries.
Buddham cha dharmam cha ganotamam cha yavad bodhim sharanam gatasmi dana adi punnena shakirtir maybi buddho bhaveyam jagato hitaya. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is on the wheel of life, the rise and end of samsara. First of all, I would like to introduce this painting that is there on the PPT. It was introduced and instructed by the Lord Buddha, and I usually considered it as one of the first Buddhist art in the history of Buddhism. So I would like to now introduce some of the significance in this art. So basically, this art signifies three Jews and also Four Noble Truths and also the Four Noble Seals of Buddhism. So basically, as you can see, the art of Buddha at the top of this painting, it symbolizes both the jewel of Buddha and the jewel of Sangha, and that full moon, that also symbolizes the wheel of Dharma and the jewel of Dharma and jewel of Buddha, as it is a symbol of wisdom of emptiness. And actually, it was not mentioned in this painting, but it should be there. Two verses just below the full of moon. That is these two verses. Strive to eliminate the defilements, enter into the teachings of the enlightening one, just as an elephant in the midst of herds destroy the host of the Lord of the dead. Those with conscientiousness engage in the dharma of pacification, abandon the cycle of birth, and bringing an end to the miseries. So these two verses symbolizes the jewel of dharma. So coming to the topic, I would like to emphasize only on the aspect of samsara, that is the first noble truth, the noble truth of suffering that is to be identified. So basically, in Buddhism, why it has given so much importance to initially to identify the truth of suffering. So basically, there are three scopes persons in the practitioners of Buddhism. So at least a small scope persons at least has person has to have the sense of renunciation in the suffering of lower realms, and the middle scope person who aspires to achieve the self-liberation or personal liberation, there has to have the sense of renunciation on the sufferings of whole six realms. And for the highest scope persons, obviously they have to have the sense of renunciation, sense of renunciation to benefit all sentient beings, and by liberating them from this will of samsara. So that's why to introduce the truth of suffering is very important in Buddhism. So so the first of four noble truths, which is the truth of suffering, that is to be identified. So without identifying the suffering, which is of being into this never-ending wheel of existence with a lack of freedom, one cannot have the sense of urgency to get rid of the samsara for one and other selves. For that reason, the Lord Buddha had broadly instructed to pen the significance of sufferings and their causes into four subsequent circles at the painting of Wheel of Life. So basically in this painting, you can see the four subsequent circles. So into this cyclic existence of six transmigrations. So again, when it comes to explain the sufferings of samsara, in Buddhism, we will find three kinds of sufferings. So suffering of change, and all pervaded conditions sufferings. So in this Wheel of Life of painting, I guess in third innermost circle, you can see six segments, which are consisted of six different realms beings. So basically, obviously, three lower realms, they are always reserved with the suffering of sufferings upon other two, and then in human realm also, and then so basically in all desire realms, sentient beings are reserved with all three kinds of sufferings, but in form realm and formless realm, they are highly reserved with the all pervaded condition suffering. So into this cyclic existence of six transmigration, all ordinary beings, because in this cyclic existence, some reincarnation masters also they visit, so we cannot include them. So that's why all ordinary beings have been continuously transmigrating in the face of endless sufferings, in difference of their births, classes, and creeds, whether we are born in rich family or in a good caste family, in difference of these differentiations, we are all in the face of never-ending sufferings into this cyclic existence. So the root cause of being into this suffering of loss of freedom is self-grasping ignorance that grasps at the object as the objectively real. So that is the root cause of suffering. So basically in fivefold profundities of Arya Nagarjuna, in the text Mulamadhyamaka Karika, it has mentioned the causal effect of suffering. So the root cause of suffering, it has mentioned the self-grasping ignorance. So with the mental elaboration, with this mental elaboration, self-grasping ignorance and mental elaboration is the same word, same thing. So conceptual thought, what we call in Tibetan, I guess, if I'm not wrong. So conceptual thought of inappropriate attention, which is liking, disliking, and ignoring the object, get arise. So which in turn give rise to afflictions, mental state of presence of which disturbs the mind, which are subsumed under three poisons: attachment, aversion, and ignorance. Those are symbolized by the art of bird, snake, and pig. So the innermost circle, which is framed with three different creatures. So in that art, the pig, that symbolizes three layers of afflictions: self-grasping ignorance, in Tibetan, I guess, Dagzin Marikpa. Then in conceptual thought of inappropriate attention, that is the Chumijig in Namto. And then afflictions, that is the Nyumong, I guess, Nyumong Rapa. So basically three poisons, we subsume all afflictions into three poisons. I guess it in Tibetan, Dechak Shedang Timuk, if I'm not wrong. So the ignorance, mind whose apprehension of the object does not tally with the reality, can be divided into afflictive obscuration and the cognitive obscuration. In Tibetan, Nyumongi Dipa and Sheje Dipa, so which respectively stops us primarily from achieving the state of fearlessness and infinite happiness. So basically, people like us might be always in a doubt that what does it mean by Buddhism, what it tries to achieve through the doctrine of Buddhism. So it always tries to achieve the state of fearlessness and also to achieve the state of maximum happiness. So what stops us from achieving these two goals are these two obscurations, afflictive and cognitive obscurations. So these afflictions within the nature of pull and push give rise to contaminated virtuous karmas and contaminated non-virtuous karmas, those framed in the art of white and black, each semicircle contained in the three higher and three lower realms beings. So there is there's articulated in the second innermost circle. So then at last, the three kinds of sufferings, as I've mentioned before, get a place in three favorable and three unfavorable realms, unequally those symbolized by the art of six realms, suffering scenarios. So that we can see in a third innermost circle. So at last, one might get a doubt that how these all things happen, how all these things are happening each after another, like self-grasping ignorance give rise to conceptual thought of inappropriate attention. This give rise to afflictions, and this give rise to contaminated virtues and non-virtuous karmas, and finally suffering get arise. So how all these things are happening? Because these all things basically mentioned only on the internal factors, right? But we have a physical body and all these things, and we have a birth, and we have to go life after life, we have to travel according to Buddhism. So how all these things happen, then that will be defined in the outermost circle of 12 link dependent origination. So that is framed into 12 different segments. So all these cycles are happening due to its nature or dependent origination that manifested in the frame of 12 link segments in the mouth of demon of impermanence, which will be seized only with the help of full moon-like wisdom of emptiness that compassionately discovered and shown by the Lord Buddha. So in conclusion, I would like to say, seeing that life in all favorable and unfavorable births ends in death without going beyond the cyclic existence of full of suffering, one should not get the one should get the sense of getting relinquished it by seeking the help of someone who has already transformed into the reliable guide, being with a state of fearlessness and infinite happiness.
So those in simple Buddhist terms, by taking refuge in three Jews, one can come over the cyclic existence of endless suffering. So with this note, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kinsey. Next, we have Mr. Tenzin Yutho, final year student of Masters in Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, NIT. Each student would be speaking for 5 minutes.
Before I start my talk, I would like to thank my Tsawe Lama, the great hidden yogi, Drupthop Kunjok Drubwang Chozur of Mustang, Nepal, without whom I would not be here. And secondly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak in front of this auspicious gathering of learned scholars and Sangha community. So thank you. My topic is on taking refuge in the three jewels. So why does one take refuge in the three jewels? After having studied and contemplated in the life and teachings of the Buddha, after having developed strong renunciation towards samsara, seeing that all sentient beings, along with yourself, are trapped in this endless cycle of rebirth and suffering, and after having gained a deep conviction never to be reborn in samsara, no matter how many eons it takes, this is one of the best reasons to take refuge in the three jewels. And what are the three jewels? And who does one take refuge to? The three jewels are the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The Buddha, as Acharya Dignaga, the founder of the Buddhist logic, in his Pramana Sammuchya, or Compendium of Valid Cognition, says, the one who has transformed into a reliable guide, motivated by altruism, to benefit all sentient beings, the teacher Sugata and the protector. To you I make my prostrations. So one takes refuge in the Buddha because he has already transcended all the trappings and the sufferings of samsara. One takes refuge in the Buddha because he has discovered the teacher in the form of wisdom of emptiness. One takes refuge in the Buddha because he is the Sugata, as he has experimented on himself the teachings, the learnings, the discovery, and achieved full realization. Thus, Sugata is also known as the one thus gone to bliss. We take refuge in the Buddha because he is the protector, as he protects all of us through expounding the Dharma. The second refuge, the refuge in the Dharma, that would mean taking refuge in the teachings of the Buddha. In the Pali Canon, there are 84,000 ways of enlightenment, depending on the varying mental dispositions of the small scope, the middle scope, and the great scope practitioners. The teachings of the Buddha are recorded in the Tripitaka, the sacred texts of Buddhism, which include the Vinaya Pitaka, Sutra Pitaka, and the Abhidharma Pitaka. Some of the core fundamental teachings of the Buddha are the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, refraining from the 10 non-virtuous actions, cultivating the 10 virtuous actions, guarding your mind from the 5 poisons, learning about afflictive and cognitive obscurations, the 6 paramitas plus the 4 Mahayana paramitas, wisdom of emptiness, renunciation, and dependent origination. According to Vasubandhu, he says, according to Acharya Vasubandhu, who says, those who take refuge in the Dharma for cessation of all the defilements and suffering of oneself and others to attain nirvana would be the real essence of taking refuge in the Dharma. The third refuge, taking refuge in the Sangha. The Sangha actually means Arya beings or Bodhisattvas who see emptiness directly. However, in this broader context, we include all lay practitioners, monks, anis, and all those who are onto the path of Dharma, who have cultivated or aspire to cultivate bodhicitta, or those who aspire to gain freedom from samsara. It is this Sangha, the Arya beings, the Bodhisattvas, and our Dharma brothers and sisters who motivate us and help to keep us onto the path of Dharma. And therefore, the refuge in the three jewels is ultimately taken to have zero sufferings and infinite happiness, and to uncover the real nature which is inherent in all sentient beings, that inherent true nature that is Buddha nature. And what is Buddha nature? This will be shared by the next speaker. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Yupok. Next, we have Ms. Hise Choton Bhutia, again final year student of Masters in Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, NIT. She'll be speaking on Buddha nature, treasure of ultimate happiness.
Greetings to all. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. My topic is on Buddha nature, or the treasury of the ultimate happiness. So as the fellow speaker has said that the real potential is inherent in all sentient beings, and the true nature is the Buddha nature. So after taking refuge in the three jewels, it is highly recommended or most beneficial to recognize Buddha nature to achieve Buddhahood. So every Buddha Dharma practitioner take refuge in three jewels. But what makes them different from the other Mahayana practitioner is the ultimate goal, a goal to achieve Buddhahood, because they believe and realize in the potential of Buddha nature. I'd like to quote a verse from Small Parinirvana Sutras. It says, all sentient beings have the essence of the thus gone one. So what is Buddha nature? The Buddha nature has a connotation of being in the form of a seed. So Buddha nature is like the sun behind a thick blanket of clouds. It may not look like the sun is shining, but the sun capacity to illuminate do not diminish even one bit. In the same way, our innate wisdom is always shining, whether it is obscured or not. So in a simple words, Buddha nature is present within ourselves. It is just that it is obscured by the obscuration like defilement and contaminated karmas. And that's why we are unable to see our innate qualities or the true qualities. So once we recognize the Buddha nature, it has the potential to ultimately achieve Buddhahood. There are three reasons why all sentient beings are of the Buddha nature, as mentioned in the verse of Uttar Tantra, or the Unsurpassed Tantra by Arya Maitreya. Because the perfect form of the Buddha radiates, because there are no distinction within suchness, and because all are in a family, all sentient beings are always of the essence of the enlightenment. So I'll be explaining two kinds of Buddha nature, sorry. One is the natural Buddha nature, and the other one is the proliferating Buddha nature. So natural Buddha nature is the ultimate reality of mind. For example, ultimate reality of Prince Devadatta's mind, which is empty of intrinsic existence. The other one is the proliferating Buddha nature, which means any mind of a sentient beings which is going to be transformed into Buddha's mind. For example, the compassion that we have can be transformed into Buddha's mind. So to understand more precisely what natural Buddha nature and proliferating Buddha nature means, natural Buddha nature is the ultimate reality of proliferating Buddha nature. And when it comes to nature, there is no difference between sentient beings and the awakened mind. So here the question may arise to you all, saying if there is no difference between the ultimate reality of our mind and the Buddha's mind, then why are we caught in this endless cyclic existence? So the answer is we all possess natural Buddha nature and is always with us. And what makes us evolve in the cycle of suffering is because only those who put effort to become aware and realize this true nature would be able to come out from the cycle of suffering. So therefore, the study of nature of mind and mental factor is going to be elaborated by the next speaker, which is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hise Choton Bhutia. Next, we have Ms. Tashi Anki Bhutia. She completed her master's this year from Department of Buddhist Studies, Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, NIT, and currently working as Assistant Engineer, Government of Sikkim.
My warm greetings to all. And I'll start by thanking NIT, IBC, and ICCR for organizing this event. And I'm very glad that I'm being able to make my presentation in front of this August gathering. I'm immensely pleased by this thing. Now, for my MA dissertation, I had an opportunity to conduct study at Freedom Rehabilitation Center at Gangtok. So our state Sikkim is also not untouched by modern day menaces. Be it alcoholism, be it drug abuse, or other mental illnesses like depression and anxiety, the cases are ever rising. These factors greatly contribute to the ever rising cases of suicides in the state as well. So it is not that the problems are being overlooked by the government. Much has been done in the sector. If you look at the present scenario, the number of rehabilitation centers, drop-in centers Awareness camps have greatly gone up, and many other initiatives by the government are being taken, but the problem is only getting worse. The number of users is ever increasing. Unfortunately, it is learned many things have taken a worse turn since the last 5 years or so, because the age of the drug users, which now comprises of children also from the age group 10 to 11 years, which was unheard of earlier. This is in fact the most vulnerable age group. The severity of the drugs use has gone up as the pharmaceutical drugs have now been largely replaced by harder drugs like cocaine and brown sugar. The ratio of female drug users with respect to their male counterparts have highly gone up. It is observed that it has a great impact on the female users. Drug users impairs one's judgment as it is known to be greatly detrimental to the brain. In this way, one totally misses out on looking after one's welfare. It is also learned that in case of drug and alcohol addiction, if the person has a supportive family and certain values have been instilled in the person during his or her upbringing, the road to recovery is smoother and quicker, and chances of relapse is minimal. After the rehabilitation process, we learned that avoiding bad company, remaining connected with a support group are some of the strategies used. And in case of mental illnesses, medicines and regular counseling are the keys. Despite all these measures, relapses occur most of the times. So it is clear that we are lacking somewhere. Life today has become more unpredictable than ever. Even for a mentally robust person, life slingshots are hard to bear. There are upsets in businesses, personal relationships, life-threatening illnesses, and so forth, which is very unsettling for a person. When a variety of problems are plaguing even healthy minds, what can be said of minds that are already vulnerable? So it becomes very essential to train our minds early on so that at least we do not contribute to the problem. The contemplative practices for this matter have proven to be very effective in the strengthening of brain circuits which are responsible for decision-making. So human psychology has been studied in the Western world for quite some time. However, until recent times, mind was not studied as intricately as it is being done now. Science has made great progress, but on the other hand, Buddhism places its primary importance on the study of mind. According to Buddhist philosophy, physical health depends heavily on mental well-being, and the real threats to achieving good health are excessive anger, attachment, and ignorance. One of the prominent neuroscientists, Richard J. Davidson, often narrates his first experience of meeting with His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, in the year 1991, wherein he was challenged by him to use the available advanced technologies to explore the positive aspects of the human mind, like compassion and kindness, and try to establish its efficacy, as it would go a long way in minimizing human problems rather than only focusing on the negative aspects like depression, anxiety, and so forth. This has revolutionized the whole process. He went on to argue for neuroplasticity, the ability of brain to develop throughout one's lifetime. And he later went on to present data regarding how meditation induces beneficial plasticity in the affective centers of the brain. It has now been observed different types of meditations produce unique results as they employ different strategies. It may be attentional, cognitive, or affective. These factors have strongly contributed in compassion and mindfulness, finding a strong foothold in today's society. And it has been greatly beneficial for the world. All of Buddhist psychology and epistemology is directed towards unraveling the actual nature of phenomena. Though the studies are inconceivably vast and profound for us, and it is very difficult for me to explain it in such a short duration of time, however, it will be helpful for us to understand the working of mind, at least at a basic level. So for that, let us discuss the mind and the mental factors, the slide of which I've shown here. And mind and body are associated but not linked inseparably. Body is composed of matter and as such is anatomically established. Mind is an impermanent phenomenon, changing in each moment and having a nature of clear light. Mind is pure in its essential nature, but at our level, it is stained by adventitious defilements, the result of having misapprehended from beginningless time the actual nature of phenomena. The defilements can be eliminated and the mind can be totally purified. Mind, as I said, is divided into two parts, like main mind and the mental factors. Main mind, the mental factors can also be interpreted as the functions of the mind. The omnipresent mental factors, determining mental factors, 20 secondary afflictions, and 11 virtuous mental factors, changeable mental factors. These are the mental factors which sometimes function in a unit, like the omnipresent mental factors, which are always present. Where there's mind, there are the 5 omnipresent mental factors, and some function in isolation. The general presentation of mind and mental factors is common among most of the Buddhist schools like Saltantrika, Chitramatra, and Madhyamika. There are only slight differences. Mental factors, as explained in Asanga's Compendium of Manifest Knowledge of 51, and that is what I have shown here. This way, one comes to know about various types of minds, and one understands the complexity of the functioning of the mind. Also, one can know which sorts of minds are helpful and which need to be abandoned, or rather can be abandoned. This is the main basis for lasting transformation, but knowing alone is not enough for us. We now need to train our minds to engage in virtuous mental factors and do away with the non-virtuous ones. And for these mental trainings like practice of other cherishing mind, learning about wisdom of impermanence, wisdom of dependent origination and emptiness, compassion, have proven to be greatly beneficial. And in my other slide, science has also proven that compassion, basic goodness, awareness, attention practices, and resilience increases resilience in most of the people who've been tested. And these are all evidence-backed studies. And I cannot speak much on these, but then the next speaker will be elaborating on the bodhicitta, to which other cherishing mind is a stepping stone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tashi Bhutia. Next, we have Ms. Tenzin Yangshan Gyaltsen. She is final year student of the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, NIT, and she'll be speaking on the topic Bodhicitta.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic of presentation today is Bodhicitta. Before I begin, I'd like to take the opportunity to humbly thank the organizers of this esteemed conference for giving us the chance to participate on the student panel. So thank you. Sorry. As my fellow panelist has mentioned, one of the practices taught by the awakened ones to train our mind is the practice of bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is the primary mental consciousness. It is accompanied by various mental factors, one being the aspiration to attain full awakening. Hence, bodhicitta is defined as the spontaneous altruistic intention to become fully awakened for the benefit of all sentient beings. Bodhisattvas on the Mahayana path are the courageous ones who aspire for full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. The bodhisattvas, on contemplating on the kindness of sentient beings and seeing them suffering in samsara, generates great compassion, which is the mental state of love which wishes all sentient beings to be freed of suffering and its causes. According to Mahayana Buddhism, 3 things are simultaneous: accumulating bodhicitta, becoming bodhisattva, and entering into the Mahayana path of accumulation. This is why bodhicitta is said to be the gateway to the Mahayana path. After accumulating bodhicitta mind, the bodhisattva has to go through the Mahayana 5 paths as represented in the Heart Sutra as Tayatha Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasam Gate Bodhi Swaha. Throughout the journey on these 5 paths, the bodhisattva has to go through different levels of bodhicitta, which are of 22 kinds. All these are subsumed under conventional bodhicitta and ultimate bodhicitta. Ultimate bodhicitta is when the bodhisattva has a non-dual experience of the wisdom of emptiness, wherein they become an Arya being. Conventional bodhicitta is considered as the real bodhicitta, which is of 2 kinds: aspirational bodhicitta and engaged bodhicitta. Aspirational bodhicitta is the first uncontrived bodhicitta that is generated when one makes a spontaneous commitment, may I become fully awakened for the benefit of all my dear mother sentient beings. Engaged bodhicitta is when, in order to materialize the aspirations of the bodhicitta so generated, one ventures into the actions to become fully awakened. While cultivating the engaged bodhicitta, the bodhisattva engages in the practice of 10 perfections and so forth, primarily for attaining infinite happiness for the benefit of all sentient beings. There are many ways to cultivate bodhicitta. Out of these, two well-known methods, as taught by Buddha Shakyamuni and passed down through different lineages, are the sevenfold cause and effect method and the method of equalizing and exchanging self for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tenzin Yangchen Gyalphanla. Next, we have Mr. Tenzin Loksan Bhapungkha. He has completed his MA this year from Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies and currently working as research scholar at NIT.
Thank you, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak in this August gathering. I'd also like to congratulate all my friends for their beautiful presentations. The topic of my talk is Barakagyu in Sikkim. All my friends have already given you excellent presentations on the essence of Buddha's teachings. Buddha's teachings evolved over time. And though the philosophy remained the same, many sects and traditions branched off, each with their own interpretations of the teachings. There was the main division of Mahayana and Hinayana in the 1st century AD India. Mahayana Buddhism was introduced into Tibet in the 7th century AD, where many schools and subsects emerged. Many of these traditions still flourish in the Himalayan lands, the main 4 sects being Nyingma, Sakya, Kagyu, and Gelug. For my master's dissertation, I studied the impact of the Barakagyu school in Sikkim. Though dwarfed by the powerful Nyingma sect, the Barakagyu or Tomokagyu, as it is known in Sikkim, still holds on to many major monasteries and continues to preserve its unique teachings. Some of the prominent monasteries belonging to this sect are the Kagyu Choling in Pedong, Tashi Choling in Pabyuk, Chuzang Monastery in Lingtam, and the Kagon Secholing Monastery in Gangtok. The important teachings of this school include Chage Champo, Nalochoduk, Richo Korsum, and Bala Choduk. Introduced into Sikkim by the great adept Kuncho Gyaltsen in the 1630s, this school has made a big contribution in the religio-cultural sphere of Sikkim. Kuncho Gyaltsen built the first Kagyu monasteries in Sikkim, in Bapung, Tamzang, and Chungtang. These predate the Karma Kagyu monasteries of Phodong, Rumtek, and Ralong by at least half a century. His hagiography gives a valuable insight into the history of the period. He was witness to many important events in Sikkim's history, such as the coronation and the building of Tashiding Monastery. In a singular case of sectarian cooperation and harmony, an important Barakagyu ritual is carried out in Gangtok's premier monastery, Inchegompa. The Barakagyu Sungma, protector, Drong Gyalpo, is propitiated in Solka rituals. This is meant to appease the deity, remove obstacles, and ensure the flourishing of Buddha's teachings. This is a fine example of how, despite all variations in the practice of Buddhism all around the world, the philosophy remains the same and the essence hasn't changed. Though many denominations exist, they all believe in and expound the words of the Buddha. Ultimately, it is the 4 noble truths, 8 paths, 6 perfections, and the various topics covered by my friends, Buddha nature, bodhicitta, etc., that are the fundamental teachings of all Buddhist schools. Though Buddhism evolved in rather distinct traditions, there is surely less that divides us and more reasons to unite. It is the Buddha's message of wisdom and compassion that permeates all Buddhist literature and can bind us in peace and harmony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this was the last presentation for this session, and I really congratulate all the students for giving us a wonderful overview through such a well-synchronized presentation of the various essential teachings of the Buddha and its practice, such as root of the samsara being the self-grasping ignorance, then taking refuge through gaining conviction and confidence in the supreme qualities of the 3 jewels, and also in our basic goodness, exploration of the nature of mind and its functioning in collaboration with the study of brain and various scientific findings, remedial antidote to curb our disturbing emotions through the practice of wisdom of emptiness, bodhicitta, wisdom of relativity, and other aspects of Buddha's teaching, and also giving us an overview of the profound practices of the Barakagyu tradition in Sikkim, and emphasizing the need to see that all these branches coming from the single source, Buddha Shakyamuni, so should be seen as a reason for a unity instead of dividing us. Okay, so I really congratulate all the students, and I extend my best wishes to the students sitting here and also in the audience for their exploration journeys of their interest, by remembering a message from Buddha Shakyamuni, where he advised us to not to follow anything, including his own teachings blindly, but through resorting to rationality, open-mindedness, and critical analysis, which in turn should be grounded on the universal love and affection for all sentient beings, so that this learning does not become a mere intellectual gain, but becomes a tool for us to transform ourselves and others towards a happier life. With this, we end this session, and I congratulate all the students and the moderator and the organizers. And sir, you have a comment? Please, sir. So please to welcome Professor Gang Negiji, the HOD of the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies.
I will make my comment by sitting in. So that's very pleasant mood for me. Listen to all the students now who have been. I don't call them students now; they are scholars. They are the masters of the game. So beginning with this Khenchela, just this my session. Don't take it by something judgment. Okay, now as a teacher, I have right to take. So you have used a term in very well. Sometimes you are using wheel of samsara. How chakra is one. Then you translate it as a. Is okay? No, I'll upload it. Thank you. Then it is, you said okay, cyclic existence. So you have to choose one which is very close to it. Sanskrit word is bhav chakra. Bhav chakra means sipe kholo. Means wheel of existence is probably more closer to it. It's just sansara. Sansarati is sansara. Sansara means that which keeps on moving it. So it is there, but this seems bhav chakra is more closer. Then you talk about the 6 segments. Sometimes it is given as 5 segments. Then why this difference is like that? Then if I'm not mistaken, you said this is probably the first painting or something in the Buddhist art history. So this, what is the source? That's important. You have to say, because the first means first. Therefore, sometimes it is said, Buddha Shakyamuni, he has sent it to Rudrayana, his own reflection painting is sent. So there are a lot of things which we need to be set right. Then Sansara Nirvana, then you talk about this self-grasping and all this thing. Then one word you have used, which really sometimes it makes me uncomfortable, is transmigration or transmigrating. In Buddhist context, transmigration is. In Buddhist context, there should be always transformation. Transmigration means I am as a being, as an entity has gone to other place. Yeah, this is in Buddhism, this is not there. As entity doesn't exist there. So there's a transform. It became changing. Sometimes you say for. There's one thing now just brought it to you. Then you talk, he is talking about the 3 refuge. Something which I love it is that all you have had a close grasping, good understanding about that, and also presented in such a way, and happy to say that you have completed your presentation within time, 5 minutes. As I told you, when said Kanti Bajta Hai means you even half sentence, you stop it. So this is something which everybody pleases to listen to it. You have not transgressed time. Then ultimately, what is the best and the last refuge that need to be done? Then one thing is good about that, after that you have used a pitak. This is being a student, you have to make a correct pronunciation in correct words, you have to use it. Last time there presentation, no, ये say Bajra Guru. Bajra Guru nahi, please use a Bajra Guru. Pronunciation, local pronunciation, maybe there will be some Bajra Guru. No, we have to make our followers, our students, a correct pronunciation. So therefore, that's also our duty, being a teacher, being a monk. Then you talk like this, so I think the good, the way you have presented, I'm very happy with. I'm happy with this Yeshe, then after the Yankee. Reason being, you have referring to one another. There's something, it's so your generosity. Normally scholars think, I am the best scholar. They never refer to that. After that, this you said, I think, Yeshe Chodan was the first person referring to the next scholar. She was talking about the Buddha nature. Is Buddha nature. So ultimately, we would say Buddha nature, ultimate refuge. When Buddha said, Atpadipa Bhavati, Naya Sarna. Buddha Dhamma Sangha as a refuge, ultimate refuge is Atpadipa. Atta means self. This self, what he is talking about, this Buddha nature as well. Because we have Buddha nature, when you have developed that, we have to rely on that more. No Buddha, no Dhamma, no Sangha. What is the essence? Unless until your mind is like that. This different school where they say in a mind from the time beginning. Prakriti Pravasar Chitta. It's from the beginning, by nature, it is luminous. So what is wrong with this? This defilement comes. Otherwise, we are already defiled. We are in process of purifying it. This process. So therefore, this is something Naki is very clear about that. Then the Yankee Lane, that she has also pushed forward that, make it more clear about this mind. We call it the mind is changeable. Beautiful thing about the mind is it is changeable. But she is using her medical term or something scientific term, it's called the plasticity. That is something we have to look for. What is the modern age terminology, scientific terminologies, which is at par, very close to this Buddhism, that need to be looked into. Try to just generate, try to make your own terminologies, but that should be close to that. Then what I found quite lacking is that you have a beautiful word for English, but something here, if you can refer it sometime, with this Tibetan or Sanskrit, that's wonderful. As Yangchen Gilsen, she talked on Bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is a good word, Sanskrit word, but she's engaged and the aspiring Bodhicitta. Instead of that, no, if you say no, aap kya hai? Monsem and the Juksem, Tibetan way this same. Like that, if you have this terminology as a Sanskrit or Tibetan, it will add it to your presentation. And sometimes, I'm not understanding about Tibetan language. You say English, it will suffice. Then to see what after if you have Sanskrit, so Praman kya hai? Pranidhi Chitta and the Prasthan Chitta. So like that, this Bonsem and Juksem. If you have Sanskrit, those who know Sanskrit, they will understand about Sanskrit. So este is first, if you get. And the Longsalaka engagement about this Bharata-Gyun, he always wants to make us understand. There is also one tradition, which is called Bharata-Gyun. Usme Buddhism sab kuch hai, and we need to look into it. So therefore, as Puja has said it, so therefore, these are we have different, many traditions are there. But all tradition converge into one. There is the Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching. Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, whatever it is, we call it. See. Then again, the Sipai Kholo jab bolte hain, even in Sipai Kholo, this one thing will be, if through that, it can be taught all of Buddhism. Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, talk about it. And you have referred to the, what do you call this? This heart sutra ke baare mein, 5 paths ke baare. There's something very glad that all you have, with 2 years time, you have understood and you are able to project it and make other people understand. Thank you so much. Keep up. I'm so glad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable comments and suggestion. I'm sure all the students, including myself and everyone in the audience, is going to be benefited and going to refine their understanding through your comments. Thank you. So with this, we end, and I again congratulate all the students and thank the moderator and also the organizer for this wonderful platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja Dabral and the students for the wonderful presentation. With this, we come to the valedictory session of today's conference. Now, may I request Gen Kunga Hechotsangla, Research Coordinator, NIT, to extend his vote of thanks. Thank you.
Tashdele, I'm told to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Namgyal Director and the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology and International Buddhist Confederation and Indian Council of Culture and Relations. Before I propose my vote of thanks, I had some observations regarding concept note and the themes, and I was almost prepared to talk about it, but then after discussing with Dr. Niza and Pinto Dhamma, so they said it may not be appropriate to give suggestions or give remarks on the concept note, which is not yet finalized. So I have decided to drop out that, and we will be discussing about the proposed concept note, which is not in the final stage. Then, on behalf of the Director and the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology and International Buddhist Conference and Indian Council and Cultural Relations, I respectfully thank the Honourable Governor who graced the occasion this morning as a chief guest, and also our Honorable Chief Minister, beloved Chief Minister, Mr. Prem Singh Tamang, and other dignitaries, without forgetting to mention the former director, Mr. Tashi Densapa, and Kenza, who was OSD here. If you see today, the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology is filled with young scholars, very, very bright scholars, and faculty is thriving. These are all the blessings of these two gentlemen, which was supported by the government of India and the government of Sikkim, and also Sikkim government was very kind enough to appoint Rinpoche here as a successor to look after all these important faculties in the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. And the last one, we had a Zoom chat with Professor Shakti Sinha. We have made observation that among the Buddhist institutions in India, they have not made mention of this institute. They have mentioned many of the institutions which came up much later than this. I was told, Dr. Niza, they said they have amended and they included our institute in that. But here I may just elaborate a little bit, because this institute's collection is the Buddhist literature, which was collected before Tibet was closed down. We were able to collect all these collections, treasures, due to the wisdom of Chogyal Chogyam Paden Thundu Namgyal, who was the president of this NIT. Without his vision, I think we face another tragedy of Nalanda. Why am I saying it? Because Nalanda collection was burned down by the invaders. Similarly, whatever the translations done into Tibetan language or the language of all the Himalaya regions have been destroyed by the communist China in Tibet. This vision was in the Chogyal. When he was a Maharaj Kumar, or we used to say Jase Lama, he himself was a Rinpoche in reincarnation. So because of him, we have a vast collection here. And it seems among our Indian friends, they are not aware of the existence of this institute either, or they don't know the value of our collection. Why am I saying yes? Because Kanjur and Tenjur both are canon and non-canonical words, Buddha, that maybe you'll find in most of the monasteries anywhere in the Himalayan region. But along with these two collections, we have all the represented works of the 4 schools, including Buddhist literature, under one roof. This is the first time it's happened in Sikkim because of Chogyal's wisdom. And also this is described 3rd largest Buddhist library in the world. When we say 3rd largest in the world, how we don't know? We have in India, it exists. It seems that even the late Shati Singh and my GBG members, they are not aware of it. Because as Kimbola rightly mentioned in his speech, the translations were taken place from Sanskrit into Tibet, and starting from 7th or 8th to 11th century. And also Kimbola spoke about the Buddhist development into China much more earlier, the 5th century. So maybe, as Kimbola said, the communication travel between China and Tibet was much more easier than coming to India. But in those days, great founders, they were much more clever than today, because Chinese Buddhism was translated, or the text translated from Sanskrit into Chinese language was done by a scholar, bilingual Chinese scholar. And that could have even the errors. But our translation books, if you go through, each text bears the names of 2 scholars, one Indian Pandit and one Tibetan Lotawa. One Indian Pandit knowing Sanskrit, having knowledge of Tibetan, one Tibetan scholar who mastered in Sanskrit, of course, Tibetan is their mother language. First, they discussed the text, then rendered it into Tibetan language. This is the first time before UNESCO was born. Today, if you would translate any simple story from Hindi into English, UNESCO will not accept unless your translation is approved by Englishmen whose mother language is English, also knew Hindi. So that means authenticity, the process of working between the Indian scholars and Tibetan Losas in 7th century is far, far scientific, far, far authentic. Therefore, the Tibetan kings, Songtsen Gampo and Teshon Denzin, they chose India as the source of Buddhism. They sent all their young scholars to study Sanskrit, Buddhism, but it was not cost-free. It cost a lot of scholars' lives lost. And the scholars were sent with load of gold coins. Almost, whenever great Indian masters were invited, then the Losas used to go with the gold coins. And the gold coin has to be paid, receiving the teaching. So sometimes we can call Buddhism came from India to Tibet is as a golden teaching, the valuable like a gold. So the first biggest Buddhist collection is very surprising is in Leningrad. And the second is Japan, Toyobonko. The third is ours. And in the 60s, even His Holiness Dalai Lama had to borrow books to teach Buddhism, transmit teachings from here. Even His Holiness Karamapa, His Holiness Dunya Rinpoche, His Holiness Sakya Tenzin. Even a group of great scholars who come to Rinpoche, they come here and they used to copy the whole text. Because in those days, we don't have megafilm, we don't have Xerox. So they had to copy from that. So that shows this institute or collection of the institute played a better role to propagate and maintain Buddha Dharma. So this is a small item that I want to say before the very learned audience. And I must express my sincere grief and loss of Professor Shakti Sinha, with whom we had a Zoom talk last time. And he was the instrumental to plan out all these projects with the collaboration of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Culture, and including tourism. So he's not with us today. It's very sad, but I'm sure our previous, some speakers, they have already prayed for his soul to be delivered from the samsara. So I also may express our great appreciation as a Buddhist to the government of India and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Culture and GBC and the International Buddhist Confederation and Indian Council of Cultural Relation for sponsoring and taking care of propagation of Buddhism in its birthplace. Buddhism was born in India, but somehow Buddhism could not be retained in India in its birthplace. As I said, Nalanda was burned down, and similarly Trashishila, and there are so many institutions in India propagating Buddhism. And it was during the Ashoka's time, India's emperor was taking up from Siliguri up to the Afghanistan, the great empire. So it was Buddhist teaching. But then burning itself do not disappear Buddhism. But the people of India didn't care about it. Maybe they are more materialistic. They don't want to talk about the emptiness, or maybe they didn't like to talk about the impermanence. So business people will talk about the permanence, everything you have, you will never die, you will live forever. So whatever, so maybe, so we should always thank to our founder, President Chogyal Jumbo, who created jewel in the crown of Himalayas. That is our collection here. We should be proud of it, our collection. Our museum is a not important thing. Important thing is the teachings of Buddha. And as you know, sometimes when people talk Tipitaka, some say Tipitak. Oh, these are two expressions. Tipitaka is Sanskrit. Tipitak may be Hindi. So everybody knows, says Tipitaka, Tipitaka. But what is Tipitaka? You don't know. So one must, I think our MA students, they have really done a very wonderful job. I must congratulate Professor and Pujaji. When I see the young, our local boys, girls speaking about Buddhism and emptiness and the mind and nature, I'm ashamed of it. Really, we feel I don't talk in that way. So very proud of. So now may I propose the thanks for others. So on behalf of all these, may I have listed here because nothing was left, you know. I must thank all the keynote speakers and the Venerable Dharma Priya, General Secretary of IBC, and Geshe Dojitadullah, Director of Tibet House, and Professor Amar Jiva Loja, Chairman, Academic Coordination Team, and Advisor Buddhist Project ICCB, and all the chairpersons, and all the learned speakers. As our theme was Buddhism Literature. So I have no comments to make because our Geshe-la and Kempo and almost all the speakers, they dealt very lucidly enough. So I may not able to thank individually because if anyone's left, then they will pull me up. So therefore, I just decided to thank collectively. And also I must thank moderators and young Buddhist scholars, and without forgetting Professor and Pujaji and other professors. Special thanks goes to Dr. Niza Wangmo and Dr. Pinto Dormala, GPEC, for their taking trouble to come to Sikkim. And in spite of having all these pandemics, so I felt thanks to you. And I must also thank Pujaji, especially Professor Pujaji, who's really conducted the students' discourses and talks very, very efficiently. And the students' presentation was very, very good and amazing. Amazing. And I offer my sincere congratulations to the students. And I really wonder if the founder members could see you all here like this today, they'll be very happy. They think their missions fulfilled. So you made great success. And I think I don't have to mention Professor Negi again. So my thanks goes to all the AMGs and their students, because the AMGLAs and the students, they worked so hard for the last 2-3 days. And I think you will never see in India assistant professors carrying sofas up and down and cleaning floor. So assistant professors and the students, they are cleaning floor and carrying. This shows the greatness of Buddha's teaching modality. You have a very modesty feeling. You are committed to the society. You are committed to the institute. So this shows your faculty teaching effects. And even the Sawari, when the students, they learn from the Jushi, starting from Buddha Sharanam, that end the dedication, it is there. So it's a very, very amazing. And there's no other words than to say thank. And then I also must thank and congratulate all the officers of our administration, the Deputy Director Shogila and the others, and our other officers, faculty members and head of the faculties, Sawarikwa as well as Buddhist faculties. All they have been working together so friendly, orderly, coordinating each other without any bad looking, because when you have such undertakings, then people always fight. That happens in India. But this didn't happen here under the guidance of Rinpoche, because I must say our director is, frankly, I must say our director is too liberal. And sometimes our staff take advantage of his kindness. So, I think, lastly, I must thank all the volunteers, technicians, staffs, even the Hotel Tibet serving here all nice food, though they may be paid, but even then they deserve our thanks on behalf of the president, on behalf of the director. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. So, in fact, it's very successful, very nice, very good, quite exciting program today. Although I must say that beside me, maybe other officials, they have been working so hard. Me also, like last 2 nights, I think I couldn't sleep properly also, getting so much tension and all that. And like Gungala was expressing, that everybody was working so hard. So I'm thankful to everyone. And for 2 days work, which everybody was slogging and busy after, to compensate that. When is our chutti starting? When is the chutti starting? 4th. So on the 3rd, I'll give you all chuttis. Okay. So this is to compensate your 2 days hard work. So I'm very thankful to all of you. And thank you so much. Hopefully we'll be. Oh, okay. Anyways, I think there was a skip. So on behalf of the committee organizing committee, like I'm very thankful to all the visual group. So बहुत thankful है आप लोग को देखा दीजिए हम लोग कहाँ तक पहुँचा है what national internationally तक पहुँचा दीजिए हम लोग फिर मिलेंगे करेंगे ऐसे ही काम ठीक है. So thank you so much. अगर if there was any problem or whatever it may be, so I on behalf of everybody as a director I'll apologize to all of you. So 4th is chutti no now. Okay, 3rd. One day chutti I'll give you. No, officially, 4th, so 30 is from my side to all of you for doing all that. Thank you so much.